say stories never die. Some just won't stay buried. And on Freaky Friday, they return.
Welcome to Spooky Saturday, the second day of our Halloween flash fiction competition. Are you ready for some scary stories, some dark magic, some monsters, some creepy, some scares, some thrills, some horror, and everything in between? Well, you're in luck because this is our second annual Freaky Friday competition where authors and writers from the community came together as they submitted through a series of challenges, through the genre elements, and through readability to bring you the stories that you're going to be reading today. Welcome to the WriteNow community. I'm Kaufman, daily writing streamer, 650 streams and counting, and this is our sixth major holiday writing event where my goal is to help you finish your book, write more, and maybe we'll get published along the way. So come join us because we're starting, you guessed it, right now. Now, I am so glad to have you all here in the chat. I'm so glad for Freaky Friday Day 2, Spooky Saturday. If you missed out on yesterday's competition, don't you worry. That'll be available for the replay, but we've got more stories, more scares, more thrills, and more in touch for you today. So make sure you stick around because we're going to be doing our dark fantasy stories and our genre mashup story challenge. Authors were tasked with a very difficult challenge. The winner is going to be receiving a special grand prize. We'll be describing that in just a little bit, and you're going to get to help decide who the winner of the mashup challenge should be. I'm going to need your help because I cannot decide alone. And then you're going to want to make sure that you stick around till the end because I have a special announcement regarding our next upcoming major holiday writing event. And let me tell you, this is going to be the biggest one we've done yet. So make sure to stay tuned and we'll be here getting into it. Now, of course, I cannot kick this off without my fellow co-hosts. So please help me welcome to the stage the wonderful, the amazing, the incredible, the fantastic Miss JLD. Welcome, welcome, JL. And unmute.
How about that?
Perfect.
It threw up a "Do you agree?" to blah blah blah. Then I'm like, "Yes, go."
Well, JL, I am so happy to have you here. And what are you wearing?
I am a dark gypsy. I actually have a Strega blood in my Italian Sicilian bloodline, so I'm actually an Italian witch by blood. So I'm playing that up. I forgot my jewels. I may have to go running and snag them when someone's reading a story.
During the breaks. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I absolutely love what you're wearing, JL. Now, I know you've been around the community for a second, but for anybody who's new and hopping in, who are you? What do you write?
Oh,
Why Spooky Saturday?
I'm just looking to see if I have any of my novels anywhere. I don't think so. I'm packing, so everything's in boxes. But I am JLD and I write spicy romance. I do genres usually in contemporary, teasing into fantasy and science fiction, but always with a little spice and romance. And I have been a published author for about 2.5 years now. I also coach writing and support writers in my own Discord called Writers Inc. if anybody is interested.
Excellent. So happy to have you here, JL. I absolutely love your group. What you do with Writers Inc. is absolutely incredible. It's very similar to some of our critique group, but more in depth, more casual, and maybe more drinks are involved on the side.
Possibly some adult beverages have been imbibed, yes.
Oh man, so Spooky Saturday. We are here. I can't believe we've made it to day 2 of the competition. I don't know if you were able to check out yesterday's jail, but we had some absolutely incredible stories.
Yes, I caught the first 2 live, and then I had another engagement. And then when I was done with that, I came back and I finished watching the rest so I could hear all the stories. So I wanted to listen to all of them.
Well, we definitely have some really, really cool stories planned out. We definitely have some great ones coming up for the community. Let me tell you, we got some really creepy ones. We got some really, really creepy ones this year. So I'm very excited. I'm super thrilled to be able to hop into some of these. Now, we got a lot planned for today. So before we get into it, let's go over the schedule. Let's go over what is Freaky Friday. For everybody who's just hopping into the stream, welcome, welcome. This is our second annual Freaky Friday event, third writing competition. Now, for those of you who are unaware, let me hop over to our schedule. So this is our schedule for the day. We have some creepy stories lined up. We're starting off with some of our dark fantasy, and then we'll be diving in to our genre mashup challenge. Now, how did this competition work out? Essentially, writers were challenged with submitting a story to a specific genre. Each genre had a specific element as follows. They could choose the supernatural, the thriller horror, or the dark fantasy genres to choose from. Now, yesterday we got to experience the supernatural and thriller horror stories. And let me tell you, there were some really scary ones. So if you missed yesterday, you're going to want to make sure to check that out after the stream because there was, whew, there were some really creepy ones. So the genre element. Essentially, they had to choose the element and make sure that was crafted well in their flash fiction story of 1,000 to 2,000 words. Now, for the writers who wanted to challenge themselves, I wanted to offer a special challenge prize, a special challenge where the writers were tasked with combining all three genre elements, which let me tell you is extremely difficult to do with all three of those in 1,000 to 2,000 words. And let me say, some of the writers really put their heads together and we got some incredible stories. And I was so, so thrilled that so many writers were up to the task. So we're going to be seeing that. We're going to be checking back in and we'll be kicking off the special challenge, our genre master challenge, in just a bit. So very, very excited for that. And that is what we got queued up. I know I saw a number of you guys in the stream. Let me just welcome everyone. I saw Megan, welcome back. Calvin, always great to see you, my friend. Kay, welcome, welcome, welcome. Courtney, and everybody else. Looking forward to this. Carl's, what's up, my friend? Whiteseer, Black Calyx Books. JLD looks fabulous, by the way. Love the costume. Oh man. Well, I'm so happy to everyone here. Kara, so happy to see you here as well. But we definitely got a lot of fun queued up for today. So we're going to be kicking off into our first story in just a few minutes, where we're going to be joined by another special guest author to be able to kick us off with the first couple stories. And we'll be bringing him on in just a moment. But JL, I'm curious, how excited are you for Spooky Saturday?
I'm thrilled for this. I wasn't sure I'd be able to join, and like last minute I realized I had time and I'm like, I go boy, I can't wait because I loved doing the Faded Fantasy. And so now here we are with another Freaky Friday, Spooky Saturday. You and your alliterations, dude. For real.
Well, when we came up with this competition originally, like Freaky Friday was always like the vibe. It was like that was the event and it played very, very well. But we're like, okay, well, we have to call each live stream day something different. So we're like, okay, well, Spooky Saturday, alliteration, people will remember it.
I
But
think it
now the
worked.
problem is like, okay, so if we do Freaky Friday, it would be better if we did it Saturday, Sunday. But I feel like I can't do a Freaky Friday competition and not have it on Friday.
Yeah, it's gotta be at least Friday night, let people get off work, get a glass of wine or a cup of coffee or some tea, and then read and listen to spooky stories. I loved the stories yesterday. I cannot wait to
Mhm.
hear. They just get better. Each one is like better and better and better, and they're so imaginative. And just to see what kind of creeps out of the dark little corners of people's imagination, it just makes me very happy.
I know. And I'm so curious. So, for everyone here in the chat, are you guys joining us with some coffee, some adult beverages, or something else? I would love to hear. Drop a comment. I got my ghoul juice.
I have Monster. Does that work?
Oh, monster. Drink of champions. Oh man, so I know I'm super excited. Today's definitely going to be really, really great. Our first story, so we're going to be kicking off into the dark fantasy genre stories in just a few moments. So make sure to stay tuned because this first one is actually a really, really interesting retelling. I'm really excited to see what everyone here in the community has to hear. Angel, welcome, welcome, my friend. Welcome back. And let's see. All right, and let's go. So Carl's like, I don't know why YouTube changed my name again. It's Carly here. Yeah, you know what? I recognize that. For anybody other live streamers there, I think it might be a YouTube thing. About 1 to 2 weeks ago, it started taking your channel name. Instead of like your channel name, it takes your YouTube @ symbol. So if you want your name to show up a specific way, you have to go into your channel settings on your YouTube channel and change it to whatever your channel name is. So it used to take something else. I think they just changed where it pulls the name from. Excellent, Courtney. You're like starting with coffee. Monster is next. Man, you're ahead of us. Coffee and Monster. Ah. Okay, coffee here as well, though it's 3 p.m. here, so I might regret my life choices later tonight trying to sleep. Well, Angel, happy to have you join us for a little bit. We're going to kick off into our first story, and it looks like we have our special guest author here, ready to join in on the fun, ready to hop in and help us with the special guest reading. So, I am very, very excited to be able to hop in and be able to welcome to the stage our friend, our fellow author in the community, horror aficionado, filmmaker, and Paul Inman. Welcome to the stage, my friend.
Okay.
Don't cross the streams.
Got him.
The
Ooh, that was close. We almost had a very spooky Saturday.
Oh man, I thought
Ooh. How's it going?
Good. I was really worried about tech gremlins today, but I think you've saved us.
Yes.
I think you've saved us. Let me tell you, on Thursday, the servers were having issues and the stream wasn't working. So I was so worried the ghosts and the gremlins were going to come haunt us for this for the live streams. So Paul, if we start getting tech difficulties today, who are we going to call?
Yeah, hey. Well, I'm kind of expensive, but you could try. Also, busy time of the year this time of year,
Well, Paul, I'm so happy to have you join us, my friend. It's always a great time having you on the streams. For anybody who doesn't know you, do you want to just quick intro? Who are you? What do you write? What do you do?
Yeah, my name's Paul Inman. I'm an author and a filmmaker. I have written a novel called Ageless. I've been a published author now for 9 years, getting close to 10, actually. And I have a novella in a collection. The novella is called Welcome to Hell, and it is collected in Macabre, a horror anthology. And I'm also working on putting together an anthology with a bunch of other filmmakers. It is actually written, and it's just we're shopping it around trying to find a publisher currently. And so I'm an editor and contributor on that. And I got tons of short films on the internet and some that aren't on the internet. So thanks for having me, and I appreciate you inviting me and letting me come and hang out.
Yeah, I know, Paul. I had you on the podcast, I think, last year, and we did a really cool deep dive into your short, your Stephen King short. It was so cool, by the way. So cool. So I knew that's why Spooky Saturday was perfect to have you back. So let's get into it. We're actually going to be kicking off with some dark fantasy, and let me tell you, this is actually really creepy. This is probably one of the creepiest dark fantasy fairy tales. This feels like a Grimm's fairy tale. So we're going to get into it. Paul, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cue up the blurb on screen. You're welcome to read the blurb aloud, and then we'll hop straight into the story.
Okay, cool.
All right, and let's cue it up. Is everyone ready? Who's ready for some stories? So let's do it as we hop into the first one. Wait, hold on. Almost have to set you up. And all right, you're good.
Oh, okay. Welcome. A Treaty of Bread and Punch by Devon Gambrell. When little Ruby joins her grandmother in the kitchen for a night of baking, she discovers that the family recipe calls for more than sugar and spice. It demands blood, secrets, and the true cost of vengeance.
All right. All right, we have it all set, Paul. You're ready to start? Whenever you're ready.
Okay. A Treaty of Bread and Punch by Devon Gambrell. Little Ruby stood on her toes to peer into the bowl while her grandmother added some spice. As magic exploded, transforming into black smoke and tiny stars, the girl's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, she whispered. Would you like to help me? Her grandmother asked with a chuckle. The older woman was thin, unnaturally so, with gray, dry, frizzled hair and leathery skin. Her eyes, however tired, were the same blood red as her granddaughter's. Yes, I want to help. Ruby jumped up and down, holding onto the table, her flaming red curls bouncing and her little boots clacking on the tiled floor. Calm down, Ruby. You're shaking the table, her grandmother laughed. Come wash your hands and I'll see about getting a tie for your hair. The older lady set the bowl onto the metal stove, covering it with a towel before wiping her hands on the apron tied about her waist. Ruby pushed the stool to the sink and climbed up, waiting for her grandmother to start the tap. With her hair pulled back and hands clean, Ruby helped add a pickled rat's foot and powdered hen's teeth to the cauldron. When the cauldron simmered, Ruby's grandmother checked on the black dough and smiled. It's almost ready. All we need now is fresh blood for the bread to bake in and a wolf's paw for the punch. This should be enough to give me another 80 years and enough time for you to grow up. I can help. Papa showed me how, Ruby said, bouncing from foot to foot. Very well, the grandmother chuckled, grabbing the shears and empty bottle. Can I go to the party tonight? Ruby asked, taking the bottle in one hand and her grandmother's hand in the other. You're not quite old enough for such late night things. But Papa let me watch the sunrise, Ruby protested. Did he now? Ruby swallowed, hoping she hadn't gotten her father into too much trouble. The pair stepped onto the porch, into the forest mist lingering near the ground as they walked toward the shed. Others moved about, carrying tables, chairs, and platters of food through the dead wood. All greeted them with smiles and celebrations. The sky was already lighting, a clear sign to Ruby that the day was coming. A scream reached their ears, and they turned to where the party was being prepared. Now, isn't that a lovely sound, Ruby? Uh-huh, and she hummed as her grandmother slid open the shed door. Cages of animals and critters greeted them. The scent of decay and moans of the dying made this the best part of Ruby's evening. She hummed all the louder as they walked to the middle of the shed where the wolves were housed. One lay on broken front legs, its shallow breathing showing it was almost ready for the table. The other stood over its mother, weak, and with phlegm dripping from its muzzle, it stood too tall for Ruby, who cranked her neck to peek at its dull golden eyes. Quick as a flash, Ruby's grandmother snatched its paw through the rusted metal bars, bringing it down with a yelp on top of its dying mother. With a giggle, Ruby held the jar in place as her grandmother, in one motion, cut off the paw. The wolf howled, drowning out the sounds of the woman's screams in the distance. It stood strong and mighty, even after the bottle was full to the brim, even after her grandmother pocketed the paw. Even as Ruby clutched the jar, turning to leave, she licked the rim before placing the stopper. Why? The creature's raspy voice invaded Ruby's mind, her grandmother's too, as it addressed them both. Why are you torturing my pack? Oh, her grandmother replied, you're asking this now? It's been 3 weeks since we claimed your pack as payment. No reply came. His eyes shifted to Ruby. Great golden globes stared back before grandmother stepped forward. She He stood still, eyes glazing further. Blood pooled on the cage floor, soaking his mother's fur in the sticky substance. Ruby frowned. They won. This is what the victors did. They used the captured to expand the lives of their family. Hadn't her dead sister's husband done something similar? Was this not fair? Equal? What did your pack think would happen after one of you used me, your queen, as bait to kill my granddaughter and future leader? All over a lover's spat? Grandmother asked. We followed your treaty. We handed over the traitor. But not willingly, and so your pack pays the price. Your blood belongs to us, Reds, her grandmother said, taking Ruby's hand and turning them toward the exit. Ruby looked back as the great beast collapsed on top of its mother. Justice for her sister's murder. The other creatures retreated as far as they could into their crates. Some folded in on themselves to become less noticeable as the pair passed. Once outside, her grandmother closed the sliding door and looked up at the orange-red moon. Ruby's stomach tightened, unshed tears stinging her eyes as she glanced up at her grandmother. The frown aged the elder more than her 200 years. Grandmother? Ruby asked, taking her hand once more. Yes, my darling? If we had the traitor, then why did we need the other wolves? I hate what they did. I do. And I promise I'll be ready to be queen. Now the tears came, and her grandmother stooped on a knee as memories of her older sister's mangled body invaded her vision, as the wolves' bodies fueled her pyre. There, little Ruby. No need to rush growing up. Using the apron, her grandmother dried the bloodied tears. These are the laws of our country. We protect the lesser. The price of betrayal is high. Ruby nodded, even though it felt true in her little heart. Come now, we still need to finish the punch and bread for the victory celebration. Nodding, and hand in hand, the two returned to the cabin, even as Ruby thought of the wolf's golden eyes. She now knew what it was asking. Fairness.
I always love a grim fairy tale. And you can tell this is the very dark ramifications of what happens after the original telling of Little Red Riding Hood. I was like, it took me a second. I was like, wow, it's very, very intricate. It's very, very dark. So do you guys think this is kind of like the wolf's punishment for their involvement as the antagonist? And most people know the story of Red Riding Hood, right? Red Riding Hood goes to the forest to bring her grandmother a loaf of bread. She gets attacked, or the wolf dresses up as a grandmother, and then I think they usually kill the wolf in the classic telling of it.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I remember it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Wow. What did you guys think of it? We would love to hear. Drop a comment. So, Paul, Joe, thoughts? How'd you guys feel about this one?
I was immediately struck by the darkness. Like, it didn't pull any punches. So immediately we jumped right into something super grim, and it was like, whoa, scene set, let's go. But I just really got into almost like the violence, and especially the wolf is over his mother, and I'm like, oh my god, like, they're
I
going
have
for
to go
it.
back and read it. It's like so innocent because it's told from the little girl's perspective, right? But
Yeah.
as they're heading out there, there's loosely mentioned in the background screams. So like the author does a really great job of foreshadowing that as you get closer. You're like, wait, what?
What's going on?
Uh,
So I
Yeah,
thought,
it was good.
yeah, I thought it was good. I like the fact that in my own opinion, like that we're looking at the grandmother and just the family of Reds is being sort of expanded upon, and it kind of gives me a vibe like the grandmother and the Reds are almost like witches and warlocks maybe. But I'm sort of reading into that. But I
I
thought that was
think
kind of cool.
And I mean, so I think this goes into the debate of what the magic system is, right? So the authors were tasked with their genre element of creating a story that had a dark magic system. What do you guys think the dark magic system was?
Well, I think that's what I was kind of touching on. I think maybe that the Reds being, a family of witches or and warlocks or whatever. I
Mm,
think that that's something that um, that sort of turns it on its head a little bit, the original tale, and I thought that was kind of interesting, an interesting take on it.
Well, and there's a pact between magical beings, right? So you've got
mhm,
like not werewolves per se, but certainly sentient wolves. So there's an element of magic there. And then you've got, if the witches and everything. So there's I don't know if we had a spell work in play or a magic system in play other than we're honoring a pact that
mhm,
keeps everybody's power in balance.
mhm. It's interesting because it's almost like ramifications. It's like their entire tribe. It's like all of the wolves are being punished for the actions of one.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is like it,
Tit for tat, maybe you take one of ours, we take one of yours.
or more like we take all of yours. You take one of ours, we take all of yours.
Yeah. Ooh.
But granted, we don't know the backstory, right? For all we know, it's the witches and the witches and the coven against the wolves for centuries. And I think it's safe to say that the grandmother is has some type of magical blood power. I think like witch coven probably feels right. Um, but Little Red Riding Hood is creepy. Little Red Riding Hood is really creepy. Like, what like little girl is like enjoying? She like holding the bottle out to collect the blood, and then like licking the blood. Like,
Start young.
So was that? I don't think that was Little Red. I think Red is the sister that dies. That's my
oh yeah,
interpretation.
yeah, you're right. Ruby.
Yeah,
Mhm,
Ruby,
mhm,
which is pretty interesting twist as well, in my opinion. Like, so something happened previous to this. We
mhm,
assume very similar to the original Red Riding Hood tale, except for Red is killed by one of the wolves, and
mhm.
the wolf pack handed over the traitor for breaking the treaty. And I thought that was an interesting take on sort of expanding on the lore of the original Red Riding Hood and turning it in a new direction. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's I remember looking through it the first time and asking myself, like, I thought they were going to tell the story of a Little Red Riding Hood or reference it, but I think they're assuming that the audience is aware of the classic story. Granted, I don't know what the okay, so like we know that all these fairy tales were based off much darker tellings of them. I don't know what the darker version of Little Red Riding Hood is. Are either of you guys aware?
No,
Well,
I
the
have that
original or
Well,
Disney-fied version or whatever it was.
mhm.
well, it was if I remember correctly, they chopped the wolf out to try to get Little Red Riding Hood out of the belly.
Okay, so it was like the way that they killed the wolf was probably much more gruesome and grotesque. Okay, that makes sense.
Everything was back then, man. They didn't even care. There was no innocence back then.
Until all the stories got Disneyfied.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. Well, I posed the question to the community. I was curious to see what our writers thought. What powers the Reds' magic system? So I think we can kind of agree, right? It's probably some type of witchcraft, some type of magic, but what powers the magic specifically? Do you guys think it's bloodbound magic, life stealing, ritual law, or bargains with old spirits? What would you guys guess?
I think it sounds blood based to me.
Yeah, me too.
Blood based. Okay, so you think bloodbound magic? Let's see what our community thought. So, let me pull up what powers the Reds' magic system, and it looks like we got. Can we see the? There we. Nope, maybe. All right, there we go. So it looks like we got 50% voting bloodbound magic, 25% life stealing, 25% ritual law. Looks like the numbers are with us, and I think we fully agree. I think the story leans heavily closest towards bloodbound magic, and I think this is a really interesting learning opportunity. So when we're doing storytelling, how do we lay the right foreshadowing, the right elements for the reader to be able to pick up or maybe be able to guess at the story. I think this one definitely foreshadowed bits of the blood magic with the wolves, but I feel like it wanted you, the reader, to do a lot of the guessing. Mm,
I
yeah.
would say that, yeah, it didn't come out and exactly say,
Hmm.
and sometimes that can be fun because then you get to pick, you get to
Hmm.
imagine it in your own mind. In short stories, it can be a little more difficult because you have a word count you have to pay attention to, and when you
Hmm.
have more time in longer stories, you can plant more seeds, you can take a little more time and explain things, or you don't explain it yet and then you explain it later.
Hmm.
So it's hard to, but not it's easy to sorry, it's hard, it's easy. Let me try and say this in English. um, what's helpful is to lay down the hints within, say, the inner monologues of the characters, the actions. Maybe they're preparing a bowl of herbs or crystals, and so they open a book that has spells or rituals in it. Things like
Hmm.
that kind of give you cues and clues as to what we're dealing with magically. Are they getting feelings? Are they getting, like, is there a tingle up their spine? Ah, there's a
Hmm.
fairy afoot, or something. They're getting hints that way that will clue in your reader to what exactly the system is we're working with.
I completely agree with that. And I think it's made even harder when we're writing under the constraints of 1,000 to 2,000 words.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I don't know which dark fairy tale I would choose if I went the fairy tale direction. Um,
They're all pretty dark if you
I
read the
know,
original ones.
I know. I
And
was
you
like,
know,
none of them are Disney-fied.
And you know what I like about short stories is that you get like a nice little vignette of what's happening in the longer tale, and you get to kind of imagine and take it where you're sort of being led, but also kind of where you want to go after
Mhm,
the fact. Like what happens next in this story? You know, that's where I always go to with short stories. Like
mhm,
it doesn't necessarily have to be a nice, neat bow all the time.
mhm,
You know, every loose end, so to speak, doesn't have to be wrapped up, and it leaves you kind of thinking. And that's what I like that about short stories because it leaves you pondering and it leaves you, wondering. And because I like to use my imagination, that's really nice for me. You know, I like to go, okay,
mhm.
what would be happening next, and it gives me something to think about. I like that. I like that. Sticks with me. You know what I mean?
I
And
think
I think that's always the challenge that we face when we're working on flash fiction or the short story category, right? So it's like, are we how if we're writing a scene in a moment of time, how do we write the scene beginning to end in a way where it feels like a compact story, where it feels like succinct without feeling like it should instead be a novel? And I think trying to weigh and balance that, like, all right, this is the perfect snapshot, as compared to when you read a scene and it's like this feels like chapter 10 of a novel, and it feels like it should be a novel and not a flash fiction. And I
every
think.
scene can be treated as a full story with a 3-act structure, beginning, middle, end.
Mhm,
And
mhm,
you can look at it that way. Now, you don't have to follow that exactly beat for beat because sometimes you want half of the story to have beginning, middle, end, then give it a new punch in the center, beginning, middle, end. But every scene you can look at it that way. Do you end it on a cliffhanger? Do you wrap something up? Do you end it on a statement or a surprise? And so you can look at it that way. But I think what's fun about these challenges is it makes me think of the Twilight Zone, how so many of those endings were ambiguous, or all of a sudden there's a ta-da reveal and you're like, oh, now what? And it just ends and you're like, oh my God, so
Well, I have to say, Devon, thank you so much for submitting the story. I always love, love, love dark fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales. So we're going to see if that one will be enough to compete. And by the way, for anyone who's just hopping in, welcome to the Freaky Friday competition, day 2, Spooky Saturday. We're going through the stories. We're hopping into the next dark fantasy story, but I need your help. We need your feedback. Only 12 of the stories from this competition are going to be published in the Freaky Friday second anthology. So I'm going to need your help with voting. I'm going to need your help. Which stories do you like? Stick around. We're going to be hopping into the next story in just a moment. So I feel like that was a pretty good story to start on, because we getting with like a little bit of a dark that dark fairy tale vibe. And you guys know, like, the stories are only going to get progressively darker.
excellent.
Oh man. So like, I knew that would be a great one to start on. And as everyone can see, so this is the schedule that we have for today with our stories queued up. We're next going to be hopping into another dark fantasy story, the Diva, which is going to be mixing it up a little bit as we are hopping into a completely different type of universe. But I'm curious, before we hop into it, and I'd love to pose this to the chat, how do you guys come up with ideas when you're crafting a scary or a spooky story or idea? Where does it come from for you guys? Where's the inspiration draw from?
So I mean, while people are putting things in the chat, I'll just kind of throw out my personal experience. Sometimes it just comes from nowhere. One thing that really sort of inspires me to write, though, is being able to, I don't know, go to see different places. Traveling really helps my imagination. I don't know why. And half the time I don't even write anything about anything that I'm traveling to or doing or whatever. But just spending a few hours somewhere else away from my house, that really like helps me. Like, I have in the day job, I'm stuck behind a computer most of the day. And then the things that I like to do are also behind the computer a lot. And just being away from that and doing other things really kind of helps me, helps inspire me.
How do we go as dark as possible? Because Paul, I know you specialize really in the scary and the horror. How do you know, like, what is too scary or not scary enough? Like, for somebody, I've never written a horror or thriller story, or even embarked on a screenplay. So I'm kind of curious, like, how does this, or is it just from like a lifetime of scary movie experience?
Well, it's sort of hard to say because everybody's scared by different things. I, in particular, lean into human kind of scary stuff because to me, that's scarier than monsters and things because, some of that could be real. you know, you I mean, it might be cliche, but like the news is the scariest thing. You know what I mean? Like to me, because people, can be scary. So I tend to lean into that. With that said, I do enjoy the other stuff. It's just I don't find it as frightening. The human experience is what frightens me.
That's really interesting. And I think a lot of people could absolutely agree with you. JL, do you ever write spooky, scary stuff on your end?
I have not. I think I did a spooky short story ages and ages ago, but when I think about what I do love horror, I study horror, I watch every horror documentary.
I'm the same way, right? I am an absolute appreciator of the horror thriller genres, right?
Yeah.
I love a good scary movie.
Oh yeah. Well, and there's some wonderful documentaries on Netflix about like the horror movies that defined us and things like that. And like some of my favorites have to do with otherworldly alien stuff cuz honestly
Mhm.
like spiritual I love demons and possessive and like haunted houses. I love that kind of thing. Slasher movies I just watch to let my brain relax and be numb and go, well, that person's having a worse day than me. But most, most of the time, you're just sitting there going, why is everybody so dumb? Why? But
Yeah,
like,
I don't know if I've met anybody who uses scary movies as a compare contrast. Like, oh, well, I need to feel better. All right, so they just got their arm chopped off. Yeah, I'm doing
oh,
good now.
wow, that had to suck, man. I sure miss my arm. Sucks for you, dude. You know, but like I love things that are out of my control because I am a Capricorn. I am a control freak. I like things to be in order. I like things to be organized, neat and tidy. And if I feel like things are out of control, I start getting very, very, very anxious. And so things like aliens and spirits, you can't necessarily control. And especially the alien elements. So I love Alien movie and I love The Thing and I love stuff like that just really gets me. Plus, they usually are very careful in those stories to not give away the creature. And so you're
Yeah,
left
that
guessing and wondering, what is
mhm,
that scratching noise? Did I just see eyes outside my window? You know, that
mhm.
kind of thing. I love second guessing and I love just being surprised by things. And then when the reveal happens, it's like, well, what would I do if there was an alien in my house? Like, I know I have a kind of a safe room. I could run in there, but if it finds me, I'm just dead. I mean, like it's terrifying to think of how helpless that you might be in a situation like that, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's made even more difficult when writing prose and making it scary, right? Because when you write horror, it's based off the visuals, but with the prose, you have to use specific word choice, sentence structure, and style to evoke fear.
Very
And
true.
that, for I feel like that is much more difficult personally,
Absolutely.
but it could be because I've never embarked on it.
Well,
And I know what was that?
oh, I was just gonna say that, also what I think horror represents more than anything, as Paul was saying so beautifully, is the human experience. So,
Mhm,
going through a divorce or what it's like to be a child when your parents are splitting up, that kind of anxiety is what is represented in the
mhm,
creature. So, when you focus on don't focus on the creature, focus on the emotion of it, the anxiety, the fear that in other
mhm.
words, the like lack of control or you have to hide or someone who might have a disorder where they have to do several things that over and over and over or the world's going to end. You have that kind of that you put that into maybe a spell work or a superstition and it
Mhm.
really just anything to ramp up that tension, and that's what people relate to. They don't relate to Jason or Freddy, they relate to the people running from him.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that. And I can tell definitely here in the chat, we got some really great ideas. Whiteseer, I love. Just imagine a lovely Sunday afternoon and write the opposite. You're absolutely right, my
Love
friend.
it.
Let's see. For me, it's always something random that won't leave my mind and keeps coming back. A news clip, a conversation over here, forgotten history. Similar to kind of what your methodology is, Paul. That sounds excellent. And then whoever mentioned Event Horizon last night.
Mhm.
Yes, I haven't seen Event Horizon,
Oh,
but
it's
now
so
I know
good.
you. Is it a
Watch
good?
it. Watch it, Kaufman.
It is
Okay.
very scary, and you know that kind of touches on something that we were talking about a few minutes ago, like the idea of like this cosmic horror, sort of, you know, the being afraid of the unknown. Like,
Hmm.
you know, it's something that all of us can kind of share. Whether your unknown is, you know, are you going to be able to, I don't know, pay your bills tomorrow, or you know, are you scared of whatever's a million miles away in space? You know what I mean? Like, the fear of the unknown, we all can share that.
Yeah, I.
Isolation.
Mhm.
Isolation's a big theme of like underwater stuff and space stuff, you know, because they can't really go anywhere but inside whatever ship, you know, like even the Abyss, which isn't technically horror, but it has elements of is kind of the same feeling. Like you can't go anywhere. You're, you know, hundreds of meters below the surface of the ocean, or you're in the vacuum of space. That isolation, that claustrophobia really can play on some
Mhm.
good things.
Man, well, it looks like I'm gonna have to add that to my watch list. Maybe, just maybe, I've been meaning to set up a monthly movie night for the
Mhm.
Discord community here and right now. Maybe we'll add it. I'm curious to see how many fellow scary horror aficionados are also in the community. So more to come, but let's hop into our next story. I know I'm excited and I'm ready to hear the Diva. So, Paul, same drill. I'll pull up the blurb and you can take it away.
The Diva by Elida Brown. Cole Blackburn has made a living in the shadows, draining stolen passion to fuel a cruel master. Until his next target, the mesmerizing diva, Elena Leucht, forces him to face what's left of his humanity. In a night of music and quiet violence, his duty and his conscience collide, and someone's song will end. The Diva by Elida Brown. Cole Blackburn sat in the back of the theater in the shadows he loved. Closing his eyes, he listened to the purity of the notes as Elena Leucht performed the aria with a life that he once remembered having himself. Now he had mostly pity and vengeance for the targets his master assigned to him. Tonight, Elena was the target, which meant that it was up to Cole to bring her energy to the master. Truth be told, Cole was comfortable in the shadows, away from the crowds. But tonight, he was scared to get any closer to the diva performing, as her power was so strong. It was essential that he use protection, grounding his energy to hide and shield himself from discovery before necessary. After learning of her strength, he had recharged earlier, but the feeling still bounced around inside of him, begging to be let out. Staying immobile was almost as much of a chore as the battle would be. Elena's passion for the music rang out in clear, precise notes, conveying emotion that drove the audience wild. Each note stabbed the psyche, allowing even those unfamiliar with the Italian language to soar and then fall to the depths with her. Each cadenza, each scale, an emotional arc that reached deep into the audience's souls. Individual drops of light to pull them along with her. It was what made her such a formidable opponent. He almost regretted what must be done tonight. Losing a talent of this caliber was always a hard blow to the world, but Elena had become greedy, and it was Cole's lot to take care of it. Assassins like Cole didn't get to choose their targets. This was his job, which meant she had grown beyond redemption. With a sigh, he let her voice carry what little humanity he had left to calm himself. Like the rest of his compatriots, Cole no longer had any attachment to this world. Not really. But he still had empathy, a rare trait for someone like himself. Empathy was the true weapon against high-level assassins. To power himself, he could draw energy from his target. Here, going into battle at full power was essential, and the only way to do so was to draw energy from the clueless humans populating the world. Often, draining energy destroyed the human vessel unless it was willingly given. He had needed extra tonight, and because he still had a shred of humanity left in his soul, he went to the only sources that were readily available, those paid by the hour under the cover of night, the broken. The energy from tonight's charge buzzed within, begging him to do his job. He closed his eyes, and the aria drew him back to the present moment. Elena's very name meant light, as if she were his reflection. Cole was an artist too, but his medium was not voice. His art used the tools of destruction with efficiency and a certain economy. Like her, he brought emotions to a crescendo before feeding on them. Earlier in the evening, he had entered the bordello searching for the right one. He was a familiar sight in the bordello. As he felt the energy, his eyes met a young woman's. Unafraid, she nodded, tapped a young boy on the shoulder, and led him to Cole. His father sold him to Madam the other night, she told Cole, his opium habit to reach those heights he still chases. Cole understood. Looking at the boy crying silent tears, he didn't ask the boy's age. He learned long ago that it didn't matter to those who would use and abuse such a boy. As he turned to lead the boy away, she stopped him with a hand on his arm. Me too, please. The sadness shone from her dishwater blue eyes, the type of eyes that once sparkled in sunlight but now wished to close forever. I have no need. All I ask is that you take me to heaven before you condemn me to hell. He regarded her for a moment and then nodded. Agreed. When the madam sauntered over, she looked and snorted. My newest and best? Cole gave her an extra 50, and she walked away with a grumble. They're not worth it, he heard her say, but I'll take his money. It's as good as anyone else's. The young woman took the boy by the hand and led them up to the room. I'll stay with you, Tony, she told him. This is the man I told you about. It'll be over before you know it. The boy gave a shy smile. Thank you, sir. Cole couldn't bear to drain the boy's essence in a way that he normally preferred. The boy was just too young. She was another story, and the agreement. Inside the room, with the door closed, Cole patted the threadbare velvet seat next to him. The boy sat, and Cole examined the bruises on the boy, frowning. Will it hurt, sir? The childish voice trembled a little. Finishing his examination of the injuries, Cole snarled, Who hurt you? His tone demanded an answer. The boy cast his eyes to the floor in shame. Lord Dighton, the red-haired one. Cole nodded. Another for his list tonight. I promise you I will do my best not to hurt you beyond the initial shock. After that you'll feel tired and sleep the eternal rest. I'm told it's actually quite pleasant when administered properly. Proper is the key word, since I need your energy. Then please take what you need. The energy given was stronger and purer than the energy taken. It was unnerving how steady the boy was as Cole sank his fangs into the boy's neck. The pure, barely corrupted innocence fed Cole with a power so strong it would be enough. The boy collapsed, silently, with a peaceful smile on his face, as Cole took the last bit of his energy. The woman, who was barely out of childhood herself, kissed the boy's forehead. Sleep well in eternity, dear one. You are free. Turning to Cole, she undressed. I don't need you, he growled. No, it's my turn. Consider my energy a gift to help you fight her. She's a powerful beast, and that's why so many children are now here. With a nod, he cherished her tight body, responding to her needs and desires, taking her to heaven as she asked. When she hit her climax, she cried her thanks as he sank his fangs into her. A sparkle of light flashed in her eyes before she collapsed backwards onto the bed with a serene radiance. She, too, was gone. He dressed her and then laid her body on the bed before placing the boy next to her. Closing their eyes, he left pennies on them for the boatmen, kissed their foreheads, and left. Elena's final scale shook him from his reverie. The power of her magic slid off the shields, leaving him grateful for the ultimate gifts of the boy and the young woman. Heaving a sigh at the lives he had taken to power up, he had a job to do. The diva would not die in the throes of passion like the younger ones earlier. She did not deserve the courtesy pleasure. That boy had been sold because Elena stole the joy from a rich man's soul to feed her youth and vanity. Elena's greed was hurting the people she drew in large numbers. and his master decided it was time to end her reign of terror. She did not deserve the honor of looking into his eyes as he drained her essence. No, Cole would surprise her, much to his delight. The last note died, and the audience was on its feet, applauding wildly. She bowed, and he could see her weaving the spell. She no longer gathered a handful of the stronger emotional strands. Instead, she whipped all of them into a frenzy and pulled their adulation, their enthusiasm. She was robbing them of their joy and happiness for her own gain. Further, those who still had the strength would come back to see her until she drained all of it, leaving them to seek solace in the dark, underground opium dens or in death. She didn't care. Cole did. He watched Elena attaching her dwindling injury. He watched Elena attaching her dwindling energy to the strands and filaments she pulled from around the hall. After she anchored herself and reeled in the energy, he opened his shields and stepped to the front of the shadows. He wove his hands as well, cutting the strands short and placing firm hooks into hers as he drew the energy from her. He drew it in, enjoying, sipping the life essence from her. It took a moment, and he saw mid-bow when the realization hit her. The lines that her theft had hidden exposed themselves on her skin, on her forehead, as pain rippled through her. Elena's eyes dulled as they cast wildly around the auditorium, searching for the source. He took a step forward, still in the shadows, just before his last pull, so she could see the face of justice. With a last gasp, she cried, "It was worth the price of greatness," before she collapsed on the stage boards. As Cole finished draining her energy, he stepped back, melting into the shadows. The technicians and others ran in from the wings, turning her over with the realization she was gone. The crowd gasped in shock and horror. Cole was out the door before anyone noticed. No more children would suffer because of her greed. Others' greed? Well, that he could do nothing about tonight, except the red-headed Lord Dighton. He had a score to settle with that bastard. Moving swiftly through the night, Cole arrived at the old manor. Knocking on the door of the study, he heard his master's voice. "Come." Entering, Cole bowed low. "It's done, master." "Good," he rasped. "Come feed me her darkness." Cole knelt before his master and tilted his head the same way the boy did for him. Unlike the boy, his master would not dispatch him to sleep in eternity. The man drank greedily before he halted. Gagging, he spat out a mouthful of something and released Cole. "How many tonight?" "3, sir." The diva, then 2 before her, "for my protection." "The first 2 are too sweet for my taste. The innocence almost choked me, leaving a nasty taste in my mouth. Let me guess, another child sold into slavery." "Aye, master." "May I have your permission to dispatch the child's tormentor?" His master nodded. "Yes, I shall delight in his energy. Go." He waved a hand in dismissal. Cole rose and headed for the door. With his hand on the latch, his master's voice stopped him. "I know your struggle with what we do, but we are the ones who can touch those that the system cannot. We play an important role in this world." "Yes, master." "Perhaps soon," he offered as a nugget of solace. The same nugget often dangled. "Bless you, master. Now dispense the justice necessary before it is time for you to rest." Stepping into the night, Cole smiled and thought, there truly is no rest for the wicked as long as those like him walk the night.
There we go. Wow.
Good job.
Really, really awesome. I feel like we got a really, really interesting and fascinating world. I absolutely love that magic system, by the way. I thought that was the coolest thing with this. I'm not quite sure. So, okay, like he's some type of vampire. It's like an energy vampirism. I think it's like a type of energy, which is interesting. Um, do they ever say that they're vampires straight out? I think he is, right?
Sounds like he's drinking blood.
Yeah.
Definitely, but they're getting the energy from the blood. They're consuming
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's definitely a variation of vampires, which I'm totally fascinated by. Do we think that Elena is a type of energy vampire as well, with the same ability, but she's just evil?
Maybe, but I think maybe she drains energy in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like that Cole has to physically interact, where
Mm-hmm.
she is sort of just feeding off the emotions from the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting. And it's interesting because I think our protagonist or our anti-hero is very biased. So I feel like, would you guys agree he's an unreliable narrator?
Hmm.
Because he's an assassin vampire,
Who
right?
turns well, and but I was almost thinking he was turning on his master, but he's not. So yeah, maybe so. He's a little
It
bit of
kind of
a
seems
double
like he's going to
agent.
turn on him eventually, right? It seems like that's like the climax of the story would be him facing off against the master.
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really think. I mean, that's an interesting take. I never
Mhm.
thought of it being unreliable narrator in that way, because I don't know. I think that maybe he's like some of all of us, like unhappy in his job.
Some of us are unhappy with the desk job. Some are unhappy with the assassin job. Tomato, tomato.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Same
you're
old, same old.
there's such a resonance right there because he, regardless of what type of job he is, you can tell like the whole half, the front half of the story. There's some part of him that's miserable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's relatable.
Mm-hmm.
Very relatable.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also see that this particular, and this is why I kind of find it interesting that you brought up an unreliable narrator in that he was cherishing innocence, wanted
Mm-hmm.
to stop the evil, but he was using evil to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like it reminds me a lot of like chaotic neutral or lawful
Mm-hmm.
neutral, where they're maybe not chaotic, but lawful neutral, where they're like Jack Sparrow character. He's a trickster, but he still can appreciate when the right thing to do it appears, and he will do that. But he'll
Mm-hmm.
find a way to take advantage of it and win in some way himself. But he'll definitely protect the truly, truly innocent in the way that he can.
Yeah, I completely agree with that one. I think it's interesting that he we spend a lot of the front half of the story with him kind of recollecting what had already happened. And as much as we want to believe him a noble character, like even though he's an assassin, he thinks of himself as a noble character. And it's interesting like the way that he views the son and the mom of that. He's like, these are the son's innocent or the kid is innocent, but he kills the kid anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like grateful. It's like it's like the sacrifice, being grateful for the sacrifice, but he still kills the innocent kid anyways. So that's I think why for me that would be the clue of like, okay, well, it feels like there's an unreliable element there,
Yeah.
even though he might think that he is good.
Yeah.
And
I
also,
think that.
mhm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was just going to say, I think that he sort of views himself as doing things for the greater good.
Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah.
The greater good being that the Elena character is a, a arguably worse evil for the world at large than what he's doing. So justifying ends are justifying the means. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Is that in terms of my life? Is that something that I would do? Probably not. I think that I would probably save the boy
Hmm.
somehow too. I don't know.
Well, the boy did offer himself, did he
The boy
not?
did.
Yeah,
So
and I
he
think
kinda
he
justified in
power.
his mind that.
So does that make it right because a young boy who then I was like, can you really make rational decisions at that age? But
Exactly.
does that make it right? But granted, it's not like the mom is really the ideal image of either. So I think that's what's interesting. And then when I thought about that, it makes me think about our antagonist, Elena, right? It was Elena.
Yeah, Elena.
Um, yeah, Elena. Do we think that she's truly evil, or that she's just very like, I'm just trying to be immortal over here, and I want to perform my
What's
best
so
song?
wrong about that?
I don't know that we have enough quite
Information,
enough information to
right?
know why that he's wanting to stop her, because every the POV, and this is
Mhm,
where the unreliable narrator might come in more.
mhm,
The POV is from Cole's POV, and we're
mhm,
only getting the one side of the story, which is how stories work most of the time.
mhm,
And we don't really know. Like, everybody is the hero in their own story. You know what I mean?
mhm,
Like, so we don't know. Is his master the actual bad guy?
mhm,
Maybe. But we are hinted at with
mhm.
her stealing their energy to the point where they die. So maybe she is the bad guy.
I don't know how you can stay in business as an entertainer if you're always sucking up the energy and killing your freaking audience. I mean,
Yeah.
bad plan.
Well, I think that if you this is ridiculous sounding, but if you do that in moderation, your audience will keep coming back and you keep getting more. You know what I mean?
Only a few people die every show. It's acceptable.
The show must go on.
Yeah, somebody will follow up on that and be like, "Wait a minute, there's a pattern here. One or two people have a heart attack every show at your show," and she's just like, "Weird."
I'm
Yeah,
just that good.
Yeah,
I'm a heart stopper.
yeah,
they're
sing them to
dying to
death.
see me.
Oh man, I think that's absolutely hilarious. It's interesting because I think of a lot of the stories that I've heard so far, this story does a really good job of tackling that kind of metaphor of fame and really translating it to how it affects others. Like there's something really powerful about that, and yeah, I think we see it with all the audience members who are in like just complete adoration of this vampire, and it's framed where they keep coming back for more, even though do we know if they recognize that it's bad for them? Like, all right, I went to one show, yeah, I was in great health. The next show, yeah, I feel like I might be losing a kidney, but I love this chick. The next show, yeah, I've lost, I'm losing my palate, but I love this chick. Nothing to do with her.
Well, there was an element of that in Anne Rice in the first book, Interview with the Vampire,
You're
where
right.
people would go to that what was it, the Cirque du Freak or something, and where then
Hmm.
they were offer themselves to the vampires because they were just obsessed with them, and
Hmm.
hopefully, I'm sure to be turned, not killed, but
Hmm.
there are people out there, especially during like Gothic Victorian era. There's crazies in every era, but I mean, there was this macabre thing that ran through the veins of that time
Hmm.
period where that was a fascination for many people.
Hmm.
Well, what I found interesting when I first read through this, I expected him to take the girl instead of the boy and then avenge the boy or whatever,
Hmm.
um, let the boy live, take the girl, because he was like, basically went on to say that like she would have been just as good, or at least, marginally as good at the very least, because she was barely old enough. I mean, barely out of childhood herself. And I thought that was an interesting direction. I would have probably, oh, well, I expected it to go in a different direction. Um, as well as we later on learn that the master drains the energy from him in the same way, but you don't have to die that way. Then I started thinking, well, maybe he could have let the boy and the girl live, you
But it was
know?
protection because their blood was too
Right.
sweet.
Otherwise, Elena would have made him one of her
Well,
audience members.
maybe, maybe.
Well, I think the master stopped after he drained Elena's energy from him, and then he got to the sweet stuff, and he's like, "Ah, puh, puh." So yeah, it could have
Uh,
been. And he said as protection, and
Mhm.
I find it real interesting that the master didn't. He wasn't mad at him. He's
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
okay.
It was like annoyance, but not. It's like there was still that complete trust, even though he was starting to question about the master,
Mhm.
which I think was interesting. Um, yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point. CJ in the chat, I guess. CJ,
yeah,
if I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry. Um, they asked to go. They didn't enjoy their life, and it's clear from the story. You could tell like the boy's a slave,
mhm.
and the girl is. I'm jumping to a conclusion here, but working as a sex worker.
She's in a
Um,
bordello. Oh
yeah.
yeah. Well, and I think
So
Kay has piggybacking on that is morally gray tone, and
yeah.
so it kind of
Yep.
all works out. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I think if I were to take a look at the story, I think the only thing I would have wanted more of was more of a fight between Elena and the assassin. I feel, but that could just be the fantasy in me. I feel like I wanted a little bit more of a showdown um, between the two of them, or was that just me?
No, divas don't go down easily. We work hard to get
Exactly.
there.
I imagine a more like a little bit more of an energy struggle,
Yeah.
but with a limited flash fiction, I was like, I don't know how many words that takes. So
And on the other, looking at it from the other side, um, he surprised her. She wasn't prepared,
good
True.
so
point.
it could have happened fast because she wasn't ready. You know?
Mhm. She was so self-centered. She didn't think
Yeah,
anyone could take her down.
I love how she's all worth it, Yay.
yeah.
Well, I absolutely love this. I did pose a question to the community. Let's see what they thought. So I asked them, if you could tap into Elena's kind of magic, drawing power from emotion, what would you risk losing first? My joy, because art demands sacrifice. My empathy, because it's easier not to feel. My sanity, because brilliance always borders madness. Or my soul, because it's worth it for greatness. Or maybe nothing, because you'd rather just stay human.
What if
Paul.
I'm already a broken, empty hull?
Which one would you guys vote on?
I definitely say nothing because I
Nothing.
like joy, empathy, sanity, and my soul. I like
Wait, you
those.
want to keep all four of those?
What's that?
You want to keep all four of
I want to
those?
keep them all. Like I would say nothing. But just for the sake of fun here, I don't know. Maybe I should bleed for my art, right? So maybe my joy. Although I
Uh,
like being happy
all right, Jill, what about you? Where would you go?
That's a toughie because I definitely want to keep my soul. Um, I want to keep my empathy because that's something that helps you create great art.
for
Mhm.
sure.
I probably would give up my joy too because there's always wine,
Mhm.
and
Like, I don't need my joy. I will fabricate my own joy in life.
I self-medicate now. It's fine.
Oh man, I absolutely love that. Let's see what all right, let's see what the community chose. And it looks like there we go. It looks like the community, wow, decided between nothing. Looks like a lot of them would rather stay human, or they wanted their empathy because it's easier, giving up their empathy because it's easier not to feel. It looks like we've got a couple votes for soul and joy. So it looks like with both of your guys' votes, joy would be the determining factor. So it looks like as the true artists, we should give up our joy because art demands sacrifice. Oh man, well I think that was an absolutely brilliant story. Elida, thank you so much for submitting that for us. What a great dark fantasy story. And it's definitely going to be really hard for me to determine which of those stories should make it to the anthology. That both of them were definitely a lot of fun. But with that, we're going to move right along into the start of our special genre mashup challenge. So let me just throw up the schedule real quick, and I'll it's like we don't need that. so that way the audience can see here. So these are our stories queued up. Now, before we get into the next round of stories, Paul, were you planning on joining us for more stories, or did you need to bounce?
I can hang for a little bit.
Perfect. Just holler. Let me know whenever you need to peace out. I was like,
Okay,
I
cool.
stream all the time, so I'm like, yeah, you know what? 6-hour live streams. I'm always ready. Um, Excellent. So this is what we have queued up. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, we had started this at the beginning, and let me first welcome you. If you're just hopping into this, this is the Freaky Friday competition, day 2, as we are reading stories by authors in the community as they were tasked with choosing a genre. Now, we're hopping into the special genre challenge part of this competition, and I'm going to need your help. So, essentially, writers were tasked with choosing one of, let me pull this up. They were tasked with writing a story that leveraged all 3 of these genre elements, which is difficult. They had to write a 1,000 to 2,000 word flash fiction story where it creates a creature, either original or a revised version of a pre-existing creature. It has to have a surprising mystery or twist, and then it has to have a dark magic system. 1,000 to 2,000 words is not that much. It's difficult. I made it increasingly difficult because I wanted to offer hard mode for our writers in the community. And let me tell you, they did not disappoint. We definitely have some great, great stories set up. We had 7 stories queued up for this genre mashup challenge. So we're going to be digging into those stories next. And once we get through all of them, you can help me decide which one should be the winner of the special genre mashup challenge. But as promised, when the writer wins the genre mashup challenge, what should they win? So after careful consideration, they're going to be winning 3 things. As the winner of the genre mashup challenge, you're going to get a free copy of the volume of this Freaky Fridays anthology. You'll be getting a 1-month membership for the YouTube channel. Membership for WriteNow. That's going to include your access to our monthly critique group. So that means you're going to get a free month to come get feedback on your writing. You're also going to get a special coaching session with me where we're going to be able to talk about your story, break down maybe where you're struggling with your story, where you're struggling with your writing process, and help you stay motivated, stay consistent. So you're going to get all 3 of those, whoever is the winner of our special genre mashup challenge. I know that's definitely a good trio. I want to say probably well over like $100 value actually. I was like, but very, very cool. So that's what I'm offering for the winner. We got 7 stories, and we're gonna see just what the writers can accomplish. Ah, man, as I got through that mouthful. Paul, JL, before we hop into the next thing, how do you guys feel about this challenge? I'd love your guys' thoughts on this.
So, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Like 1,000 to 2,000 words is really difficult.
Mhm.
For me at least, it was really tough. And I think that doing the mashup was bold for people to do. Although I went back, by the way, I wasn't here yesterday. I went back and I watched the stream, and I think that maybe mine could have fallen in that. Now that since you guys were talking about it yesterday,
I
um,
know. So for those who missed out, we actually started off yesterday's stream with Paul's story, Dead Girl, which was a creepy, one of the most poetic, like creepy ghost stories I've ever heard. It was very, very cool. When I look at the story, Paul, with the genre challenge, I feel like there was definitely a creature, there was definitely a twist, and then I think it's the dark magic system is what's kind of like debatable, right? And
yeah,
I think it's like, okay, well, what is it? It really comes down to what the writing community believes is a dark magic
right,
system.
right, and it is what it is, right? Whatever anybody believes. When I wrote it, um, never mind. Let's just move forward.
Well, I just wanted to compliment you, Paul Edgar Allan Poe Inman. That was a
Thanks.
really delightful poem. I enjoyed it quite a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, so let's get into it. So let me pull up the story sheet first. Let's see, we don't need that. All right, awesome. So here are all the stories of our genre mashup challenge. Now, before we get into it, it looks like we're going to be joined by another author in the community who's going to be able to help us with an excellent story discussion. For let me tell you, this next story is actually very creepy. So let me welcome and introduce an amazing author, an incredible friend here in the writing community, Kay Parquet. Welcome, welcome, Kay.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad to be here.
For Kay, for anyone in the community who doesn't know you, could you just do a quick intro? Who are you? What do you write?
So, I read a couple of things, but my main project is it's romance for the moment, and I am the author of the Blossom Street Shop series, which you can check out on my website, which is kparquet.com. And that is my focus at the moment. I used to write fantasy, and then I found out I wasn't very good at it. So change genres, and I feel like I have found my lane, and I've been sticking to it and doing fairly well. I've got 2 books published. I have several more in the pipeline, and I am excited to get them out there.
Excellent. Well, Kay, I'm absolutely happy to have you joining us. And let me tell you, friends, this next story, the first one of our genre mashup challenge, is very, very creepy. It's going to be read by JL, and let me tell you, this is a great story to kick off this challenge. So we're going to be joined. We'll come back after the story and chat it up and see just what we think of the first submission. All right, JL. So I'm going to kick it off here. Let me make sure I got you. Just one second. And one memento. All right, JL, and you should be good to go. You can start off with reading the blurb, and then we'll cue up the story whenever you're ready.
The Obsidian Void by Whiteseer. Beneath a crumbling seaside church, a priest performs a ritual meant to prove his faith and awakens something that remembers him all too well. The priest stood vigil over the rectangular hole to his side, a fresh coffin lying at its base. Trees swayed in the graying evening, the sunlight swallowed by darkening clouds above. The mourners had gone, one by one, faces hidden beneath veils and tears, boots crunching over the leaf-littered gravel path. Still, the priest remained, his hands clasped, his eyes lowered as if in prayer. He lifted his head when the only sounds left were the wind rolling over the cliff edge and the waves crashing below. "I must tend the flock," he muttered. Turning, he glanced toward the old church. Its weathered white paint was flecking off the wooden facade and steeple, incomplete with missing gray slate tiles. No one stood in the doorway. No one watched from the road. With the coming darkness, no one would be visiting the yard. Statuesque markers littered the cliff, a faint reminder of those who had gone. His gaze lingered for a moment beyond the door. He thought of the real coffin below, knowing full well that it was unburied and waiting. The priest smiled, a faint show of crooked teeth in his solemn mask, and turned towards the door. Inside the nave, the air was still and cold. The candles guttered with the faintest draught, throwing the long, empty pews into restless shadow. He moved behind the altar with relaxed strides, kneeling only once to press his palm to the stone in mock benediction. A pointless habit. Then he pulled the carpet back and found the trap door. The iron ring squeaked softly as he lifted it, and the earth's chilled breath exhaled into his face. Below yawned the crypt's stairwell, a throat of stone descending into darkness. He stepped down to the chamber below, but not continuing further into the depths. The chamber's stone wall surrounded an ancient worship site masked by the church above. A body waited in a coffin at the rear of the room, secreted away from the family, a worthy prize for his deception. Grunting, he hooked an old chain to the coffin's handles, and with the strength far surpassing a man of his years, he dragged it to the rough old stairs. It scraped along the flagstones in protest, then thudded against the first step. He descended slowly, hauling the coffin behind him, one step at a time. Each thud rang as a muffled drumbeat. The chains echoed an accompanying hymn. Down in the crypt, the air reeked of lime and long dried bones as he made his way through the ancient doorways and past the carved saints whose faces had been scratched out long ago. The passageways tunneled downward like veins, the walls braced with splintering wood and iron that wept rust. Dim makeshift work lights provided little illumination. Water dripped in the distance as if the sea wanted to join him. He passed through an iron gate into the cavern. Here, the air was still, as though the rock itself held its breath, waiting. The chamber's ceiling vanished into blackness. Spirals and sigils etched the walls, their grooves filled with something that gleamed faintly, though no light touched them. At the center sat an altar, a block of black stone that drank what little glow the tunnel lights provided. The stone looked older than the cavern, older than the chapel above, as though the cliff upon which the church sat had grown around it. He lit 4 torches, ensconced on the walls in rough iron hangings. The initial dance of the flames became still and obedient. On the far wall hung his other vestments. The priest shed his robes of false office, folding them neatly and placing them on a broken stool. He drew on the vestments of the Obsidian covenant, midnight cloth that stank of stale herbs and something sour. Around his throat, he fastened the collar of teeth, donned by centuries of Obsidian priests before him. Although worn from age, they dug into his neck, leaving scratches, a permanent reminder of his true faith. The shift came immediately. The cavern seemed to close in, almost listening to him. "Attend me," he murmured. His voice echoed too many times, returning from corners too distant to belong to this chamber. He returned to the coffin and opened it with the reverence of a holy man opening a reliquary. The body inside was pale as a candle. The mouth hung slightly ajar as if prepared to speak. The priest licked his lips and whispered, "Yes, child, you will speak soon." He slid the bone-handled knife from his belt with a smooth rasp. The cutting was slow and meticulous. The knife parted flesh as though the body were no more than wax, not merely the slice of blade, but the soft pop of tendon and the crack of joint. He worked proficiently, humming as he went, the rhythm of the tune matching the distant trickle of water somewhere deep in the caves. One limb at a time, he removed them, laying each reverently on a length of purple velvet. The head he left for last, turning it carefully before severing it. When he was done, he cleaned the knife and stood back. "Whole again," he whispered to himself. Though the corpse was in many pieces, the altar waited. Upon it lay his creation, the thing that had been months in the making. Its flesh was a patchwork of many bodies, its skin a quilt of different hues stitched into one another until the seams were almost beautiful. Along both sides, several arms protruded, each with an accompanying shoulder, its body a mix of vertebrae and stretched skin over sinew. Along its spine, the priest had sewn several mouths with lung tissue tucked behind. Where a face might have been was instead a mask of taut skin studded with eyes. 38 of them. This would make 40. He threaded his silver needle with black gut string and began to sew. The work consumed him. His head bowed in concentration, the needle flashing like a star as it dived and surfaced. Sweat beaded along his brow, dripping and stinging his eyes, but he did not pause. Each stitch felt guided, his hands not entirely his own. When at last the work was done, the new limbs lay tight and flush against the body. The additional eyes stared upward, wide and ready to see. He lit the brazier. The fire that rose was neither red nor orange, but a pale blue that shimmered as if the cavern was full of water. Its glow made the walls appear to swell and shrink in slow pulses, as though the rocks themselves were finally breathing. The priest held the dagger over the flame until it glowed white hot. Then he climbed up onto the altar, standing on the monstrous creation. The creature's flesh was cold beneath his bare feet. "The sacrifice," he announced. He rolled back his sleeve and set the cooling blade to his forearm. The cut was clean. The blood welled up at once, appearing as black as tar in the blue light. It ran along his wrist, dripping onto the stitched body. "Bear witness," he whispered. He began to chant. The words, old and difficult, they caught in his throat, grating over his tongue, but he spoke them through the pain. The air grew dense with each phrase. The choker of teeth around his neck tightened, drawing blood. "Ash kahet, nyog nith, derinj behandwit." He drew a deep breath. "The words of calling have been spoken," he rasped, coughing blood. Something stirred in the darkness overhead. Not sound, not even movement exactly, but a shifting pressure, as though an ocean pressed down upon the cavern from above. He splattered blood, which fell upon the sewn monstrosity, diffused into its skin, and odd lines appeared as new vessels grew beneath the surface. The priest grimaced as he felt the pull on his wound. The ancient rite demanded more. His legs felt weak. More blood flowed, running from his outstretched arm and dripping from his elbow to the flesh below. He swayed, blood loss making the world swim. "Come forth," he hissed. "Come forth and claim what is yours. Istilion, Obsidian Lord, breaker of the mortal sky, hear your servant." Brazier flames flared high, cracking and throwing shadows that bent the wrong way. The walls of the cavern expanded away into the vast nothingness beyond the ceiling, stretched upwards, revealing a newfound gulf of darkness. The priest continued a low chant. The words were easier now, more compliant. He felt the gaze then. A vast and endless attention peering through the window across space and time that he had opened. His bones thrummed against the power invading from beyond. His teeth ached. The altar stone throbbed like a heart. The thing beneath him shuddered. Its many eyes blinked all at once. "Yes," the priest croaked. He stumbled from atop the creature to the floor. Lying on his back, he watched, fading between consciousness and sleep as the chant became a slurred tune. The creature shifted to the side, its many mouths sewn along its back opened and gasped for air. Its chest heaved. A small split appeared along the seam of its sternum. Something beneath the skin pressed upwards. Ribs snapped like kindling. A damp, reeking breath bellowed from the cavity with such force. Half the torches were extinguished. "Yes," he shouted in delirium. Its limbs moved simultaneously, a flailing chorus, the arms probing until they found his legs, claw like fingernails dug into his ankles. He did not resist. Take me, he screamed over the choir of cracking bones and tearing flesh. Take me as your first. The split along the chest cavity tore open. A vertical wound of sharpened teeth spread wide. Tendrils of sinew spilled from it, flailing and groping for his legs. They wrapped around him and pulled him down in a single violent yank. Seeing his creation come to life, he stopped chanting. The beast rose, grasping the priest with its multitude of arms, slowly pulling him into its abyssal opening. It crunched down hard on his shins and cracked the bones within. The priest let out a moan of euphoric pain. As he approached the darkness with the creatures within the creature's innards, he silenced. Within the chest cavity, he saw a swirling void, framed in hardening tissue, a connection to his true master. His eyes widened, pain lessening as forbidden knowledge from the void swept into his mind and overwhelming him. My flock has been reborn, he gibbered, tears streaming from his dilated eyes, a prelude to ecstatic laughter that filled the cavern as the beast crunched down again. The world went dark as wet heat closed around him. His scream echoed as he was swallowed. The cavern shook. The flock's many eyes watched the blue fire fade, leaving only the faint glow from the runes on the wall. Otherworldly ooze drizzled from them and pooled on the cavern floor, reflecting all existence. The monstrosity stared around. Something vast retreated in the darkness above, returning to the void, awaiting another servant. The creature rose from the altar, its many eyes swiveling, glimmering in the gloom. Its clawed toenails clicked against the stone as it stepped down. The remnants of the priest's robes hung from the splintered teeth within its chest like a triumphant banner. It turned towards the passage, making its way through the caverns and passageways. It knew the path from the wisdom absorbed from its consumed father. As it thundered through the nave, the last wisps of candle smoke faded into darkness. Clawing through the floor, through the door, the flock inhaled the cool night air. Though no one else was near, the stars shifted ever so slightly, as if something on the far side of the void had pressed its face against the mortal sky to watch.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That is gothic horror at some of its best. Oh man, who doesn't love gothic cosmic horror? That is I remember the first time I read it, I was shocked, and listening to you verbalize this cultish priest bringing this entity, this thing to life, the flock. Ah, that's terrifying.
Be careful what you pray to.
That was a good performance too, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, very, very good.
I felt like I was right there with you.
I'm nothing if I'm not dramatic.
Following the priest's descent, or I guess his ascent to madness. Oh man, what? How did you guys feel about that? Am I the only one who? I think I'm a little scared here.
It was great.
I thought it was really good. Yeah.
I feel like
enjoyed it.
It was very descriptive. I love the descriptive language that was used. It was very, very good. You felt like you were right there with them. Mm-hmm. And even though you didn't want to be right there with them, you were right there with them. So
Yeah, the style was very, very well done. I think there was a lot of intentionality with the word choice, and I think it did a really good job of pulling you into the present moment of each step with the priest. Going from standing atop overlooking a graveyard where it's very serene, all the way to basically him getting eaten alive by the flock.
I love the dichotomy of the facade of holiness being used to cover this gruesome thing underneath.
Mhm,
And then the flock, I mean, of course that's what a priest calls his congregation, but
mhm,
also it almost reminds me of like a wolf in sheep's clothing
mhm,
and a flock of sheep. Almost, like I kept thinking there's so many little like thing analogies you could draw with this.
mhm,
And it just was wonderful. And I love when when someone is supposed to be someone you trust, like a priest, and then
mhm.
they turn out to be the thing that brings super bad, evil, disgusting, chaotic creature to play in your village and eat your townsfolk. And I think it's also very what's the Lovecraftian.
Lovecraftian, yep. Yep,
This
Lovecraft. And I think
vibe.
we saw what was
Definitely
that?
Lovecraftian.
Yeah, I think Kara said in the chat, where was it? Where did it go? I said that right there. All of the stories have been excellent, but this is my favorite. There's nothing like some good eldritch horror
Oh
with
yes.
cultists. Yeah, it's definitely eldritch horror.
Yep,
I
yep.
love cosmic horror because it's like that. It's like
Yeah.
that hauntingly. It's the haunting unknown of the cosmic space or the sphere, and it's always these grand dark creatures. Man, let me ask: did you guys expect what creature unfurled? What creature came to life there by the end?
Mm-mm.
No, I didn't expect. I thought it was really an interesting choice to have the priest get eaten,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Good twist
and it sort of becomes one with the creature. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I thought that was really cool.
with the void. And
Yeah,
it's sort of almost like Frankensteinian in a way as well,
Mm-hmm.
because he has been sewing this thing together, his creation, and so it has a little of that of Shelley in there as well.
Man, yeah, it's so haunting. I'm like, I asked myself if I was expecting the priest to give himself completely to the creature. I thought he was just going to create the creature as like a pet, like
If he
that.
command it for the dark thing behind the void, he'd be
yeah,
commanding it. But I did not expect that either. I'm like, oh shit, he's the first sacrifice. Woo, let's go.
yeah. That was really cool.
So the real question: where does the flock go next?
Mm, that is a good
Obviously, to
question.
Costco.
Okay.
Only
When you
because
got
when
that
they
many
first
mouths, you got to buy
open.
in bulk, right?
This
Yeah.
giant blob just like moving through the halls of Costco, grabbing people and everything it passes.
So time to go eat some virgins. Yeah, for sure.
With its like 20 mouths and its 40 eyes.
Well, I don't know if you've
All
ever
it needs to
seen.
do is go to the front of the store.
I don't know if you've ever seen like The Thing, and there's a scene where he's doing the resuscitation on a chest, and the chest opens up and like swallows the doctor's arms and then chomps down on it.
Mhm.
That's what I had in my head with this, but except for not as dorky for 80s special effects, but I mean like the eldritch creature with the tentacles and everything, it just
Mhm.
all worked in my mind, and I could bring it together visually very easily.
That was. Oof. I love that. So when man, first off, what a creepy story. That flock's gonna stay with me. Even though I've already read it, I'm like, it's still gonna stay with me. But I would love your guys' thoughts in regards to the challenge that the author undertook for it needing to pass. Let's see, I'll pull that image up again. Here we go. So in regards to the special challenge, how do you guys feel that it accomplished, or how close do you guys feel the author accomplished, including all three genre elements?
Oh, I think they got all of them. Like hit the nail on the head with all three of them.
Yeah,
I think
knocked
we
it out of the
clearly had a
park.
creature. Like the creature type
Hmm.
was clear. The twist was the priest, right, giving himself up. I mean, the whole thing had a sense of mystery as we went step by step. What would we say? Do you guys feel that we clearly understand the magic system?
Complete with magic words and
Mhm.
and sigils and the void coming in, and clearly this priest has been working on this connection for a while
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
down in the
runes.
altar room.
I think it was great. I mean, I think it hit all of the challenges in all three sections of the mashup. Thought it was good,
Mhm.
very good.
Awesome. Well,
Definitely.
we'll see if it's strong enough to compete with the other stories in the challenge. But first, I had submitted another poll to the community. Let's see what they thought. So, my question to the community, if let's see what they voted on. If you had the power to perform the priest's ritual, what would you try to bring back from the void? Forbidden knowledge, someone I lost, immortality, power, nothing. Some doors should stay shut. What do you guys think? What would you guys pick?
I don't
Uh,
know. I've seen a lot of Cthulhu and Pinhead. I'd rather say nothing.
It always gives
I
me
work
that.
out and it always ends up worse.
you
Yeah.
know, I'm in the same camp. I say nothing because some doors should stay shut. I mean, I've read enough and seen enough that I'm like, nope, nope.
Yep. No, thank you. I don't want to deal with the Dark Lord Cthulhu. No, thank
Nope, I don't
No.
need the forbidden knowledge. Everybody dies at some point, and I'm not looking to live forever. And
Exactly.
I don't need the power, I guess.
I'm sorely tempted with the forbidden knowledge. Sorely tempted. But also I know everything comes with some kind of catch.
you.
And it'd probably be a book that when I read it opens the void and brings all the other crap, with it. So I guess I should probably say nothing unless they have a nice cheesecake that they could send over. That would be cool.
That sounds like a story right there, JL. I wanted forbidden knowledge, and I sent a cheesecake to the
And I
boy.
Well, and it begs the question, how do you get rid of something like that creature that's powered literally by a void of darkness?
Oh man, sounds
I
like we
want
got
to know what
a
happened.
sequel here in the works, Whiteseer. How the flock is the new the new enemy.
And
Oh,
does he become a barista with some great cheesecake?
I feel like I think immortality is what I would be the most fascinated by. I want to live forever and tell all the stories until the end of time.
Yeah,
But
but will you have all your skin?
yeah,
They're gonna do
but
something to you.
you know what? I don't need my skin. As long as I have my mental faculties, I'll just be behind a computer, right? I can be a digital version as long as I can live forever.
We'll put some misters around you, keep you moist.
Exactly, exactly. I'm glad. Yep. And let's see what the community voted on. So it looks like we got nothing. Wow, yeah, it looks like everyone is right there with you guys. We got one power and then we got nothing. Some doors should stay shut. Sounds like you guys are not the only ones who's read some cosmic horror before. As we all know from horror stories, it always gets worse. And most of the people usually die. So definitely a good call out. Whiteseer, great story. Thank you for submitting. And we will see if it is strong enough to compete in the genre mashup challenge. All right, so let's see. Moving right along, let me pull this up. We're going to be hopping into our next story. Let's see, what do we got? So, the next one we're going to be hopping into, and once again, for those of you just hopping in, welcome to the Freaky Friday competition. We're going live right now as we are experiencing different stories that authors submitted from the community. Their challenge was to include a supernatural creature, a mystery thriller twist, and then a dark magic system. So make sure to stick around because we got some more creepy stories queued up for you. And by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the WriteNow community. 650 consecutive writing streams and counting. If you're looking for a community with writers of all genres, of all styles, if you suck at staying motivated, if you just want to finish that next book, then make sure to tap that follow or subscribe button and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right, my friends, let's do it. I'm super excited to get into the next one. Wanted to get a subscribe ad in there, and it looks like perfect. So we're actually going to be joined by another fellow author in the community who's going to be doing the reading for our next story, Sirens Awakened. So I'm so happy as I can make sure I got this correct. All right. So Ghost Girl, I was like, I knew perfectly another horror aficionado. So without further ado, let me welcome Bibiana Crawl to the stage. Oh, maybe. I think we gotta go.
It's the background. I'm sorry. The background's doing some really weird stuff. So, hey.
Well, Bibiana, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm so glad that we have a, there we go. That is better. So happy to have you joining us today. Thank you for joining for some live story readings. I'm glad that we're going to have a couple authors here. We'll be able to dive into this next story. But Bibiana, for anyone who doesn't know you, can you just do a quick intro? Who are you? What do you write?
I'm a multi-genre author, but I primarily stick with Gothic, and I'm doing a lot of Gothic right now. I write all the time, but Gothic is kind of my first love and kind of what got me into reading in the first place. I didn't realize that Edgar Allan Poe and people like him, well, if anybody's like him, which nobody really is, but he was one of the first really big sort of authors I tackled reading when I was about, I don't know, 11 or 12. Had no idea that he was the master of mystery, basically the creator of the detective novel as we see it. But anyway, I love to write. I don't really feel like people should be stuck on genre the way that they are. From a marketing aspect, yes. From a writing aspect, I think you should be creative. I think you should use your voice and you should do what makes you happy, especially if you're an indie. If you're trying to write more commercially, obviously you have to listen to your agent, you have to deal with your contract. But if you're an indie author, I think you should just do cool things. So that's it.
Well, Bibiana, I absolutely love that, and I am in full agreement with you. So I think you're definitely going to make a perfect addition to our fellow authors here in the community, and I'm really looking forward to seeing just how the reading goes for Sirens Awakened. Now, before we hop into it, Paul, I think you're going to, you have to take off now, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me come and hang out and do some reading, and the stories are great. And I'm really excited about the rest of all the rest of the stories.
Awesome. And Paul, if anybody wants to find you, where can they find out more about what you're working on?
paulinmansc.com, or you can just follow me on any social media at paulinmansc. Yeah, so I appreciate it again. Thank you so much for inviting me out. I've had a great time.
Awesome. All right. And Paul's information is linked down in the YouTube description down below. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. And hopefully we'll see you back in a future stream.
Thanks.
All right. So are you guys ready? So Bibiana, what we're going to do, I'm going to pull up the story blurb on screen. Feel free to read it aloud. And then I'll cue up the live story reading.
Awesome.
All right, and then we'll all be back for the discussion. All right, let's see what we got. No memento. Kaufman is almost ready. And perfect. All right, so there is our genre mashup stories, the 7 that were submitted for this challenge. And there we go.
You want me to start?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. Sirens Awakened by Maya Indigo Blackhorne. A sea captain and his men all learn the old tale is true. when they become marooned on an island they thought was uninhabited, only to discover the old tale is real.
All right. And I have this story all queued up for you, Bibiana. You're ready to start? Whenever you're ready.
I think I'm going to read from mine because my vision is not that great. So
That is absolutely all right. I keep the text on screen for our viewers, for those who
yeah.
want to follow along.
Those mesmerizing melodies float upon the salty air as we behold beauty in the distance. Within a blanket of midnight, blue twilight, no stars to be seen. A savage gale seizes through seething seas of aquamarine froth, coating the decrepit vessel's stern. That's how it begins and ends, with blood-curdling wails for all who dare to wander close. A tattered navy and white lighthouse, nestled on a rocky shore, cannot protect those caught in its wake as they perilously become trapped. I've heard the tale foretold, as have so many others for well over 400 years, nor believe it myself until tonight. The deep sea water cut my lips as if it were a sharp crystal with its briny, salty droplets. It left a pungent aftertaste. I shielded my face as best I could with the brim of my mariner's hat, and I brought up the collar of my slate peacoat as the sea calmed. The massive boulders on the shore came into view as the ship's bow crashed into them. I tumbled onto the deck. It sawed back and forth like an old saw blade, ripping holes in the hull. Then they appeared, 4 beautiful sirens, all perched on nearby sea stumps of the abandoned beach, each with vibrantly colored fins. One woman was in iridescent blue, while 2 others were in red and purple colors, head to fin. An ominous aura, similar to a glowing red nose, emanated as one of our men made his way up the rocks before anyone could stop him. As another shipmate became dangerously fixated, the sirens began morphing with deeper crimson glows. Each siren stretched upwards, just like a rubber band at its tightest. A creature I could only describe as 3 sirens coalescing turned into one massive, tentacled leviathan. Gargantuan appendages whipped about as they lashed out towards us. The night skies filled with malevolence. An ashy green color washed over the billowing clouds. I held on to my hat, looking for shelter from the onslaught of the incoming storm, and ran for at least a mile before coming upon a partly derelict house. I grabbed the lighter from my pocket and raced inside. Pulling the door towards me, I held the handle tight, bracing it the best I could with plywood, and collapsed onto the dusty floor. I lit the small silver lighter. My icy hands shook so hard I could barely keep it steady. Peering around in the darkness, I shivered deep to the bone. The siren's call reached me beyond. My frigid, wet hands dropped the lighter, and they shook so hard I couldn't grasp it. The air turned colder as a strange, pleasant scent wafted inside from every crack in the little room. A peculiar, gelatinous goo reached through a lit wall opening. The hand grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the wall, and I yanked myself away from a voice that was unlike the sirens. Who called out to me? It turned out to be a shipmate from another sailing vessel that vanished long ago. He had somehow broken free from the sirens and remained hidden until tonight, until he spotted my maroon boat on the shoreline. I kicked my way through the wall and out the hole into the violent storm's fury, following him close behind. We ran for a mile at least towards the other side of the island, the rain pelting us like shards of glass as the sands burst up from the ground. We rested a moment upon reaching the other side of the somewhat desolate island. Once we were both sure we were alone and the sirens weren't watching, he told me about a strange crystal on this side of the island which he thought these creatures controlled. However, he had never confirmed it, nor had they ever witnessed anyone approach the base. We take off for the base, and upon our approach, we're both guarded, looking about for the creatures. A giant red crystal, much like a garnet or even a ruby, was inside a rock shaped like a half egg. As we stepped towards it, something stirred from within the vegetation. A pair of copper, glowing, pupilless eyes, beautiful and mysteriously malevolent, peered through a developing iridescent fog that engulfed us. Then two more pairs appeared on the other side of us, while another was skulking, and the form became a panther-like female on the prowl, feline female, feline on the prowl, as it shared a formidable fanged smile. Its silver eyes shone brighter than the rosy red gem inside the pale ashen bowl. After turning my back, the gentleman vanished. Where had he gone? I heard the pulse in my wrist and neck as my heart raced. My blue eyes dilated so tightly that they could have exploded. Insane thoughts ran through my mind, causing a dizzying effect as I stumbled. My body was drenched to the bone as the storm picked up once more. I scooped up a couple of rocks in an attempt to pummel the gem, only to miss the target twice. As one of the creatures approached, I picked the biggest rock, and with every fiber of my exhausted being, I flung it with all my might. Eureka! I had succeeded. But at the cost of my right shoulder, the earth shook, nearly knocking me to the ground, and I made my way through the brush as fast as my legs could go and back to the safety of my ship. I collapsed on the deck and fell unconscious. Something woke me several hours later, and I discovered we were back at sea. My shipmates were alive, and my shoulder uninjured, as if the perilous nightmare had never happened. I inexplicitly appeared, untouched by whatever entity we might have encountered. The pristine aqua sea calmly shone like an aquamarine gem. It greeted us in gentle bounces, but my sanity was still in question as I pondered the recent events. Maybe it was something I dreamt, perhaps something I drank. Lord knows it was hard to find good, unspoiled liquor these days. The other question, for obvious reasons, I couldn't answer. How could I remember all that happened? But my crewmates could not.
Wow. Wow. So sirens are super creepy to begin with. I was like, I would not want to encounter a siren's call. And I feel like this story did a really, really good job of taking on us through a what if journey. Of if like we were a sailor and we encountered a group of sirens. Yeah, I would love to hear from you guys. How did that sirens journey affect you? If you're here in the chat, do you guys like sirens? Do we believe that it was all just an illusion? Maybe it was all just a dream. None of it was real. Maybe he was living off his addled liquor mind.
Or he had scurvy. You never know.
Well, I think isn't that what sirens do? They hypnotize you and almost give you something you want to see, and
Mm-hmm.
they bring you to like an ecstasy in a way, but while they're
Mm-hmm.
consuming you essentially, or something of that nature. Depends on the world building. I think you can kind of create your own siren however you
Yeah.
want. But no, I love the illusionary aspect.
Hmm. And it was kind of interesting. I feel like this sailor went on quite a journey from point to point. Like he even encountered like another sailor, and then he's fighting off the creatures, and he's just trying to survive. And I actually thought he wasn't going to make it. I thought he was going to become like part of the Siren song.
Maybe he did.
Hmm. Indubitably. Interesting, interesting. Yeah. So like I asked myself what how I felt about the story, and it makes me realize that I would never want to encounter sirens, personally.
You
Man,
can't
maybe
get
I'm
me on a boat in the first
a
place,
ghost
but
aficionado. What was how do you feel about it?
Well, I think sirens are real. I've spent a lot of time on the ocean, and I've lived near the ocean, so I'm always looking for sirens. Haven't seen any, but I still believe in them. But I think what happened, and the author would have to correct me on this. I think what happened is when he tried to deck the magic rock, that's like obviously like the power center of this island.
Mm-hmm.
I think it threw him into an alternate universe.
Mm, I like
I
that.
think he was like seriously messing with like super dark magic, super ancient stuff. And instead of killing him, they just put him in like sort of trip mode where he's going to spend the rest of his life trying to figure out what the heck just happened to him,
Mm,
thinking he's lost his mind, but he really hasn't lost his mind. But there's nobody else to tell him because he's in an alternate reality.
that's a good
that's
way to
actually
look at that. I like that.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. I'm like, because we don't really understand what the power of that
Right.
crystal thing is completely. Only that it somehow has affected him. And then we also had the other sailor who had been on the island who disappeared. So it kind of makes me believe that that other sailor maybe was a ghost.
Right. Like, was he a ghost or was he I mean, he could have been a hallucination, because we're going with like maybe I drank bad water, maybe I drank bad liquor. I don't,
Mm-hmm.
is there such a thing as bad liquor? I don't know.
No, no.
Nope. It's probably just a thing as a strong liquor.
Yeah.
In
And
fact,
also, there's and Penumbra brought up a good point. There is, the molds and things that grow in breads, and they would eat stale bread all the time. A lot of people in Europe in the winter would kind of get a little crazy or get really sick and die because of this
mhm.
particular. I can't remember if it was a mold or like a fungus that would grow, but it was kind of hallucinogenic. So it was probably a fungus. But yeah, so, I mean that kind of stuff happens as well.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was really really something, and I think it then becomes debatable of was the ending was was it real, was it not real, and this is actually what I posed as the question to the community. So I would love your guys' thoughts on this. Let's pull it up. So I'd asked if you were the lone sailor. Let's make sure we got that. If you were the lone sailor who remembered everything, what would you do next? Would you go back for the crystal because some truths are worth dying for? Would you warn the world? Would you join the sirens? Or would you pretend it never happened? What do you guys think?
I don't know. I think I kind of would stuff it and get safe, and then
Mm-hmm.
think about it really hard, maybe get some therapy. You
Definitely therapy.
I need a therapist for sailors.
know?
I would actually go back for the crystal.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted for that as well. I'm like, oh, that crystal,
I
but
would have to know. I would just have to know. I mean, like, I would not want to spend the rest of my life wondering if something that felt that real
mm-hmm.
was just a hallucination or a bad dream. I would really have to know.
Yeah, that would kind of eat up most people, right? Not
Yeah, it
knowing
would
if it
bother
was
me.
real or if it was fake. And then that feels like that leads to the story of the sailor searching the rest of his life for the island, the
Right.
Siren Island, that may or may not exist. In the alternate reality, he may or may not be trapped in. Oof, man. All right, let's see what our community thought. And it looks like we got Yep. Looks like the greater majority of us would pretend it never happened and pray it stays that way. I was like, who wants to go deal with some sirens, anyways? Right? Let them haunt other people. Let me ask you guys. Sirens predominantly affect men, right? Do they affect women as well, or is
No,
it just men?
They can
only
if you're
men.
I think if you're attracted don't they
Or is
play
it
in,
an
like,
attraction?
yeah, it's like a sexual nature kind of thing that they toy with, so I would imagine if you're
Gotcha. So then it's
attracted.
a women. They'll be male. They would basically be male sirens.
I don't Are
That's
there male sirens? I
because
honestly
I don't know. It's
I don't think
interesting. I'm
so.
not too familiar with siren lore mythology, so I'm actually kind of curious.
But, honestly, it would be an interesting way to look at sirens in that they
Mhm.
could tempt anybody with a vision of something they really want.
Mhm.
Like a long lost relative. Like if you're a mother and you've lost your child at sea and they can tempt you with the vision of your child and, or something like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be sexual in nature, but you could kind of,
Mhm.
your world, your rules, write what you like.
Yeah, and I mean, the some of you guys bring up some really good points. Let's see. Vomica, you're like at the end. Maybe it was the journey that was his desire. Let's see, and I see a couple of you guys hopping in. Where was it? No, yeah. So I know Whiteseer, you said no because women on ships was bad luck.
Yeah, well,
And I know that I think that's part of the myth that was ingrained in that original Siren storytelling. This is of course a great Shakespeare quote. There are more things in heaven and earth. Because Shakespeare was one of them. Well, absolutely, my friend. So I think Siren's Call, Sirens Awaken was an absolutely great story. And I have to pose the question to you guys. How do you think that it stacked up for our genre mashup challenge? Let me pull that back up. So for everyone just hopping into the stream, the writers had to include the 3 genre elements as shown. I need your guys' help. How do you guys feel that it stacked up to our genre element challenge?
I'm not so sure it had a dark magic system, unless you
Mm-hmm.
want to see an underlying dark magic system within the
Mm-hmm.
supernatural creature itself. Does that make
Mm-hmm.
sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I think you're right. I think we obviously the siren is the creature,
Mhm.
um, and we're like it's kind of like a variation of them. It's kind of like a time, maybe like a time traveling or some type of crystal based creature. The twist is that right? Is it a dream or is it real? And the magic system, it's like it feels like it's there with the crystal, but I want to know
It's just
more.
kind
I'm
of
not quite sure how it works.
it's in the undercurrent. I'm
Mhm.
not trying to be
Yeah.
punny there, but yeah, it's in the undercurrent of the
Mhm.
siren creature type.
It's not an obvious dark magic system, but I could see
Yeah.
how it can be developed.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Bibiana, what do you think? Did you feel like you had any understanding of the magic system at all?
no, I was a little bit confused about who had the power and where the power was coming from because for me the power was the siren that could turn into basically in my mind what I envisioned as like the super siren, that the
Mhm.
3 turned into the 1. But the crystal, it wasn't really clear how the crystal played into the power structure of this dark magic surrounding the island. So I I think the supernatural and the thriller horror absolutely, but the magic system for me, I didn't really understand how it worked. So if I did go back to the island, I'd still kind of be screwed.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. We're going back because we don't know enough and we want to know more.
Right,
Yeah,
right. Yeah, this
interesting.
could turn into. I mean, there's enough there that you could really do a great novella, even
Hmm.
a novel, if you really plotted this well,
Hmm.
because the magic system would be the world building part of it.
Hmm.
But I want to know more personally.
Awesome.
Agreed.
Well, thank you all for your feedback. We'll see if it is strong enough to compete with our other stories in the genre mashup challenge. So, we're going to be moving right along to our next story. Man, how's everyone feeling so far? How are you guys doing? As we are going to queue up, we've had a couple of great stories. So far, we've done the Obsidian Void and now Sirens Awakened. We're going to be hopping next into Boue Os by Vomica Dea. Ah, how are you guys feeling about our stories today so far? Jaya, I know you've been here with me since the beginning.
The mashup, I think, so far has been kind of my favorite because it's getting people to really, I got to get this element and that element, and the
Mhm,
stories seem to be moving a little faster. Like the pace
mhm.
of these is a little more, a little quicker, and but I also love all the elements of it. I love that kind of thing. But the character studies and everything before have been brilliant.
Mhm.
I'm feasting on the macabre right now. That's really nice.
I completely agree. If you guys yourselves were to compete, would you guys, which one would you guys have gone for?
Mashup all the way,
Mashup?
totally.
I probably would have gone with some kind of horror adjacent, but
You think you would
that's,
have gone horror?
yeah.
I think what's interesting is a lot of the other stories in the other genres generally did about two of the genres because there was generally a creature and a twist in most of them. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, I was like, I don't know what I was like being the fantasy nerd. I'd want to do dark fantasy, but being always wanting a challenge, I would want to do the challenge just to be challenged.
There was
That's why I like horror, because it's a challenge for me as a romance writer. It's like horror.
Yeah. Mhm.
Paula. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but yeah.
And
There
you're absolutely right. A lot of our writers who submit, I want to say over 50 writers who submit for competitions, because as you guys were all involved, we did our last competition, Faded Fantasy, back in the spring, where it was focused on fantasy and the romance genres. But 50% of the writers who submit for competitions generally are writing from out of genre. And I'm fully of the belief that if you're writing something outside of your own genre that you're not familiar with, you're actually pushing yourself to grow as a writer because you're having to learn different genre conventions while still practicing storytelling.
And it helps you
Oh,
add to
absolutely.
your comfy zone because then you
Mhm.
can take the things you've learned from this genre and bring them in to your comfy zone. And in fact, you got me thinking, Kaufman, because you'd asked me had I ever written a horror story, and I'm like, wait, I actually did. I've dug one out of my memory about a woman who fell in love with a ghost, and then at the end she kills herself so she can be with him. But it starts out with her scene of being found, and then they read her diary. And I just remember, I'm like, wow, how come I probably wrote that when I was 16 years old. I was a dark little weirdo back.
You're like back in the day, like that's where all the dark horror stuff came from.
Yeah, I got fluffier as I grew up, so now I just write love. But maybe I'll revisit that and see if I can't do something with it. That might be fun.
It's
Uh,
absolutely fun. Like, I'm writing for a horror anthology right now, and it is so much fun. And I'm just like, this is totally out of my genre, like completely. But it is so much fun. And Kaufman is right. It pushes your comfort zone so that
Yeah.
you can delve into more genres and more stuff. I can't talk right now, but anyway.
Well,
you're
I
like
think
these
also
were
kind of there's a
themes.
freedom in it. You release yourself from what you're supposed to do, and you just let yourself do this other thing for fun, and it's very liberating.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I'm so happy to be able to continue on with our storytelling with all of the things that we got queued up. Let's see. Let me adjust my screen. So we're going to hop into the next story. I think we're ready. The next story of the genre mashup challenge. But before we do, we have another fellow guest author who's going to join us, whose expertise is actually in flash fiction. You've seen her in the community, you've known her. She helped out with Faded Fantasy and might have helped out with some other cool characters in the community. Without formal ado, let me introduce Natalie Locke to the stage. And welcome, Natalie. I think you might be muted.
Still can't hear you.
Uh, uh,
Yeah.
oh, maybe like a
Find all the mute buttons. There's
technical difficulties.
Oh
Like
no,
we're
we need our
well,
gremlin
well,
tech.
well. Natalie is getting her audio fixed. Let me pull up the schedule. So for everyone who's here, I was like, let me get this.
Oh no.
We need to bring Paul back with his Ghostbuster gun.
Like, Paul, where's the Ghostbuster? We need it. Let's see. Well, we're getting that queued up. Let me pull up our schedules for everyone hanging out. These are our stories queued up for today. We're going to be hopping into our next story, Boue Os, in just a moment, as we experience a different world, as we're going to now go explore a swamp world. And definitely a different vibe, a different style than we have been exploring so far. All right, so I wanted to get that queued up. And then, let's see, for anybody just hopping in, welcome to the Freaky Friday competition. This is our third Freaky Friday competition, and we are probably, and hopefully more and more to come. So I can tell we definitely have a lot of excitement in the community, definitely a lot of enthusiasm. And it looks like Natalie's having some tech issues, so I'll give her a moment to be able to hopefully get that fixed so she can come and join us. And then we'll hop into the next story. So we'll give that just a moment. Bear with us just a moment as we are dealing with the tech gremlins that haunt Spooky Saturday. You guys know, so when we did Freaky Friday last year, we actually dealt with a lot of tech gremlins. We dealt with a lot of tech gremlins.
Damn little things. We need a good tech gremlin banishing. Unfortunately, I left all my magic cards are packed in boxes, and my skull.
No.
I could do it. No, I have like a glow in the dark skull that I always. His name's Fred. He's my buddy. He hangs out with me.
I know. It's like I feel like we need to keep like Paul on a retainer as our in-stream Ghostbuster now.
No joke. No joke.
I
Well,
wish
it
I had
wouldn't be
a
live
intro
stream
like he
if
did.
there weren't problems.
What was that?
Go ahead, Jaylee.
No. I just said it wouldn't be a live stream without problems. But sorry, Kay. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just saying I wish I had a cool intro like he did, but I looked around for a costume and I'm like, I can't find anything, so you're just gonna have to like, hi.
Yeah, but those glasses are fabulous.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm never very good with costumes. I know I am always trying to, like, get this cool costume, my Joker costume, and then add progressively to it over time. But I was like, I'm not really that good. I'm, like, not a cosplayer. I have, like, some friends who are, like, really into cosplaying, and their costumes are incredible. I'm like, wow, I'll write you a story about a costume. There we go.
If we ever do a sci-fi challenge, I'll break out my Princess Leia buns and my my dress.
Well, then I got my Vulcan ears that I can pull out, and there we go.
Perfect.
Well, it looks like, Natalie, we got you back in the stream. Were you able to get your audio?
Is the audio working?
We
Yes.
can hear you now. Welcome, my friend. So, Natalie, for anyone who doesn't know you, quick intro. Who you
Yes.
are? What do you write?
I am Natalie Leucht. I am a connoisseur of flash fiction. I normally don't look like this, but when you say dress up, I realize I could really pull off a toddler that got into their mom's makeup real easily. So, like, I mean, I went full effort with this, okay? And then I grabbed Big Bear for size. But my flash fiction writing has inspired me to co-write 2 flash fiction prompt books with my co-author / sister in writing, Chandra Arthur, and they are the 1,000-word series. There's 1,000 words to get started, and then 1,000 words to write romance. And yeah, it's got stickers. That, to me, that's the biggest selling point in the back, is that the 1,000 words are 1,000 stickers of words that you can move to help with your prompt. So no matter what level of writing you are, it's going to be a challenge.
And who, as writers, doesn't want fun stickers to play with while we pretend to write and not procrastinate at all?
Yeah, when I'm procrastinating, I realize that's when I do my deep cleaning.
That totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, Natalie, we are all ready. What I will do is I will throw up the blurb. You can read it live on screen, and then I will get the story queued up for you.
All right. I did a lot of research, and I apologize in advance for accents because I'm just trying to give some uniqueness.
Absolutely love it. So this is our genre mashup stories we have for today. And I think we're all queued up for Boue Os.
Oh, Boue Os. I was trying to figure out a French pronunciation of like Boue Os is
You
what
know, you might actually be right. I think I'm taking a guess on it. You actually could be
Well,
more
then
right.
I'm going to keep it as Boue Os because that's how I practice. By
Okay, perfect.
Vomica Dea. After passing of their grandparents, Fleur and her sick brother René move into an inherited cabin in a swamp. Within the swamp, the duo's lives become intertwined with the legend of the Boue Os. And now for the story. I love the cover.
I know. This covers
All right. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I make this big so I can read and not lean too far. Okay. Boue Os by Vomica Dea. A sudden scream broke the circle of men around a little boy and a young lady, the lady grasping the front of her dress, pushing the men away from the boy. One of the men was lifted in the air by a grotesque creature of blood, mud, and bone. The creature's skull, shaped like an alligator, chomped at the men as its chilling blue eyes glowed. Its jaw finally caught a man's head before tearing it from his body, blood spraying wildly. The swamp went silent. The young lady, Fleur, looked at the haggard boy. René, why did you push yourself? You're burning up, she whispered, looking between the creatures and the men, uncertain which was worse. I wanted, René wheezed, echoing in the silence. Crunch. The creature took another bite out of a man. The rest began to shake and pale, unable to grasp what was before them. The tearing sound filled the silence as it ripped apart the skin and guts. The body disappeared in the alligator-like jaws. One man tried to bolt, but the creature rose from the swamp water and pierced his chest with sharp claws. Help! The man reached back in despair before disappearing with the creature's mandible within the creature's mandibles. Shit, what was that? Most of the men ran in different directions, while a few stood still in shock. Fleur protectively hugged René. She was oddly calm, smiling sinisterly as the men were being eaten. Fuck this! If the boss wants the cabin, he could deal with! The man
Looks like we might have lost you. Possibly one moment. All right. And let's see. Bear with us one moment. Looks like we're experiencing technical difficulties. Let's see.
We like to build suspense in all aspects.
That was a very suspenseful moment. All right, I'll let you get back to it.
Like the screen went black, and I'm like, "What is going on?"
Get gremlins. It's the Boue Os.
Yeah. Where did y'all leave off on it? The first paragraph. Should I redo that one?
Yeah, I would say we could probably just start at the top of the page.
Okay. Fuck this! If the boss wants the cabin, he can deal with. The man gurgled as he was viciously torn to pieces by the creature's long reach. Fleur, René, come this way. The tiny, pallid girl with bright, cool blue eyes darted ahead of them. She grabbed Fleur's hand, dragging her into the run. Camille, did you hear us from your home? Fleur's dress sagged as she ran after the girl and kept René tight to her chest. René started thrashing in her arms as he wheezed. Sis, drop me. Fleur stumbled but didn't let go. If anything, she held him tighter while letting go of Camille's hand. She stopped to readjust before moving again, never taking her eyes off Camille. The screams and the tearing of flesh echoed behind her. Hurry, this way! Camille waved to them. She never rushed too far ahead in the fog. She never rushed too far ahead in the fog that hung over the swamp water. Follow those kids! They must know a safe way! A man's voice trailed behind them. More men tried to follow, but their words were cut short by screams, then silence. Fleur continued to follow Camille without looking back, muttering a prayer. Renee's hard coughing broke Fleur from her prayer. Black specks sprinkled Fleur's dress as Renee clamped both hands over his mouth, trying to mute it. Renee! Fleur looked down at him as she tripped on a root. She turned to fall on her shoulder, ripping more of her dress, while hugging him for dear life. After landing, they lay there, breathing, as she struggled to get up. His little arms hugged her from behind. It's okay. The bad men are gone. Camille's voice was like a wind chime in the breeze. Renee, the illness has spread far. Are you in pain? No. Renee strained raspfully. You're lying. Here, let me help you. Camille patted his back as her eyes glowed. Renee's pale face gained some color as his breathing eased. There, isn't that better? Camille giggled, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Camille. But where did the monsters go? Fleur swallowed, trying to relieve her parched throat. She looked back, but they were alone. She felt guilty, yet happy to see no man in sight. Remember what folks say about these swamps? Camille laughed as Renee looked confused, while she helped him stand up. Camille took off her shawl and wrapped it around Fleur. She realized Camille only came up to her thigh. The Boue Os only hunts bad people, Renee chimed in while bouncing up and down and hugging his sister's leg. Sis, my prayer was answered then, as didn't the monster save you? He smiled up at her, a few of his teeth missing, his right eye swelling up. Fleur started to tear up, shaking, as she grasped the shawl and nearly fell over, but remained upright with a nod. Correct. Camille clapped before hugging both of them. Her blue eyes shimmered as tears fell down her cheek. I'm sorry I didn't get there sooner. They would have hurt you, my friend. Renee patted Camille's head as she pouted. I couldn't even hurt them back or protect my sis. Renee sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Fleur's heart ached. She tried not to cry. It's okay. I am here now. Let me see if I can make the boo-boo go away. Camille put her hand over Renee's swollen eye. When she moved it away, he blinked in surprise. The swelling disappeared. Can't do anything about your teeth. Camille frowned before moving to Fleur, patting her leg. Fleur stopped shaking as the taste of bile in her mouth disappeared. The pain in her chest and arms also vanished. Camille, where are we? Fleur asked, shifting to her side as Camille smiled. My home, Fleur said, laughing. Her laugh, like bells, gave her a sense of eerie calm. Sorry, I didn't have time to clean. Fleur nodded towards the otherworldly tree covered in red buds like lanterns with glowing orbs inside. The roots seemed to keep the trunk out of the water, while skulls and bones of all kinds were strung up in a pattern surrounding it. This is your home? Cool! How does the tree grow? Renee rushed up to Camille before Fleur could grab him. Don't know. Never asked Mama how she does so, but one sec. Camille waved her hand as a wave of mud and blood rose from the swamp water with a fang to cut a bud. Renee and Fleur's eyes widened as she turned back to them smiling. They smiled quickly, fading away to the smile quickly faded away to a worried expression. Renee! Camille rushed to them as Renee bent over, vomiting black vial onto the ground. Fleur rubbed his back, panicking as Camille's eyes glowed. They patted his head tenderly. Yes, Renee, didn't you say you wanted to live longer so your sister wouldn't be sad? Camille smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. The bud appeared between them, riding up on the muddy blood water. Camille leaned down and whispered, It also has the illness in the past, but be warned, you will never age again if you take my cure. It didn't stop my sister, your grandmother, from spending time with me, even at the cost of others. Renee took the bud in hand as it glowed with a pulse that barely fit in his palm. Wait, you're Aunt Camille? But how? Renee asked, looking down at the bud with a sense of wonder. Yes, my sister Lucille, bless her, and her husband passed away so suddenly. Camille took a deep breath as the melancholy sigh returned. Mama saved me with the bud like this when no one else could save me. I almost died that night, but my sister wasn't so lucky. Camille looked into the distance, eyes glistening. This blessing has a price. I wish they had taken it, as maybe they wouldn't have died in the crash. Renee scrunched his face, uncertain before his eyes widened and smiled. Nana, she told me before she was gone to come here, that the Boue Os would protect us. Renee looked up at Fleur as she nodded. She told me while Sis was helping the doctor, she was sorry for leaving you, Camille. She made me promise to be your friend, but she wanted to make sure we were cared for. Renee shifted his feet. She said her grandpa never took the power because they wanted to keep the rights of the land with the others to help protect you and our home. Renee smiled. Is that why the land is in my name? Fleur squatted down next to Renee. But shouldn't it go to Mom? Non! C'est putain! Excuse me, Camille coughed as her tone and dialect shifted. Her face twisted in rage, but her eyes glowed oppressively before calming. No, she sells it in a heartbeat. Camille spits out before smiling sweetly. I fear she may have made her bed with the... There we go. Developer. At this point, if she ever enters the swamp with what she has done, she'll... Nearby, a few people appeared, young and old, as they brought baskets. The sense of baked goods and gumbo drifted into the air. As you can see, it is not just us that is part of the Boue Os. Fleur looked around, startled as the creature appeared with the others, of different skulls and different colored eyes. Don't fear. These are nothing more than puppets for us. Boue Os, our magic, uses them to defend against those wishing us, our families, and the swamp harm. Camille turned to them, her glowing blue eyes even brighter. Many glowing eyes appeared in the trees behind her as children's laughter filled the swamp. We are the Boue Os created by Mama to save us and them by consuming the blood of those who wish us harm.
The tree's limbs seemed to hug Camille and a few other children with glowing eyes. Camille moved to jump back before gently putting her hands under Renee's, looking him in the eyes. Now you need to make a choice, Renee, as I fear, if not soon, you will be dead by daylight, as the illness is in your heart now. It is your choice. I can understand you don't want to become a Boue Os, and if so, I'll keep the illness at bay as long as I can, and keep you comfortable. Camille tried to smile, though the tears, as she kept them from falling. Renee looked back at the bud, then his sister. But wouldn't that mean I have to leave my sister? He looked up at her with tears in his eyes. I don't want to leave her all alone, even if I get the strength to defend her. Fleur hugged him. It's okay. I could be like grandmother and still be here for you. She started to sob. He looked up at her and nodded. Suddenly, a branch with a large bud moved towards them. It shook once above Fleur, and she held out her hands. The bud fell into it. Camille and the other children smiled and laughed as they looked up. One of the men from before appeared, stuck to the creature. The other creatures also held men and women struggling to be free. The creatures slammed them into the tree, their cries ceasing. Fleur looked at the bud in her and Renee's hands as distant screams filled the air. Blood flew from the nearby victims, watering the trees and making the lanterns flower. The children's eyes glowed bright before the silence filled the night once more.
All right. And I feel like we just went on a crazy journey through the swamp with the Boue Os. I'm
That was
like,
the pronunciation that I got.
no, I think you're right. You're
I jumped from French to Nigerian to something else in there.
well, you definitely did a good job of getting some accents for these characters because I definitely struggle with accents. So definitely really, really good work on that part. I feel like we went on a really interesting journey with these siblings as they were experiencing what the Boue Os was in this swamp. It's interesting because the story has a very like French, all voodoo, almost undertone and background, which is really cool because I feel like I need
the
to
gumbo
experience.
made me think of New Orleans, like Creole and everything. Which, as someone who lives in Louisiana now, I could definitely feel that vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think what I liked was that the younger brother was clearly something was wrong with him, and you could tell that he had some type of sickness. And I think his character journey was clear in that it was always about, all right, are you going to join the I guess like join the swamp in a sense, join the tribe, or does he want to stay alive and or stay, I mean, dying slowly with his sister? Hmm.
I
What?
definitely like that it made you question, like, you don't know, did they take the bud or not at the end?
Mm.
Like, there's the
It
hint
kind
of
of
it.
leaves it up in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It leaves that Bud moment up in the air on what what you think he chose, and then I like that we kind of get this like it. Did they have this such a childlike journey? But the creature is very very like terrifying. It's like
Yeah,
that
it was
creature is like gruesome.
it's like a switch between the child's journey to like this most grotesque situation. Like, I almost I thought about getting like background noise and stuff or something to help convey that there's screaming and pain and tearing going on the entire time. The kids are like, "Are you all right?"
Hmm. Yeah, I was like, I thought that was really cool. I'm like, it makes me kind of want to learn more about this creature even more. And I wonder if the children like fully, but I, mean, I guess they're not afraid of the creature once they realize that it's really like there for their protection. I think there's kind of a power to that as well. That clearly, like, we don't know what the bad guys, what they're about. I mean, actually, they do. I think there's a moment where they were sent to capture them.
Yeah, they wanted the cabin. Their boss wanted the cabin,
Yeah.
and I think to take the land.
Hmm.
So
That's right. So it's really for control of the swamp. So really, it's for resources. Yeah. Yeah.
what did y'all think?
Is it like the alligators or the crocodiles are the magical minions of this sort of family or this group of, say, swamp witches kind of a thing? And that's kind of what I was gleaning, I guess. And I thought also it was interesting that there was a parallel between what happened to the generation before and what is happening now. There's death on the line. There's immortality offered. There's a magic system that is being revealed, and so I kind of find that the generational trauma aspect very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that twist to find out that Camille was actually like their great aunt. That was kind of cool.
That was kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vomica,
She was like half her size. Like she was like very. She was like sure, but clearly there's this like deep like familial like magic, right? So it's clearly not obvious, or the magic maybe somehow gives them some type of like immortality in a sense. It's like an eternal youth, and it kind of pulled me into the world of the swamp, which I thought was pretty cool.
I love Louisiana themed things. I find that whole world. It's like our gothic horror down there. You know, it's such a cool environment.
Yeah, it makes me want to learn kind of more about this magic system. I think I'm very intrigued by this. Like, sounds like it's kind of like a familial magic system that's very like gruesome to anybody who's not part of the family. I'm like,
And
not a part of the family. You're getting gruesomely killed by this crocodile-esque looking swamp creature.
Yep. It sounds like a plant-based kind of thing where like you ingest the thing that gives you power over the critters. And was I hearing right that one of them was going to turn into a denizen? Wasn't sure. Like at the end, I was trying to figure out what exactly was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it was an actual like turning into a Boue Os, but more so a like being a part of it and like one mind almost.
Yeah, I think so. So I think the Boue Os are the creatures that are an extension of the swamp. So I think what it was, the Boue Os cat kills these guys, kills these people, and then they collect those who are still alive, and then they just assimilate them into this like giant tree. I believe. So
it's up to interpretation, and it's whatever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
and cool. Vomica mentions that that this is based out of Louisiana, swamp bases, and I'm from Louisiana as well. I'm from Shreveport, Baton Rouge area, and there's a lot of folklore. There's a lot of just everything around there that you can look at that has this kind of stuff.
North of you.
I'm sorry?
I said we need to connect. I'm north of you.
Oh, well, I'm not there anymore, but that's where I'm from. That's where my family is. So. Yeah.
How Kay and Bibiana, what do you guys think of the story? Was there anything that kind of stood out to you with like the magic or the children's journey at all?
Well, for me, I actually felt like this was the end of innocence. A generational curse that basically is that moment when innocence is gone and you have to choose the crossroads of childhood to adulthood, mortality, immortality, the blood mud. For some reason, because I live in Savannah, so we have the cypress swamps, we have all of the same stuff as Louisiana, just not quite the same exactly, but a lot of the same sort of gigantic cypress swamps, huge alligators, the size of your first car, that kind of stuff. And for some reason, when the lanterns were going and then the words blood mud happened, I was like in the cypress swamp at sundown, like when you really should not be in the cypress swamp, in a little boat waiting for the critters that want to eat your face and their eyes lighting up. I don't know why, but personal experiences always come into reading. But
Mhm.
in that passage, I was like, dude, y'all need to go. Like right now, just go. Get out of there. Helicopter, call a cab, whatever. Get out. But I feel like it was inevitable though, because their family, it feels like to me, they're attached to this land. So whether they want to avoid these choices or consequences, they can't, because
Mhm.
it's part of the fateful line of their blood connected to the mud, connected to the tree. So that's what I got.
Well, I think that's absolutely a great addition. I think we can all agree that none of us want to be in that swamp if we're not part of the family.
Right on. Right on.
So the question that I posed to you guys with our genre mashup challenge, how does it stick up to holding up each of the genre elements?
No, we got the creature.
Hmm.
We got the mystery twist with the reveal of the family connection. There's some magic at play, but I didn't feel like I had a good grasp of a system of magic.
Yeah, so it's like we know there's the swamp magic, and there's like the magic of the Boue Os and the family, but I'm not quite clear on how it works. I know it's there, and I know this creature is creepy AF. Like I don't want to deal with that creature. So I think that's interesting. Did any of you guys get a clear sense of how they're kind of like swamp of how that magic works exactly?
No.
I mean, I definitely got that it was interconnected and that
Like we know
when
it's
you bring it,
familial.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's through the fruit. So a kind of a consumption slash birth, where
Mhm.
because fruit can kind of represent both.
Mhm.
But after that, I don't know if there's ever a way that you can like get out of it.
Yeah, it kind of seems like once you have it, you're like stuck with it for life, and then you're stuck in the swamp. Sounds like once you have it, kind of like what is that? A floor. Once you like get the power, you can never leave the swamp again. So it kind of seems like it's attached and it connects to the swamp itself.
There's one trick. There's one trick with this. It's this little thing, and now we're gonna do this, and that's it. And but it did. I think they did say they could control the critters, right? So at least there's
Yeah.
that. So you can at
Mhm.
least play around with those little guys. Send them off
Yeah.
to defeat your enemies.
Love it. Then you just have to invite all your enemies to the swamp. Like, I'm in a nice moonlit swamp ride.
Bayou barbecue.
Opening at a swamp near you. Well, I absolutely love that. Vomica, thank you so much for submitting that story. And we're going to see if it stacks up to the other stories in the genre mashup challenge. Now, with that out of the way, before we queue up into our next one, just a quick shout out for those of you who are just hopping into the stream. Welcome to the Freaky Friday competition, as we are reading stories that authors submitted from the community. We are well underway our genre mashup challenge, where writers had to combine all three of their genres to submit for this challenge. The challenge prize winner is going to win a copy of this Freaky Friday anthology when it goes live next month. They're going to win a free channel membership for the WriteNow community on YouTube for 1 month. They'll also get a free coaching session with myself, all valued at well over $100. So let's kick into it. We're going to hop into the next one. And for those of you who are really enjoying the stream, the first Freaky Friday anthology that from last year. If you missed out, you can pick up a copy. It's linked down in the YouTube description. You can pick it up on Amazon, super cheap. Great way to support the community. We definitely had some really creepy stories from last year, and it was a lot of fun. So definitely go pick up the anthology. It's linked down in the YouTube description down below. And with that, we're going to hop into the next story. So Natalie, I got you all queued up. we're going to push right into it so we can hopefully catch up on time, and we will see what we see. So let's do it. Same as last time, Nat. Let's see. We got...
Old Blood.
Let's see. Perfect. Here we go.
By Engi. But an elvish anthropologist is called by fate to a land built atop a sacred site of his people, and he seeks to uncover the history that led to this strange calling. Sadly for him, the best traps are the most alluring.
All right. And
I'm glad you spoke, Hoffman, because I'm like, I am not fully trusting my internet with the stuff we dealt with today.
Are we still live? Is it all real?
Yeah. Because it's in your head. Why does it mean it's less real?
Well, we're definitely about to explore that
Yep.
idea in Old Blood.
100%. Old Blood by Engi. It was always rainy when Hector came to the Udaheim estate, the vast and untouched land with the mansion in a valley where trees grew along the edges was a serene sight that always felt like home. A hum called to him ever since he set foot on the property. The building seemed to be the epicenter of his desire. Somehow, the trees planted on the pathway leading to the front door felt wrong, like the shade of the dead oak was too similar to the mansion's stone walls. Hector stirred a glass of wine. Sitting in an armchair opposite him was the head of the Udaheim family. Louis, a man with broad shoulders and gray hair, a face old and tired by the ages. 70 was an impressive age for a human, even among nobility. "I'll give it to you, Professor," Louis said, stretching. "You are a persistent visitor, but you don't come to the front door often. What changed?" "I am an elvish anthropologist, Sir Louis. Your family's estate is infamous for being built atop a sacred native elvish lands, and I came to investigate your lands," Hector said casually, after tapping the wine glass. Louis tilted his head, with a thoughtful expression, looking up. "Professor, if you're implying that I'm hiding something, you must be ready to back such a claim." "My people have a sense of community beyond mere packs. This place has a story it wants to tell, whether you want to share it or not." Hector reaffirmed, setting his glass of wine aside, untouched. Hector stood up. His dark green jacket went to his knees and buttoned nicely over his chest. His golden elven hair was cut short around the shoulders, and his face was adult but untouched by time. "This is a historical building as per legislation, under a culturally relevant land. I am free to explore the estate so long as you accompany me. Please do so." Hector walked out, his shoe muffled by the carpet. The door opened smoothly as a gun clicked behind him. He felt the steady iron press against him. Louis whispered, "You hatchlings, always so eager to boast the magic and laws. Well, before we use that, we could always rely on gunpowder." The elf lowered his head and exhaled, turning around as he slowly raised both his hands. "I informed the university when I arrived here. They will come for me." "They won't find a body," Lewis pressed the gun against Hector's back as he was forced down luxurious hallways and staircases of the mansion. The sound of their shoes clacked against the dark oak wood. They passed a painting of wars, conquest, which Hector identified as likely a very good copy of By Dawn. Lewis stopped to look at the painting when he saw it caught to Hector's attention, quickly resuming the walk before the barrel could get too far from the elf. You like le tree. Sorry, I had to look that one up. For a species that has claws for fingers, he's the only dragon I respect, Hector replied, trying to keep himself from brushing the sweat on his forehead as his lip trembled. Lewis laughed a single. They reached the stairs. The mansion had 3 floors, with the top one being Lewis's bedroom and his study, which they left. The steps creaked. Not even the best of wood could stay silent under the humid climate of the region. The torrential rain outside pounded against the roof, echoing inside the gigantic open space they were in. Such a profound connection to nature and such a passionate distaste of one of its creatures. Ironic, you and your people's beliefs. Lewis pressed, his old hand reaching for the door handle at the end of the unkept, dusty corridor. They're brutes, massive mounds of scale that know no tenacity or tenderness. Hector retaliated at Lewis as Lewis grasped his shoulder again, forcing them both down a narrow staircase sandwiched between cold stone brick walls. You say of dragons, but does a bear no tenacity or kindness, Professor? Do bears dig their prey into a grave? Or are they easier to excuse than a dragon? And that's it? Lewis questioned. Under the dim and diminishing light, Hector's eyes began to glow, just slightly enough to stand out. His vision was shrouded by darkness, so intense he could barely see the steps ahead. He moved with muscle memory at play as the smell of the stale air invaded his nostrils and lungs. Something before his consciousness echoed inside him. He mistook for fear. It wasn't dust. This wasn't the smell of the library that was kept shut during the year when the students were away. This was the smell of something chilling, damp, and ancient. He was tempted to try to feel the walls around him as they went down, but his senses protested when his fingers lightly brushed against it, feeling a thin but unbearable layer of mucus growing over the stone. A bear doesn't have reason to temper their actions. A dragon has ample thought to give to cruelty. Hector retaliated as his feet suddenly failed to descend another step. They had reached the bottom, but the corridor was still tight. Lewis didn't light a torch. They kept moving forward as the cold air made the professor almost reach for his shirt to pull it under his nose. And what should dragons do? Eat the crops and relinquish their lives? Exist as relics of an old time? Lewis scoffed. Another dry but echoing "ha" left his mouth. Hector hit a door face first. Lewis reached around to open it as they went inside another dark area. It smelled of rotting meat. The elf puked immediately, but the gun on his back forced him forward. The place was pitch black, and Hector could tell it was bigger by the echo of how his steps and coughs bounced off the walls. "You need a little light?" Lewis asked. The moment Hector felt the old man step away, he pulled his move. He stuck his hand out to the inner pocket of his jacket, pulling out a small ample filled with blood. Cracking it open with his teeth, he sucked the blood into his mouth, thinking his command. "Ignite." He spewed it where the old man was. The liquid came out as a cone of fire that lit up the artificial cavern. Hector saw, with the briefest flash, hundreds of wooden barrels used to age wine for centuries. But Lewis wasn't where he had anticipated. In fact, the man was nowhere in sight. Hector clutched his head, groaning as he felt a few extra months of his life shaved off in a second. Blood pooled at the bottom of his nostrils as he felt his skin wrinkle under his fingertips, his hair adding inches. "You seem scared, Professor." Lewis's voice deepened, shifting to a thunderous and guttural tone. A gentle, warm yellow light illuminated Hector. The elf turned around, being met with a dragon's head as big as he was. Scars riddled the face. Deep gashes of naked skin and an eye were dangerously close to falling out of the socket. The lips were pulled up and down where the trenches crossed them. The once frail old man was now a horrid beast, sickening to look at even in passing. Hector stumbled backwards, bumping into one of the barrels, causing Lewis to use a single talon to stabilize it carefully before it fell. Now, hatchling," Lewis said, tongue flickering between his teeth and out of his scarred lips. "Don't go around wasting blood." The professor stumbled between his steps, falling to the stone floor as the dragon curled around the elf. Gasping for air from both of his last spell and the overwhelming despair he was feeling, the barrels lined the walls. Some were closer to the center. Lewis didn't move, his eyes casting a constant but dim light on Hector. "Go on, hatchling. See for yourself the story this place has in store for us," Lewis said, his form opening passage so Hector could get closer to the source of the putrid smell. A pit. Hector stepped carefully, almost crawling, when he saw the ground suddenly stop and give way to a sharp drop. Bodies. The smell of rotting meat assaulted his senses, and he saw the corpses of dragons below. Maws agape and eyes yellowed by time. The wounds old and dry. He fell back, pushing away from the pit as the dragon behind him stopped the elf with a single talon. The dragon's deformed face seemed unable to express anything outside of a distant gaze that somehow felt pained beyond the physical. 3 of those corpses I put there myself. The others were inherited," Lewis stated, lowering his head as if challenging Hector to take a swing at his face. After the elves killed the first, the place was infested. The ground thirsted for more of our blood, called to our kind. Hector looked at the slitted eyes, and they say that a dragon's mere gaze can be as paralyzing as most species. He felt inclined to look deeper, his breath fogging the air with steam. One would come and kill the other. Centuries would pass, but surely the place would be inherited by bloodshed. Lewis straightened up, but Hector followed the eyes upwards. I have fought many who came here seeking to inherit the pit and its power. My power, my blood, that I drew with the sweat and tears from my kin, he snarled. A mass grave, Hector added. You don't only age the blood here, you season it with unresolved anguish. The power to rival gods. Lewis smiled wider, licking his teeth and lips in the same breath. And now it calls to you, like it called to me. An orphan raised by a mother and father with faces kinder than those of a dragon. But that doesn't change your blood, hatchling. Metamorphosa. Hector held his breath, his heart heavy as the word stormed his mind. His terror and fears were replaced by a strange clarity. The taste in his mouth was copper, a metallic feel on his tongue. He felt a subconscious pressure relieved from his shoulders, like his chest had been squeezed down his whole life and finally let go. He looked at his fingers, wishing they'd unravel. So they did. The delicate elf skin and bone shifted with no resistance or trade-off required. The stretching of skin made it translucent, as his own pale blue eyes now cast light, showing his own veins. The jagged bones, the deformed teeth, the protruding canines, and the misplaced eyes. A dragon, unmistakable, a sorry excuse of a once great beast. With a move so swift, it defied his size. Lewis lifted the talon and brought it down in a thunderous crash, halting the blow with a precision never meant for something so old and wounded. The pit grew just a bit fuller. The corpse of the half-transformed dragon fell with the others, and the blood sank into the earth.
Wow. And here I thought I wanted to be a dragon until I was proven wrong with this story. What an awesome take on a different type of dragons that were very
I
much
love that. Like the blending of the elvish, of the dragons, of the, like, oh, it's beautiful.
what how do you guys feel about those dragons? Like we got like it's like decayed elvish dragon. It's like, I don't know, like bone dragon almost. It's There's something very corrupt about it, which is fascinating.
Usually dragons, it's like dragons versus humans, and
Hmm.
to see this like dragons versus elves is it's a nice take on it.
Hmm.
And it, I felt like it was kind of, the history of it was kind of pretty well explained.
I find it interesting that usually elves charm all creatures, but this one eats elves, it seems, so it's like, oh my. So I guess you've met something that isn't falling prey to that elvish charm.
Yeah. Oh man. And I think it's interesting that we have this long drawn out mystery, right? Where we have the professor, right, who's there to kind of, it sounds like he's wanting to like learn more uncover the mystery. He knows there's problems and he knows there's wrongdoings at this estate. But then he's basically put at gunpoint very quickly and early on. So the entire thing is kind of like this descent into this like dark, cavernous pit. And then we have the dragon, and then suddenly they're both dragons. So it kind of seems like he ended up taking him down there because the Hector also had like some type of dragon transformation within him, right?
I did like that magic system of he had to intake blood, and it cost part of his life as
That
well
was cool.
to do any of this magic. And I did like the idea of think your intent type situation, and I felt that was conveyed pretty well.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that is actually a really good example of a dark magic system. Because writers ask me, like, what is the difference between a magic system and a dark magic system? Dark magic systems generally tend to focus on more themes of corruption, decay, and things that tend to be darker, gothic, more in nature, and how the consequence is generally more severe at every step along the way than normal magic. Normal magic usually cascades until it becomes more consequential. Dark magic is always consequential. And I think the idea of anytime you use the magic, you are losing years from your life is like that's very, very dark, regardless of how organized that is.
It's very reminiscent of the phrase in science of energy can neither be created nor destroyed. I like this idea of like just harnessing the energy, whether it's taking some of your own life or what have you.
I was interested in what the bodies were. I had a barking dog issue, so I may have missed a little bit of what was going on. But I was interested in like some were, what was it? Some were given.
Yeah,
to
he
him?
had 3. Lewis
Yeah.
had 3, and then the rest were inherited. So
That's like what?
to me, that was such a powerful line because it created this great number that your imagination just took hold of.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so I think that essentially Lewis would attract other characters, either humans or elves, who could transform into dragons and then basically killed them for their energy. That's why he brought Hector down there, because Hector, at the end, realized he had some type of dragon transformational ability, but by the time he realized, it was too late, because then Lewis is like, well, here's the pit.
That's why I thought he ate elves. Okay, got it. Now that all makes sense. Ding. Thank you.
This is a world where I think dragons is kind of like a shape-shifting. It's almost like a shape-shifting type ability that's not attributed to a single race. As compared to dragons is usually its own race type.
Yeah.
Which I think is fascinating. We don't actually see that very often, which is very, very cool. Usually a dragon is like a very specific race type.
Yeah. I think there are some shape-shifting into elemental dragons and like Asian mythology and things like that.
I could see that.
I love seeing that brought here and given a twist, if author knew or not, but it's still very cool. I love that.
Yeah, I'd actually be kind of interested to know. I believe the author was Engi. Engi's, whether you're here in the live stream or you're watching on the replay, where the mythology came from this. Maybe actually, I'll have to throw that in the Discord. Actually,
I think
the authors were there.
I will say, based on the metamorphosis.
I think it was metamorphose, or it's because metamorphosis.
Foes. It could have been foes, but when I typed that in, the closest I got to was a German translation where instead of Z, it's S, and it's metamorphosa or something like that.
So we think there's like German. It's like a German.
So that's why I was thinking it might have been a hint of German. But also at the beginning we get a hint because it's Sir Lewis. So he's been knighted. And so I was trying to look up British, but then it just got too hard because I was like, no, I'm trying French and I can barely hail that down. I'm not going to add British.
That's actually interesting. That's a really good point. I missed that completely, but you're right. That Sir is very intentional in the beginning before he's basically put at gunpoint. And I think I kind of like that actually, because like you have the human as the human dragon, right? Who's using a gun against an elf, and it's kind of like humans usually like.
That is the interesting part because he's like, we used to have gunpowder back in my day. I'm gonna just put a southern accent to it because it makes it better in my mind. When it's someone being that obvious, but then it turns out he was a dragon and he's actually stronger and more agile as a dragon than as an old man.
Yeah, that's interesting. Man, this might be the first story where I don't want to be a dragon.
Or have one in there.
So when we ask ourselves with the genre writing challenge, how do you feel it stacked up?
Got creature.
I think we had a very clear creature, right? It was a revised version of what we consider a dragon, which absolutely works. So I was like, that is a creepy dragon. I don't
Not
think
to
I
mention shape shifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen like a shape.
Elvish that can shapeshift. That was cool.
I love that so much. And the fact that they were both dragons, I'm like, yes, because we're all dragons on the inside.
Well, since he's there to be he was there to be absorbed, yes. So that's the thriller horror kind of twist, and he's unraveling the history of these creatures, and he's kind of the ruse is the scientist bringing him down there. And then magic system is they have to feed, right?
I think I would say the magic system is the blood magic.
The blood magic,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, technically, you could argue there's two magic systems at play. There's the dragon transformational magic, and then there's also the blood magic. But I think of the two of them, it's clear that the blood magic is.
I think it's all blood magic because they were talking about the blood seeping into the ground and calling to the
Oh, you're right.
as well as there's the transformation magic is because he ingested blood and everything. So I think the source is all blood magic.
You're right. That's probably part of the transformational aspect of it.
At least for Hector, we don't really understand Lewis's magic system. Sir Lewis, my apologies. Don't come for me.
I'd agree with that, but I think it was definitely very clear of that if you use this blood magic, you have to use some type of internal incantation, and you will lose X amount of years from your life. That's clear and very dark. Now, I think we could better understand how is it affected with the greater world, and then, of course, how does it really affect and correlate with the dragon, with that type of dragon, like you said, with Lewis's magic. But I think it was definitely very, very fascinating. I don't think I've seen a magic system in that sense before. So
real awesome. Creative. I love spins on things that create something totally new. Wonderful originality.
Yep.
And one thing I will say on the writing style is that with both stories that I ended up reading, the prose for each character is so unique that it was very easy for me to pick the voices out and give them each distinct kind of flows and stuff. And so when that can be conveyed through stories, it's you're doing something right. And bravo to both authors on that.
Absolutely. So we're going to see if Old Blood is able to stack up with our other stories of the genre mashup challenge. So Old Blood, we just went through that. We're about to hop into Wonderland next. But before we do, Natalie, are you joining us for another conversation, or do you have to bounce?
I have to bounce because I got to make dinner. I got kicked out of the office because my husband's in there, and which means other activities are on me too, because he's usually a stay-at-home parent.
Natalie, thank you for lending us your voice today. Really, really good readings, and thank you for joining. It's always a pleasure having you.
You know, I always want a chance to read something other than Bluey, so thank you.
Natalie, for anyone who wants to learn more about you, is there anything you're working on right now? Your flash fiction book, right?
I am working on a compilation of short story, or not short stories, flash fictions, so 1,000 words or less. And it is going to be a compilation of the first draft to the latest edit. And I say latest edit because
everyone's going to have an opinion of how it can be improved more. But that's the whole purpose. It's to spark that editing mindset and see what I edited. I explain why I edited it. And then also take your own churn with a red pen or whatever color you choose and edit it more.
Well, definitely looking forward to seeing that. Hopefully you get all the feedback and it's able to help out the writing community. For anyone who wants to learn more, it's linked down in the YouTube description. But Natalie, it's been a pleasure, and I'm sure we'll see you around the live streams.
Bye. Thanks.
All right, and let us welcome back to the stage the wonderful Miss Kay Parquet. Welcome back, friend.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
All good. You ready for some story readings?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Very much so.
All right. So for those of you just hopping into the stream real quick, welcome to the second annual Freaky Friday competition, where we are reading stories by authors in the community. They submitted for this multi-genre challenge: supernatural, thriller horror, and dark fantasy. We're going to see if these next stories stack up to the challenge so we can crown and decide a winner for the prize. And let me real quick, I will pull up the schedule so you guys can see. Where's that? It was somewhere. There we go. So there's our schedule. So a little behind, but we're all good. We're having fun, and I am loving these conversations. So we're going to hop next into Wonderland, and then make sure you stick around until the end. Help us determine the winner of this challenge, and I'm going to have a special announcement for the WriteNow community for the upcoming next major holiday writing event, which is the first of its kind. So we will have that, and let's do it. Okay, I will cue up the blurb. You can read the blurb live for us, and then I'll cue up the story as well.
Got it.
All right, and then let me make sure as I set this up. All right, and we are good to go. All right, there's those genre mashup stories. Next one we got is Wonderland.
Wonderland by Susan McGregor. Wonderland tells a story about a ballerina, Sarah Macklin, who falls into undead Wonderland, where she encounters Wonderland monster in order to get her prize and head home back to the forest.
All right, okay, looks like I got that all set for you, and let's see. Perfect. You're ready to start whenever you do.
Okay. Where the hell am I? I asked. Am I dead? I looked around the cave. I'm trapped in an unknown world. I'm alive, I said. Well, I may be alive today. What's it going to be like tomorrow? Or the day after that? The day after that? I have never been so lost in my life. I hated being lost. I looked around the cave. I noticed a golden map bound a few feet away from me. Oh, there's a map. It might tell me how to get out of here, I said. I headed over to pick up the golden map. Maybe it will help me know where I am. Maybe I might find gold in the cave, I said. Not only would I discover the new world, but I might find some kind of gold, so I'll be rich too. Double good luck for me. I looked up at the top left corner of the map. Oh, I'm in Wonderland. I couldn't take my eyes off the map. Wonderland? What's that? Wonderland. Dizzy, crazy Wonderland. That's it, I said. That's the perfect title to describe this strange Wonderland. I took a red marker out of the pocket and I wrote words next to Wonderland. Dizzy, crazy Wonderland. I felt that I had discovered the world, therefore I could name the world if I wanted to. It looks like the title of an album cover, but I just love the title. I love the sound of it. I'm going to be famous for discovering an unknown world below the forest, I said. Nobody in town knows this world, but I do. Me, Sabrina Warhol. This is going to be great. I discovered the world, so mysterious yet hard to turn away. I'm going to end my senior year with a bang. Everybody is going to know my name at graduation. I'm going to leave school as a legend. Picture me, a legend. I heard a growl. What's that coming from? I asked, looking at both sides. What's happening? Could it be a monster living in the cave? I never knew a Wonderland monster could live down here. Oh boy! It felt like my heart was jumping out of my throat. What if the Wonderland monster destroyed my dream of discovering this new world in the gold? Could the Wonderland monster be heading towards me? I listened to the footsteps. Am I going to have to fight a Wonderland monster to survive and get the gold of my dreams? Is the Wonderland monster afraid of me claiming his land? The Wonderland monster was about to block me and my goals. Damn Wonderland monster, damn you, I said. I hoped that the monster could hear me. I could destroy him, I gulped. Could I really destroy him or her? What if the Wonderland monster is a girl? Am I really ready to fight the Wonderland monster? I wasn't prepared to fight. I wasn't expected to fight at all. I believed I fell down in dizzy, crazy Wonderland for discovery. I managed to get away, but somehow I got lost. I groaned, where do I go? All I wanted to do was find out more about this Wonderland under the forest. Part of me was curious about this world. What if the Wonderland monster kills me before I can fight it? I wanted to know about this magical place under the forest where my friends and I went to, well, before my descent into this place. I couldn't wait to tell my friends that I discovered an unknown world. Either they'll believe me or they won't. What if I get famous for discovering an unknown place under the forest? I would be the girl who discovered undiscovered territory. How am I going to do that if the Wonderland monster is in my way? I headed to the left side of the cave. I sped up. I'm going home, guys. I am here. I couldn't wait to see my loved ones again. I survived. Then I stopped walking. There was a brown wooden table in the middle of the grass. There was a punch bowl. I ran over, pouring myself 3 cups of punch. I am so thirsty. My tongue had never been this dry in my life. I don't remember drinking anything for the last 24 hours. I'll drink anything at this point. I took the 4th cup of punch. Why is there a sour taste in my mouth? I felt the sour taste in my mouth. I took a compact out of my pocket, looking at my tongue. Why is the drink that tasted so good, too good to pass up, turning out to be questionable? I stuck out my tongue. Sour taste wasn't going away. I just hoped that my tongue didn't change color. Or I die of poison? I said, staring wearily at the cup. I couldn't take my eyes off the cup. Oh boy. I held the cup so tight that the glass broke and cut my hand. I noticed blood on the ground. Who gave me this drink again? The Wonderland monster? I asked. Is the Wonderland monster going to kill me? I'll die. The Wonderland monster will kill more people in the forest. I don't want to die. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I didn't know the drink would cause me not to breathe. I bent down for a moment, trying to catch my breath. What if I died in the middle of the dinner party? If the guests attended, would they watch me die? The Wonderland monster approached, looking at me from head to toe. What do you want? I asked, turning away from my bloody right hand. The Wonderland monster was going to watch me die. I'm going to fight the Wonderland monster. So I kicked it. The monster flipped over my right foot, causing me to fall on the ground. The monster stood over me. I took a few deep breaths. Nobody is going to knock me down. I'm not going to let the Wonderland monster win. I picked up a huge piece of glass, my right hand shaking. Just finish the monster. I stabbed the Wonderland monster in the stomach as it fell to the ground. I ran under the table and picked up the gold. The gold money read $1 million. But it was worth it in the end.
Who doesn't want to travel to the adventurous, mysterious Wonderland? And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we are following Alice this time. It looks like we're following Sabrina Warhol with her trip down into the Looking Glass. Wow. I always love that. I always love inversions, especially of classic worlds that we're kind of familiar with. And I feel like we got a lot of really, really cool references, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because the Wonderland monster, I feel like it fits for that world. Like, I want to know more about it. I don't quite know what it is, but it feels like it's that, like, dreamlike, it's like that dreamlike characteristic. It's interesting. What did you guys think the Wonderland monster was?
I was thinking the Jabberwocky came to mind.
Exactly.
Instantly, but they didn't call it the Jabberwocky, so it felt like maybe it was something new. Maybe it was some kind of crazy Cheshire cat. I don't know. I would have liked a little description on it so I could really let my brain chew on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I think even what's interesting when I look at the story cover, right? So look at that. We have this like skeleton horned like creature over here for what we think the Wonderland monster is, and we can tell it's definitely a huge point of tension in this. So I thought that was fascinating. And it's interesting that Sabrina kind of seems like she's very aware of what Wonderland is, and she's like going back and forth between it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was a little tiny bit confused at some parts because it was like, okay, I don't know how to talk. I don't know how to talk. I was a little confused in some parts. I mean, I think it's a great story. It has good bones. It could use a little polishing, but I think it's a really good story. It has very good bones. It could definitely be worked with. And the character herself was at least very,
She kind of felt like Alice.
kind of felt like what?
Like Alice. She felt like that kind of like
Yeah.
ish like character of like kind of going back and forth, kind of wants to do something, but then can't decide if they want to do it.
Yeah.
She got kind of sucked into it, as one does, and then was super excited and very happy, and everyone's going to know who I am and all this stuff. And I thought, well, this is funny. I mean, she seemed aware, like you said, kind of aware of what was going on. Hey, I found Wonderland. I've discovered the North Pole. I was like that kind of energy. And then it kind of like turned into, drinking something that she's going to make her, she doesn't know what's happening. And then I felt like it kind of jumped into finding something that said $1 million on it, like picking up the paper, sorry, I lost my vocabulary too. Dang it, Kay.
Sorry.
But yeah, so it felt like it was a really strong beginning, and then it was like, oh, let's get all of our things that we need. Let's stack it up. And I was like, oh, I wanted more minutes of more time, more moments. And I think that's, a compliment in many ways because your reader wants to know more. And that's very cool.
I think it's interesting. I think there's definitely like a few opportunities for kind of cleaning up some of the like the character motivations and the world building for sure. But I think we're clear that we're in Wonderland. I think I want to know, how does the character kind of travel back and forth? And that's kind of fascinating to me. I'm like, does she kind of like go back to and from Wonderland whenever she wants, or is she trapped here? If I recall, have either of you read through the Looking Glass?
I have not read the book, but I actually have an original print copy of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only watched the animated versions of Alice in Wonderland, so I'm not super familiar with the original, but I'm actually sure the book is probably way better, is my guess.
I probably should actually sit down and read it. I'm sure it's not a rough read or anything.
But I'm pretty sure when Alice falls into Wonderland, I think she's trapped there, and the whole journey is her trying to get out to get home, I believe, but I'm not quite sure about that one.
It's discovery. Her motivation is trying to find out, like, she's chasing the rabbit. Like, what is the rabbit? What is he trying to get to? And she's having adventures as she's going through it and finding all these interesting creatures. And but at the end, it's like, I can't remember if it is the Disney, because like I said, I haven't read it, so I don't know if she wakes up and it was all a dream, or if it was out. I honestly I don't know. Does anybody in the chat know? Tell us.
Well, I think it's really interesting, and the question that I actually posed to the community is, if you were trapped in Dizzy Crazy Wonderland, which I absolutely love. That I thought the naming for it was actually really cool. I'm like, that feels like that's right for the character, Dizzy Crazy Wonderland. So I posed this question to the chat: if you found yourself trapped in Dizzy Crazy Wonderland, where would you, or what would you chase first? And it looks like the chat chose the map because maybe Madness has directions, whether they could go the gold, the map, the monster, or the truth. What would you two go after if you landed in Wonderland?
Well, if you have a map, you might have a chance of getting out, but the gold, it's like, but the gold, but, that would be nice. However, what are you going to spend it on if you can't get out,
I would personally go after the monster, but that's because I like the way that you phrase that question, because you'd rather face the story than run from it.
Mhm.
And because I want to know more about what's going on, then I would definitely chase the monster.
That's the heroic thing to do. And then probably has the gold and the map locked away. And then, like CJ says, it was a dream, but the dream ends with her being crowned the queen.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. So all of Wonderland was actually a dream. It's actually really interesting to know. Always a debatable ending. If it was all a dream, then did it all really affect the character? Yes and no. There's been ways that it's been done effectively. But in regards to Wonderland, how do you guys think that it stacked up to our genre mashup challenge? I feel like we obviously had the Wonderland carrot. We had the Wonderland creature, right? The Wonderland monster. So clearly we had a creature. I think we kind of want a little bit more definition with it so we could kind of have a better like visualization of like, what does it look like? Like, what do I hear when it's calling? Like, what does it like? Does it have like a smell in the air? So I think definitely some more, a couple more details there.
It felt kind of backgroundy, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of felt like the main focus was Sabrina trying to escape or trying to figure out what it was that she wanted to do in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The twist. I love how she's presented with a choice now at the end, what to do next, and so that was fun. There's no clear, answer, and I missed if there was a magic system.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if there was a dark magic system. I'm like, technically Wonderland has its own magic system, but I don't think it was explored at all. So I'm not sure. And if you're in the chat and you caught a magic system, please let us know. But I'm not sure if I was kind of what the dark magic system was specifically. So
I think the whole thing, like in the original Wonderland, it was very, everything was just very unusual. Like everything is alive, everything.
Yeah,
you never know what's going to be sentient and what isn't, and the rules of logic don't apply, in many ways. And so it's just a very awkward thing. I don't know if there was actual magic in the original, but that not to say that it isn't magical to be odd.
Yeah, and I mean that's a different type of magic system. So when the magic is grandiose and the rules aren't explored, that's generally that's what's that soft magic system where it's still magic, but you just don't have to understand the rules for it. Whereas like a hard magic system is like Harry Potter. You say a word, you get the spell, right? Yeah. So similar to my guess is that what we saw in the last story in Old Blood was probably a little bit more of a harder magic system because he had to think a word to get the spell to come out. So
that's true, yeah.
But awesome. So we will see if Wonderland, how it can compete with the other stories in the genre mashup challenge. So that's going to lead us right into, as we are rounding out our last stories, we're going to be hopping into Clonic and then Caperusita. Wow. So before we hop into it, I know we got to push into the next one. How are you guys doing? How's everyone feeling in the chat? Are we on our next round of ghoul juice already or something in between? How are we feeling about the stories? And please, I'm going to need help at figuring out this genre mashup challenge because I don't even know which one to choose yet.
It's hard. They're all equally good. They all have a strong footing and some intriguing ideas and character and world building, and that's going to be a toughie for sure.
Tell you, the next two are only going to make it even harder.
Oh boy.
Sorry. Because I'll be leaving after the next one, unfortunately.
You are totally all good, my friend. With this year's Freaky Friday, I decided to try something different, do like an open invite to the guest authors. All I'm always trying out new things, right? It's like what really I just want to talk with other authors about writing. It's all self-serving.
Well, we enjoy
Don't
it
mind.
too, so
Uh,
I'll totally take the screen time anytime you're offering it up there, Kaufman.
what she said.
so absolutely love it. And then, by the way, for anyone who's just hopping into the stream, welcome. You're joining us at the Freaky Friday competition. We've had and we've read some creepy stories, some scary stories, some mysterious stories, and things in between. We're about to hop into our next story, Clonic, which is another actually really creepy story, in our genre mashup challenge. If you missed out on day one of the competition, it's actually linked down the YouTube description down below. Go check it out later. Go catch the replay because we got some great stories that were a lot of fun to listen to, and we've had some really, really great challenges. But I'm going to need your help deciding which one of the genre mashup stories should win the grand prize. A free coaching session, a free YouTube membership, and a free copy of this Freaky Friday anthology when it goes live next month. So we'll need your help in deciding that, and then I will also be having a special announcement for the WriteNow community. All right, my friends, so let's hop into it. Let's do it. Okay, let me queue up the next one. And we are definitely mixing it up with the genres into a completely different genre and style once more. All right, so we got that, and perfect. You are all good to go, my friend.
Okay. I want to preface all of this by saying I apologize if I screw up any words because there was some Nigerian and Chinese in here I had to look up. So, but all right. So, Clonic by J. Rar. I'm guessing that's how you say his last name or her last name. In a city that couldn't get worse, a weary, hard-boiled detective investigates the brutal murder of a child. Though it seems destined for the cold case bin, the vile crime will reveal a supernatural side to an already sinister metropolis. Detective Coral Jimenez caught the call 2 seconds from a well-earned whiskey at Quince. The local watering hole for off-duty investigators often included a ring begging for anyone sober enough to handle a homicide. It usually meant a case destined to turn cold, nothing except paperwork and ghosts demanding answers they'd never have. She could have sucked down the shot and said no, but didn't. Her exes swore she couldn't take a break to save her life, to which Coral often replied, I never feel like I've done enough. The call sent her to a part of town the city pretended didn't exist, the neon-soaked pit where buildings had grown twisted over time, and the poor ate each other alive just trying to escape. The air reeked of urine, cordite, and rotting meat as if the borough were a bullet-riddled corpse someone had pissed on. Flashing gumballs on police cars painted the crumbling tenement like disco for the Dance of the Dead. Inside, the detective found no joy, only the shredded remains of a little girl named Chidima Ochodu. Her Igbo family immigrated from Nigeria in search of a better life. It clearly wasn't going well. Coral ignored the rainstorm in the living room. The family had nothing except tears for now. Best to leave them soaking the couch while she explored the crime scene. The bedroom door was busted in. Beat Cop said the parents heard Chidima screaming, found it locked from the inside, and Pops kicked it in. Coral saw what they found, a corpse looking like pulled pork. Strips of the little girl, piled in the semblance of a body, lay in the center of the room. Visible bits of bone showed signs of slash marks, though most were simply broken. The windows were locked. The bed, although covered in blood spatter, was neatly made with the sheets tucked in. Hints of lemon-scented cleaner hung alongside the coppery scent of blood, not to mention fouler aromas from ripped intestines. Poor kid, the beat cop remarked from the doorway. He looked faint, so Coral distracted him by asking for details. Reading a notepad took his eyes off the hideous scene as he said, Parents work 2-3 jobs. Kid's about 13. Neighbors say she's a sweetheart. While he spoke, Coral noted things around the room, like a framed picture atop a dresser featuring the whole smiling family. Move-in day when the horizon looked better. The glass was cracked. Furthermore, blood streaks stained the dresser beneath the clean framed photo. It seemed to have fallen, then been placed back on the bureau. Sure enough, Coral found bits of broken glass on the floor. She discovered other things askew, as if a struggle had upset the whole room before someone put everything back in place. Despite blood splatter every which way, Coral calculated there wasn't nearly enough to equal the 1.5 gallons that could come from a corpse. Someone must have cleaned the scene. Opening the window, Coral stuck her head out, 6 stories straight down. Looking for any evidence of a climber, she noticed a dark print flat against the brick edifice. She took a photo with her phone. Reverse image search seemed to rule out what it appeared to be, unless an alligator crawled up the building to demolish Tidima. The beat cop called for her. The mother was ready to talk. Back in the living room, Coral found the lady standing, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked like someone literally holding it together. The father, meanwhile, stared off into space. Coral recognized that expression. Even when he became interactive again, his head would always be occupied, imagining infinite possibilities, none of which would change anything. So the detective focused on the mother, Amina. She sounded hollow when she spoke. Recollections of her daughter arrived like thorns in her throat, yet she painted a portrait, of a wonderful young woman, inconceivable to hate. She was special, Amina said, half smiling. She was always trying to help, even when there was nothing she could do. How so? Coral asked. There's a homeless person on the corner, Amina said. I told her to stop, but Tidima kept sneaking sandwiches to him, and her allowance, $2. She learned about money, earned from doing chores. She liked to clean, couldn't stand to see a mess. She told us to keep it after hearing we had trouble paying bills. The parents came home from work to find the bedroom door closed. They had assumed Tidima must have been asleep, so they went to bed themselves. That's all they knew. Coral thanked her kindly. She questioned the bum next. Some burnt-out wino named Hank Fletcher who wouldn't stop rambling. Pennies from heaven by way of hell, he declared. Pennies at a price above rubies and so below. Just ask Indwell. Indwell Clawneck delivers. The detective saw 0 leads, just gibberish desperate for any ear. Days later, sitting at her desk, she felt the case grow cold. One more file destined to feed the mountain this city loved to grow. The dead who would never know justice. Sighing, Coral glanced over the crime scene photos. Something struck her eye. The last batch featured pics after the body had been removed. Since they didn't seem to offer any new info, Coral had paid little attention to them. However, this time she noticed several chalk marks beneath Tidima in the hardwood floor. Though they essentially outlined her remains, none of the markings made sense to the detective. She decided to show them her old partner, Ralph Washington, the retired detective who had ushered her into the life. Now, he perpetually occupied a booth at Quince, where he sat like an old shoe washed up by a stormy sea, one that had walked too many miles underwater. He sipped brandy old-fashions until last call before returning at first bells, and Coral looked forward to a similar retirement. What can I do for my protege? Ralph asked, rattling ice in an empty glass. Coral signaled for a fresh round before sitting across from Ralph. She showed him the crime scene pics on her phone. He chuckled. I haven't seen that in a while, he remarked. Those are sigils. Used to run into them all the time back in the 80s during the Satanic Panic. A cult? Coral asked. Maybe, Ralph shrugged. Some freaks figured out occult implications could throw off us dumb pigs. I'm not saying folks didn't try it for real, but the supernatural requires a certain sincerity most criminals lack. They're too cynical. Coral chuckled. You make it sound like any of it's true. Ralph's face tightened. Some grim memory darkened his eyes. His drink arrived, and a little light returned. Sipping the cocktail he wrote an address on a napkin. There's a lady in Chinatown named Yuxi, he said. Tell her I sent you. He passed it over. Coral noted a phrase at the bottom. Shishi, mille dieu. Since when do you know Chinese? She smirked. Some things I hoped you'd never need to know. Passing under an ornate pie fang, Coral entered the twisting lanes of Chinatown after sundown. Red paper lanterns lined the labyrinthine streets, lighting the district like a smoldering coal. Strolling the serpentine route, Coral eventually found the address, a dimly lit shop called the Fire Horse. Entering the place, bells jangled just above the front door. Hole in the wall was an understatement. There was barely room between the entrance and the counter for 2 or 3 customers. The candlelit interior appeared empty. Meanwhile, fractured light spilled through a beaded curtain from the back room. About to call out, Coral clamped her mouth shut when a wisp of a woman appeared behind the counter. "May I help you?" she asked. Coral furrowed her brow, trying to understand where the woman came from. 1 second there had been no one, and now an elderly lady in a black jacquard suit stood there eyeing the detective suspiciously. Handing over Ralph's note, Coral introduced herself. "Are you Yuxi?" she asked. Narrowing her gaze, the lady nodded. She lit a cigarette. Coral didn't see a lighter, yet a flame appeared in Yuxi's hand. "What does Ralph need?" "Can you tell me about this?" The detective showed her the sigil pics. Yuxi frowned. "Is someone dead?" she asked. "A 13-year-old girl." Yuxi snorted disdainfully. "Let me guess," she said, shaking her head. "Another internet challenge. Kids playing with loaded guns, so to speak." "I don't know," Coral said. "What are these markings?" "How to summon a wealth demon. Western style. Bits of Asian. Probably something based on the Austin Osman spare technique." She led the detective through the process. Someone composed a sigil in relation to their desire. They then wrote it out in chalk on the floor, repeating the design over and over within a circle like a sort of mandala, until they filled the space. "You said Western style?" "Magic is regional," Yuxi replied. "Some of it is universal, but what works in one part of the world doesn't always work elsewhere." She chuckled, saying how she made piles of money get rich quick spells to fools, especially in the 80s. Oh, I didn't look up this word. Guelo gamblers were willing to pay anything to win relief from their debts to Chinatown's underground casinos. "Desperate people will believe anything," Coral said. "So I'm just here selling nonsense?" "No offense," Coral said, "but yeah." Yuxi nodded. She produced a glass ampule with some sleight of hand. Cracking it open, she poured a fine red powder into her palm, and then she blew it in Coral's face, who immediately staggered back. "What the hell?" she yelled, coughing from inhaling the choking cloud. Coral stormed out of the shop, her burning eyes watered. Returning to her car, she noticed the empty streets starting to fill. She witnessed transparent figures, ones that could be easily caused ghosts. Neon butterflies descended on some, devouring them like a swarm of piranhas. Looking away revealed grotesque inhuman figures perched on buildings like living gargoyles. Meanwhile, the sky was full of pulsating violet stars, and something indescribably haunting and hideous peeked out from behind the moon. Back at Quint's, Coral demanded answers. "Don't worry," Ralph said. It wears off." "Some kind of acid?" she suspected. "You wish. LSD ends. Once your eyes open, they can't be closed." He ordered drinks, and they sat while Coral vented her nightmare trip the best that words could allow. "The apparitions I saw," she said, bloodshot eyes staring, they didn't behave like people." "Ghosts aren't too logical," Ralph said. "They're all a little cracked. That's why they don't know they're dead, and when they do," he said, chuckling, "oh, how they scream." Something clicked for Coral. Unaware she was dead, Chidima's ghost cleaned her own room, erasing the sigil. When her death dawned on her, the little girl screamed, summoning her parents. "You think this kid offed herself by accident?" Ralph frowned. "Doing what?" "Her parents said she wanted to help because she knew they were struggling," Coral grimaced. "Chidima must have summoned a demon to bring them wealth." "Okay, but they don't work for free," Ralph said. "Not in my experience. Years ago, this group of gamblers was sacrificing folks to win big. That's how I met Yuxi. She knew the meth witch searing the fiends, Rachel Fletcher." A spark set Coral's mind on fire. "Did she have a brother?" the detective asked. "Yeah," Ralph nodded. "Hank was the ringleader. Although, let's just say that supernatural can shatter your sanity. Instead of prison, they dumped him in the wacko basket, babbling about the demon Indwell Clawneck." Supporting his protege's suspicions, Ralph rushed alongside Coral to speak with the bum by Chidima's home. They found him in a nearby dive, dressed to the nines, spending fistfuls of cash. Both knew he'd steered that poor girl to her doom to earn a devil's dollar. "What's the charge?" Coral asked. "Felony mysticism?" "Nah, now we sick Clawneck on him." Coral nodded. "Justice isn't always lawful. Sometimes it's a bloody mess."
Wow, what a creepy, it's like a beatnik, like detective noir type story. I absolutely loved the balance and blend between drama and humor from our protagonist standpoint as they're trying to navigate a very, very like gruesome, grisly, like supernatural-esque type of crime scene.
Hmm.
And this definitely felt like detective noir on crack.
Yeah, it gave me very Dresden File
Mhm.
late vibes with it. Yeah, so and I love the Dresden Files, so it's like, yeah,
Uh, who liked our detective Coral? They're a detective I would like to follow.
They were
I liked
so fun.
Ralph.
Yeah. That story was so much fun, and easy to follow one action to the other. It was very fluent,
Hmm.
and I think it had most of the elements, and I love the especially I'm always down for Chinatown. I'm down. That was great. That was so much fun. And of course the lady like blows powder in her face. I'm like, oh, here we go.
And now the Coral's third eye is open,
Oh yeah.
and
Whoops.
that which can now she cannot unsee.
Yeah. Once open, it's a one-way door.
How'd you guys feel about that a supernatural world, the world that's just beyond?
Oh
the
goodness.
the ghost situation was beautifully tragic. Um,
Hmm.
and the supernatural I think elements were strong in the hallucinogen, in the magic, in that it's like you've always lived in this world, darling. Here, now you can see it.
Hmm.
The layer was always there. I love that.
Peeling back the world like an onion
Yeah, yeah.
in layers. Yeah.
There's something ironic that, of course, the demon Clonic was the homeless instigator from the very beginning. I'm like, that seems to make a lot of sense, actually. Even though we don't like, I feel like they gave a couple clues about crazy homeless guy, but he's kind of like shoved off to the side. Like, how did you guys think about that twist? Do you guys think it was clever?
It felt very explained, but in word count, sometimes you have to.
Hmm.
But I loved the interaction of like how he just was talking crazy, in the
Hmm.
background, and that it was like something's up with that dude, But I didn't suspect it, so it did surprise me. I was pleased.
Hmm.
Oh, I loved it. I really loved reading this one, especially the Ralph is my like spirit animal. I'd love to retire like that too. So
And it's like every single character in the world just kind of felt like it felt like they were part of the world. From the other beatnik cop supporting to this family who's very, very disjointed and clearly terrified. And then we have the former boss who was like the mentor, Ralph, who's basically just living his best life in at the end of a bottle.
The bottom of the glass. It's all good. It's very shiny in there.
Yep. But like that conversation was great, and it felt very, very natural and fluid. I loved the partnership. You could tell that there was that familiarity with the two of them, and then it really made sense of like, oh yeah, of course, go to this lady over at this magic shop.
It's like a passing of the baton in a way too, because since he's on his way out, she's rising, in as a detective, I think, and it felt like he was kind of passing the baton, like, okay, I've had to put up with this for however many years. Nobody knew
Mhm.
better but me. Your turn, and it kind of had that vibe.
very much
It
so, yeah.
the total kind of feels like this could so this story does feel like a standalone adventure. Um, But I feel like I now want to go on the adventures with Detective Coral as they like see this like world of cultish supernatural horror.
Yeah, I really want to see more of that. Like
Mhm.
I love JL said, it's like peeling back the layers of the world, and I would love to learn more about this person's view on what those layers are.
Mhm.
Because in that itself, I almost feel like is a dark magic system right there.
Mm-hmm.
that is kind of in the undercurrent again as one of the other stories that we had too. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like this would be a great first episode for a series, and now we
yeah.
get to follow the new detective as she goes and discovers all the demons and the critters and like the what have you, that now that she can see them and has to navigate hiding that world while solving crimes and not telling other people about it. And then she can go back to, to her mentor and go, "All right, look,
Mhm.
what the hell?" Like it just sounds like, right, this is fun. Do more. More mysteries.
it also reminds me very much of an anime called Maruku-chan, which
Okay.
is a very good anime. That's a horror anime.
Okay.
Um, and it reminds me very much of that too. Like the protagonist can see the
Mm-hmm.
layers basically, and so you delve a lot deeper into that to see what she sees and how she navigates the world with the way it
Mm-hmm.
is. So that's why I would just love to see more of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. It definitely feels like there's a lot of opportunities and possibilities for this greater world.
Absolutely.
And it feels like a world, and I think that's something that's very hard to accomplish
Hmm.
in such a short period of time, to create a world that feels realistic and that it can be further explored with our character.
And with a good
Hmm.
solid resolution, at least for this
Mhm.
particular story, which is
Mhm.
really nice because I know a lot of us love to kind of end on the twist. Dun, dun, dun. And
Mhm.
this one was like, here's the twist, that's finale, end scene. And it felt very complete.
Hmm.
Mhm. It's a very unique way to let the audience or let the viewer's imagination complete the story itself. Because it's like, we don't need to know that Klonek is going to go do this, this, and this, because they've already set up this world, this spooky world, that, okay, really the resolution is Klonek's just going to go deal with it. Because the alternative is it just never gets solved.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I like
Yeah.
that. So when we look at it and we balance it against our other genre mashup stories, how do you guys feel it? How do you guys feel it's holding up for our genre mashup challenge so far?
I think it met all three.
Mhm.
Mm,
It definitely meets all three. It hits every single point.
yeah, I would feel like there's definitely a number of creatures in this world, but I mean, clearly Klonek is the. And what's interesting is we get so little details about Klonek, yet Klonek still feels like the overarching presence of the entire story.
Yeah. The creature is there, even if it's a homeless dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we got to see like actual demon Klonek, but
Mm-hmm.
we got to feel his influence everywhere, and he, like you said, he kind of permeated everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Do,
of course,
do,
sorry, go ahead.
I said, do we feel like we have a good idea of what Klonek is from what's presented to us as the creature?
Not creature wise, just we just know that he's demonic.
The
Hmm.
essence
Yeah.
of what Klonek is.
We haven't seen him yet, but we definitely
Mm-hmm.
can feel him and what he
Mm-hmm.
does. And especially if he's, some kind of boss. I mean, there's something, but he's also very playful because
Mm-hmm.
wasn't the girl like giving him money and food and
Yeah, right. So it's like I feel like we understand kind of his personality. If he's the one who basically tricked the girl with the money to get the girl, and then she died as a result of his actions,
yeah. Well, she believes
as a homeless man who really seems like he's like a boss demon. So.
well, he built trust with her, and then when he
Hmm.
said he had a resolution to her problems, she trusted him back. So she
Hmm.
felt like she had a friendship when actually he was just looking for a victim.
Hmm.
That's devious.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then I feel like there was definitely there was actually a couple mysteries or twists. I feel like we definitely had a couple of them. But I mean, I think the biggest one was probably the Klonek reveal, that the homeless man was Klonek.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
We had the magic system for sure, and I mean, the mystery obviously was the who done it, and then the
Hmm.
twist was also met. So I mean, I felt it was a very well thought out thing.
Hmm.
I have a halo. What
Yeah.
is happening here? I have a reflection going on. Sorry about that. I'll have to go do something with my shades here in a minute.
Awesome. Well, I think J. Roar, thank you so much for submitting. I think that was absolutely another incredible story submission, and we're going to see if it's able to stack up with our other genre mashup stories. Wow. But we still have one more story ready. One more story to be able to explore. All right, so we're going to be hopping into our last story of the genre mashup challenge. But before we do, I think Kay, you said you had to take off, right?
Yeah, it's family time. So
Totally understandable. I appreciate you hanging out with us for some conversations, some discussions. Thank you for lending your voice. Those are some absolutely great, great readings.
well, thank you, and
Well
thank you
done.
for having me. I appreciate it very much. I enjoyed it.
For
I enjoyed listening.
anybody who doesn't know UK, is there anything that you're working on right now, or you want people to be aware of?
Yeah, so I am working on a super secret anthology that I cannot really tell too much about other than it's horror. And that is something I'm going to be working on for November, which I am very excited about because, like I said, it's pushing my boundaries as a romance writer by writing horror. I am part of a couple of other anthologies that you can find on my website, as well as I will be publishing in January once more. So I've got a lot going on. Just hit me up, talk to me, whatever you want to do, and I'm here to chit chat about writing.
All right. Well, Kay, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, all your info is linked down in the YouTube description for anyone who wants to learn more. But thanks again for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you in a future live stream.
Definitely. Thank you so much. You guys have a good one.
All right, JL. Whew, man, we've been on a journey today. Can you
Woo!
believe it? And I'm telling you, this next story, crazy. This
I'm
next
excited.
story is crazy.
I'm
So
getting my
we're
second wind. Let's do it.
all right, let's see. And then we're going to have to figure out who the winner is of our genre mashup challenge.
Whoa.
So let's do it. We're going to hop into our next one, but we couldn't do it without another fellow guest author in the community. I am so grateful to have her around. She's been able to help us with our events and is an incredible author and a friend. Please let me welcome to the stage Miss Dana Bell. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
It's always awesome having you join us. Really, really cool. And like I know you've been around the community for a second, but for anybody who doesn't know who you are, do you want to just do a little quick intro, who you are, what you were write?
Okay, I write science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And then I write paranormal romance under a pen name. I have 2 cats who are thankfully asleep right now. And that's pretty much what I do. I'm also an editor. And I am an award-winning poet. So I'm kind of like jack of all trades in the writing community.
Absolutely love that. And I'm always so appreciative when you're able to help us with some readings and helping our ever growing community of writers. Awesome. So I have the stories all queued up. We are at the very end of our Freaky Friday competition, and you're going to have to help us out with deciding who the winner of our genre mashup challenge might be. So if you're here in the chat, make sure to stay tuned. We're going to decide the winner, and then I'm going to have a special announcement for the WriteNow community. All right, Dana, I will throw the blurb up on the screen. Feel free to be able to read it aloud, and then I will cue the story up next.
Okay, I've actually got it on a side in another window here, so I'm going to go ahead and read from there because it's easier for me to see.
Oh, yeah, perfect. I agree with that. And then, let's see, I have this, and perfect. All right, here we go.
Oh, this is Caperusita by Nil. There is a place where the line in the sand is not proverbial. You can find it in the desert, marked by a wall that stretches for miles. This border looks innocent on the map, but in the real world, who can cross isn't fair. Here a divide exists between people, culture, and even monsters. In the north, Bloody Mary answers if called on 3 times. And in the south, Elena weeps to lure children to the river. In between, the compass spins in all directions, and a dark creature named the Umbrella calls home. For this place is the boundary. It is wise to follow rules when visiting, or it will be the last thing you break. Come along as we watch a figure wandering along this very wall. There isn't a soul to be seen for miles. They are lost or perdido, depending on which side they are trying to get to. In fact, that is what we call them, los perdidos. This is a critical moment to chance upon. Los perdidos suddenly started waving their arms. A call for help, perhaps? Let us watch and find out. Listen, over there, just now, a faint gallop. A rider is heading toward Los Perdidos at this exact moment. The stage is set. A new tale begins between north, south, hope, fear, love, and death. On the boundary. Bonk! Collapsing to the ground, cool, damp sand refreshed Los Perdidos' palms from an earlier rain. The sun gave way to night, but the dry skin still thirsted. There was no point running from the horsemen. Cramped muscles were useless, their forehead drenched, stickier than sweat alone, but too tired to care. The rough stone of the wall pressed into their spine, unyielding as the border itself. Squinting into the darkness, a shape emerged in the moonlight. Cool, still air carried a hum on the breeze. A rider. Los Perdidos sighed, shaking their head. They wished for border patrol. At least prison would mean living. Only a coyote would be out at midnight. A distant rhythm of hooves thumped against the ground, shaking loose his thoughts. Where had he gone wrong? He traced the trail of wet footprints, but couldn't tell where he missed the crossing. The pounding grew louder, closer. Behind the dark eyelids, Los Perdidos thought of home, the city where their daughter said her first words, the street where their son took his first steps, the house number where their beloved waited with a kiss. Clop, clop, clop! Spit sprayed Los Perdidos from the flaring nostrils of the reined horse. Towering above them, an angled sombrero blocked a rider's face. Several tassels shimmered like silk as he hummed. Down came the rain. The sun proved the rider wasn't headless. Los Perdidos held silent in fear. The rider dismounted and pressed Los Perdidos against the wall. So, amigo, ¿y dónde de? The voice muffled by the sombrero. North or south, my friend? Friend? Unlikely. They kept silent. The rider stepped closer and extended a black-gloved hand. Los Perdidos' back scraped deeper into the stone. Want a ride? Los Perdidos' gaze locked on the gesture, refusing to give in to the temptation. A prayer slipped past his lips that the rider would leave. A gravelly laugh burst out. You worried about me? You ain't from around here. Spit landed next to Los Perdidos' shoe. Worry about the umbrellas if you want to live. Someone ought to teach you the rules of the boundary. The rider extended a handkerchief without looking up. Use this to clean your face. I'm going to tell you the tale of Maria Roja. It could save your life, and I won't repeat it. The story begins now. There was a girl named Maria Roja, though everyone called her Caperusita, meaning little hood. It stuck because she was never seen without her hoodie. The red one, so big she could grow into it for years. The folds of fabric hid her as long as she stayed small. Sadly, the desert isn't Neverland. Her father taught her English, her mother Spanish. Together they taught her arguing, Wasn't that nice? Sad little Maria often covered her ears and prayed her hands would turn into pillows. She checked them often. They never were. A small blessing came when her parents changed the channel. A brief moment of silence before the next anchor rambled on with the fresh topics to fight about. From presidents to tariffs, it didn't matter which three-letter station was on. They all spelled L-I-E. On a good night, the battlefield moved to the local dive bar. On a bad night, the war raged, and they didn't come home. The desert beckoned her to run away, but deadly things lurked in the sand, so she stayed hidden, tucked deep in the folds of her red fortress. They could have been worse parents, if you believe that. They still managed to remind Maria the desert rules when they left her alone. Don't touch the stove. Don't answer the door for strangers, and whatever you do, don't kill spiders. Crash! Shh! A fist slammed the wall above Los Perritos' head, raining grit and dust into his lashes. Their heart pounded. The reader's action punctuated the last and most important local law. Los Perritos' blinking eyes needed the kerchief again. The cloth was covered in threads and stickiness. They folded it over to the fresh side and wiped. Please, rasped La Perrito, his throat parched. They fumbled and pulled out a ring, impossible to part with, but better than never getting home. I have no money. If I give you this, if you take me to my beloved. I don't need your money. The writer pushed the ring away. I'm not here for that. You have much more to learn. What was I saying? Oh, right. Leave the spiders alone, or summon an umbrella. No one knows what they look like because anyone who's seen one is dead. But they have many names. Southerners call the creature a reaper, a segador argenido. In the north, they whisper the older title, Las Ucha Muertas. It's been known for generations that the desert is more porous than it seems, like stone and even skin. When the sun goes down, the hard, cracked dirt still bakes. Creatures seek relief where they can, and many find their way inside. Snakes and scorpions can be swept away. Spiderwebs are always left alone. Maria dreamed of somewhere cold, a place where bugs stayed hidden. In the desert, letting a spider live wasn't mercy. It was survival. Adults control the instinct to crush them under a steady boot, a skill every child must learn. Until then, they scream for help. One day, a spider appeared in Maria's pink dollhouse. The toys were never touched again. The moment was marked by tears and a familiar phrase, remember, legs of 8, don't irritate. The advice didn't change just because it was a harmless daddy longlegs. Better to treat all spiders the same when a mistake could be fatal. So the contaminated dollhouse was carried outside, left to bleach in the sun, maybe to serve as a decoy. Umbrellas rarely take the bait. The thing Maria feared the most was being alone at night. The night it happened, she wasn't ready for the lessons to become real. Children aren't told what happens when a spider is killed until they are older. Many things came to Maria's mind, but they all spelled D-I-E. Rip! Los Perritos' sleeve tore as the writer helped them up to hear the end. Easy. They tried to pull free, but the grip was too tight. When released, Los Perritos stumbled back, kicking up dirt. They coughed into the handkerchief. Linen seemed to glow, an impossible trick of the moon. Maria was like Los Perritos' own children, in need of their family. They hoped to see their daughter's first bike ride or their son count to 10. What happens to Caperusita? Tell me, she'll be okay. The writer's expression didn't change. She had an advantage, he whispered. She knew the rules. I'll tell you what happened to Little Hood. Tired Maria Roja performed the nightly ritual, as faithful as a prayer, and checked every nook for cobwebs before bed. Unfortunately, border spiders can smell arachnophobia. Spiders on the boundary are linked to a spirit creature that appears only if the spider is killed. That unholy entity is the umbrella. Their kind was born from the black widow spiders of the north and the brown fiddles of the south. The offspring of those two ancient pests brewed a poison unlike any other. Maria tucked herself into bed, believing that if she closed her eyes until morning, her parents would return and everything would be okay. But the moment they shut, she felt something tapping gently against her face. "Don't open your eyes," she told herself over and over. She prayed to both the god and the dios for help. The sensation was unmistakable. The tickling legs of a spider. It moved between lips, nose, and ear to provoke an attack. She tried to stay still, but panic took hold. Brave Maria lasted longer than most. No one could blame her when she dared to peek. A pale white spider, pulsing with silver light, dangled above her. It was the red eyes that broke her silence. They say fear feeds them. It grew larger when she screamed, so large it began weaving silk across her bed. Maria screamed only once. Most importantly, she never struck the spider, resisting every muscle fiber to hold back. Her heart pounded with every pass of the silk tightened. She struggled to breathe, but never gave in. When dawn came, her parents found her cocooned in silver threads, barely alive, the only one to ever survive. This is a legend of Caperusita. Sniff, sniff. Lasperito cried at the story. He dabbed tears with a handkerchief now larger than before. The dark magic of the spiderweb mixed with the fibers increased its size and brightness. "Why are you telling me this? Who are you?" The writer tilted his head back for the first time. Face bone pale with red umbrella eyes. "I'm sorry, amigo. You didn't know the rules. Just before I arrived, you ran into a bright, sticky spider's web. You flailed your arms to get it off and killed its maker." The umbrella flashed his fangs. "Tell me, what beast weaves anything finer than silk? None. And silk doesn't come from nothing. Even the bee steals pollen to make its honey. But I require something stronger. A soul." Lasperita dropped the ring, and their screams echoed across the desert. The man in black hummed again and washed the spider out. "Nay." We see the umbrella right off into the night, now radiating a silver glow. On the boundary, you won't hear the word vampire. In the north, vampires turn to bats. Here, they are spiders. In the south, they drink blood. Here, they paralyze. The additional bites are just for pain. The umbrella's power glows in the dark system. One soul makes a year's worth of silk. 10, and the umbrella becomes bioluminescent. Now you know why webs are left alone in the desert. It's not to catch flies, as you've been told. A web can be sticky, or a gentle hammock. A wall can be a fence, or a place to sit. The real danger is how it's used. Tomorrow, the news will report a body covered in 100 punctures. They call it a stabbing and blame the cartel or whatever is convenient. But what kind of stab wounds always come in pairs? The mark of the umbrella. As for Lasperito, in the end, it didn't matter which way they were going, if they were going to follow the rules. Watch your step like wise little hood. Hold your screams like brave Caperusita. The gravesite will have no name, just 3 letters, R.I.P.
All right. Wow. What a great Western creepy Western ghost story, which I absolutely loved. I feel like it was so cool getting this narration. We get this narrator, the writer, who's really the Umbrella, and then our lost Perito. It definitely had this like grandiose vibe while still giving us the sense of a kind of a creepy, like one of those like don't like you get what you asked for type of ghost stories, the story within the story. Like I was definitely enthralled by it, and I was like, well, I already don't like spiders. This makes me like spiders even less.
Vampire spiders, like soul-sucking vampire spiders. Ah.
I know. Oh god. I was like, I already don't want to deal with spider. Now we got like vampire spider over here. I'm like, great. Even worse.
I'm already glad they don't have wings, and now this one can suck souls. Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for the nightmare fuel.
And I think what I really liked about the Umbrella is it feels like it's so ingrained in the world. The world of the story. The Umbrella feels like it's like another myth of like, is it real? You ask yourself throughout the story, and then yeah, of course, there's the Umbrella. Did you guys expect that the writer was the creature?
There was something up with that dude on the horse. It was reminiscent of like Ghost Rider, where it's like dude shows up on a motorcycle, but then he's like flaming skull guy, and it kind of I'm like something's up with this writer, and he's not just telling this as a cautionary tale. He actually invited him to ride with him, and I'm like, oh, come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Yeah, I hate spiders, and so that was a really creepy tale, and I'm like, well, okay.
Oh man, Dana, what did you think of it? How'd you feel the story, the world was overall?
It was very cohesive too. I'm sorry, were you addressing me? Forgive me. Didn't mean to stomp on. Dana, go ahead.
I actually really enjoyed the whole story, and I'm like, too bad I don't have an open horror anthology.
Wow,
That was like my immediate reaction to it. I don't. It's going to be 2 years before I do another one. So
and that's such a compliment because I know you do. You get hundreds of horror or hundreds of anthology submissions for your anthologies you do for the community. So that's actually really cool to hear. And I think like this story feels very well put together. I feel like I felt like I was engrossed in the world. Everything felt very believable. I knew where I was at. I was afraid of the Umbrella. And regardless of whether I was north, south, or somewhere along the border, it's not a world where I want to be in.
Oh yeah, Old Southwest always hits my heart. I just love that. Probably because partially I live in Colorado, and it's around, it's here everywhere, and it's so beautiful. It's such a rich world because you've got Mexican mythos, you've got Native American mythos, and then of course, there's legends and ghost stories and all kinds of great things. And so this just hit me where I live. I really love it.
yeah, I'm also in Colorado, and I actually have an entire book of ghost stories.
Of local ghost stories?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
And
my gosh.
I found it by accident, and I have this whole thing of ghost stories. So I found out what Tommyknockers actually really are, and
Yes, the old miners. Yeah.
yeah, and I actually got to visit one of the graves up in the mountains.
Nice. Very cool. There are some great legends around here.
And I
Oh,
think that's what was done well, right? The Umbrella, it feels like a folktale.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like, and it's crafted in such a way where it feels like it could be one of those folktales alongside like La Arena. I was like, make sure I can say that right. Or these other myths where they're like, no, it's these creatures that aren't real. But are they?
yeah.
Oh, La Llorona, they're like a vengeful ghost, like grandmotherly ghost kind of
Yeah,
thing.
or like Bloody Mary, other ones, Wakapa, Loch Ness. It's these like creatures that are folktale in nature, and then ask, are they actually real or not?
Yeah.
Or part of urban legend like the Black-Eyed Children.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Jersey Devil, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I felt like this fit in very well with that type of folktale mythology. I would like expect to see it alongside these other stories. It even references them in the beginning, and I think it does a good job of setting up the tone and making us feel like we're there.
Yeah, and that you are in danger. I
Mm-hmm.
think if any, like you had brought up the unreliable narrator in another story. I feel like this is maybe another little case for that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because technically we're starting with the narrator from a top-down perspective, where the narrator is kind of telling us about the overarching story. So, like, okay, do we feel like the narrator is neutral or unreliable? Our characters are very unreliable. And you know what? It almost kind of gave me that with the way the narrator is from a top-down perspective. It did definitely give me that Twilight Zone type of vibe.
Oh, for
Mhm.
sure.
Where it's like I'm getting like a story within a story, and I don't know if the story's real, but I think that's like the ambiance of it.
Well, the story, the story within the story, who,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like you said, who knows if that's real, but the actual the framework of like the bookends of it, he's
Mm-hmm.
like, by the way, you walked into a web. So like that, it's like this is real, and I'm going to tell you why you need to believe me right now. Here's this other anecdote.
Wow, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that twist coming at the end? That Lost Burrito was basically had fallen into the trap.
Mm-hmm. Just like a spider,
Mm-hmm.
like anything else that flies into the spider's web.
Mm-hmm. And there were some really good references. There was some great foreshadowing, a couple of good red herrings where there are references to spider elements in the Lost Burrito writer narrative part of the story. It's like the overall narration set us up for the world and suggesting there's these creatures. And then the writer and Lost Burrito, there was some foreshadowing, but then they want us to forget by focusing on the what's that, Maria?
Yeah, the story of
Yes,
Maria Rowe.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
which I actually knew how to pronounce.
Yeah, you definitely you did a good job though with the reading. It was
Great.
definitely really good. I enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
I had also posed to the community, and I'm curious what you two think. If the Umbrale were to offer you a deal, 1 year of protection anywhere in the desert in exchange for something precious, what do you give? Your reflection, because you'll never need to see it again, your voice, your memories, or your shadow?
Shadow.
Shadow.
You would give up the shadow over the reflection.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look at myself, darling. One does not pull this off with a friggin' mirror, so without a mirror.
All right, let's see what our community voted on. It looks like we actually got. Let's see, we can see that. Looks like the reflection. Well, we got a shadow as well. Looks like we got a couple who are like, yeah, I don't need to care too much about my appearance. I'll let the my gut and the world decide.
I'll bet those are all dudes. You don't have to worry about putting makeup on or anything. You're like, comb, done.
Oh man, that's funny. So as we now line up our final story submission for the genre mashup challenge, how do we think it lines up? And Dana, so when we look at this, the challenge was essentially the writers had to write a story that used all three genre elements. They had to create a creature, it had to have a mystery or twist, and it had to have a dark magic system. How do we feel it lined up for this challenge?
I'll be honest with you and tell you I'm not really familiar with dark fantasy, but definitely for the supernatural.
So to clarify, because we've gotten that question before, dark. So if we think of a magic system is obviously anything that's like magical. Dark magic system is a system that focuses on that uses themes like corruption, decay. Usually, the consequence of a dark magic system is severe. A consequence of a normal magic system usually grows over time. A consequence of a dark magic system is always a severe consequence. Blood magic, necromancy,
Okay.
those are generally dark magic systems.
Yeah, actually, I'm familiar with that. I just didn't know what the genre was because I don't write
Yep.
in it.
Yep.
So I would definitely say supernatural and the thriller horror part of it.
Hmm. I mean, clearly the umbrella was quite a creature. And the
Yeah.
fact that the umbrella, of course, he was the umbrella. I think that might have been one of my favorite twists. I really liked that twist a lot.
I mean, the only consequence in it was if you bother a spider's web or destroy a spider, you forfeit your life.
Hmm.
So that would be the only way it would kind of like go all that part of the way of that dark fantasy,
Hmm.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I ask myself, what is the dark magic system of it? When I think about that,
It feeds the silk.
you're right.
Yeah, one
You're right.
soul can do for so long, and then but more souls feeds for a year or what I think. I'm trying to remember that. I don't want to misquote it, but yeah. So I think it was the taking the soul, and the silk is spun from that power.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost like the magic system is a little bit more. It's
Subtle.
What was that?
Subtle, I think is the word you're
Yeah, it's
looking
subtle. That's the right word. The magic system in this world is very, very subtle, but it's basically the umbrella's power, right? You, like you had shared, right? You hurt a spider, the umbrella, or it seems like if you damage, so if you hurt some type of spider, there's a silk is involved, and then you're basically wrapped up in silk, and then you're absorbed, kind of like a vampire. It's like a vampire spider in a sense.
He's like multiple stab wounds is what he says. That spider's going to be sticking you everywhere, just sucking all the soul out of every little piece of you. No.
But what's interesting is even though Maria, the ghost story, Maria Roja, she never actually ended up hurting the spider, so she just got encased in a cocoon, right?
Yeah, she got encased in the cocoon, but it was teasing her, trying to get her.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So technically she's alive. She's just trapped in a cocoon for all
Yeah.
time.
Ah.
I think more of the story, don't go anywhere near spiders in this Western world. So this was a cool story. I definitely really appreciated it. And it's finally time to see which of our stories lined up here. Let's see, there's that. Where did our genre mashup challenge? So it's definitely that time where we are going to see which of the stories lined up for the genre mashup challenge. Wow. So we've been on quite a journey here today. JL, you and I have been here since the beginning, so you've been able to experience all of the stories alongside me.
What
And
a pleasure.
now the three of us get to celebrate who I think the winner is going to be. Dana, did you listen to any of the earlier stories?
Unfortunately, I had errands to run today.
No worries at all. So what we're going to do, so basically here's the way that it works out. I challenge the writing community with this writing challenge, essentially to write a story that used all three genre elements. I've been using your discussions in the chat, our discussions with the co-hosts, and now I want to get your feedback on which of the stories was your favorite. All right, and it looks like, let's see, so it looks like I lost the polling feature on the platform I was using, so we're going to go with YouTube's polling feature. So I'm going to queue it up on YouTube. Let me pull here, and then I will read through all the blurbs while we are casting our votes.
I feel like I need a pen. I'm like,
hop over. I will read through all the blurbs one more time to remind all of us of the 7 different story submissions. But we want to keep in mind, and I'll throw this up, we want to keep in mind that the genre mashup challenge is not based on how well the story is written. It's not based on the overall quality of the story. It's based on how well it leverages the 3 genre elements. Now, of course, well-written story helps add to the flair and the developmental aspect of it. So, since YouTube only lets me do 4, I think of our 7, let's narrow it down to our top 4. So when I look at the top 7, I think I can clearly tell that there were a couple that just didn't quite hit the mark. When I think about the 3 that I'm probably going to have to let go, I would say that I will probably be dropping Siren's Awakened, Wonderland, and Boue Os from the winning, simply because they were either lacking one of the 3 genre elements, or it just wasn't as strong as these other stories, where the genre elements were all 3 were just much stronger. So let me cue this up here. What stories did used all 3 genre elements the best? All right, and let's see. So we had our first one of the Obsidian Void. We had that would leave us with Old Blood. And let's see, let me give 2 more. That will go with Clawneck and Caperusita. Okay, so I'm going to start the YouTube poll, but you can take a few minutes. We'll do a couple minutes. I'll go through all the blurbs, and let's see. So if you need to refresh yourself, like, hey, what stories did we read? I will pull up the blurbs online, and the polling, the voting starts now. All right, so I just started that polling. It just opened up on the YouTube stream. So if you're not on YouTube, hop over to YouTube, cast a vote. I'm going to throw up the blurbs on screen as we're reminded what were the 7 stories that are competing in the Genre Mashup Challenge, as we've narrowed it down to the top 4. All right, so let's go. All right, so we've narrowed it down to the top 4, starting with The Obsidian Void by Whiteseer. Beneath a crumbling seaside church, a priest performs a ritual meant to prove his faith and awaken something that remembers him all too well. This was a creepy story where the priest used this cult-like ritual to release the flock, a monstrosity, into the world. And then the second one, Old Blood. An elvish anthropologist is called by fate to a land built atop a sacred site of his people, and he seeks to uncover the history that led to this strange calling. Sadly for him, the best traps are the most unreliable. This was the story of our elven character, Hector, as he was caught in a trap by the human dragon, Lewis. And unfortunately, as he was brought to the depths of this land, he learned that he was also a dragon. There was some cool magic. There was absolutely some incredible blood magic with this story. And he learned that he was a dragon too late, as Lewis had already been killing and collecting other half-dragons of his kind. And then we go into Clawneck, by J. Rohr. In a city that couldn't get worse, a weary, hard-boiled detective investigates the brutal murder of a child. Though it seems destined for the cold case spin, the vile crime will reveal a supernatural side to an already sinister metropolis. Where our detective goes through this strange detective noir journey as they experience and unfold this ghastly crime with this child who's really been led astray by a demon, Clawneck, who's really masquerading as a nearby homeless man, to really have her go down the wrong path, and then she kills herself and creates carnage. The comedy and the drama in this world are so insane. The magic system of Clawneck, the supernatural entity, and this supernatural world that's just beyond our sight is very, very apparent. And then we rounded it out with Caperusita. On the endless desert border where legends walk and the compass spins wild, a lost traveler meets a writer who offers a story and a choice that will decide which side of the boundary they belong to. Where we had our Umbrella, as you well know, who was disguised as the writer, and unfortunately did not help our lost Perito, who was lost among the border and just trying to find his daughter, as he was entranced by a scary little ghost story of Maria Roja. And unfortunately, he was caught in a trap for killing a spider. And that did not work out well for him. So this one as well, we had some good magic, some fun stuff in it. Now, these are the 4 stories. I'll bring you guys back up. JL, since you've kind of been with me through this, how do we feel about these 4?
Well, they're all very good. They're all well written.
And that's the thing. I think all of the stories were well written, but then like I asked myself, I'm like, okay, the one that I choose, the one that's like feels like it should win, I feel like has to be based on how well it uses all 3 of the
ones. Yeah,
Mhm.
I actually have my like favorites, and like I kind of ordered them, I guess. Am I allowed to say? I don't know if I'm allowed to say. Like which ones, how I would order them in like first place, second place, third place, fourth place, kind of a thing.
Let's hear it, because I'd love your opinions and your thought process on this, because I'm evenly mixed between the 4. I think I'm kind of leaning towards 2 of them, but I'm trying to think, because I'm trying to rationally think which stories have the strongest elements for all 3 of these, right? I
Yeah.
feel like all 4 of them have strong elements, but which of the 3 of them effectively give us the most information while telling us what we need to know about these 3 systems?
I think the one that I had the hardest time finding the magic system for was Old Blood.
Okay.
But I think the ones, well, the top 3 for me that hit every single mark, and I could easily parse the information, and not only that, I could follow the story to completion, and all the beats and the things that you asked to be included. For me, I Obsidian Void, followed by Claw Neck, and then Caperusita. I think those 3 really nailed each element and made something concise and had a conclusion that left you going, ha ha. They all had a twist. They all had the magic system. They all had the creature. There was a thrill to it. They all kind of tugged at your heartstrings somewhere. And I really enjoyed the utilization of the world building with the creature and magic system. So they came together, and I found that the thoroughness with which they were written was well done.
Interesting. So I am, yeah. I mean, yeah. Oof. This is a hard one, and
Yeah.
it looks like I'm looking at the community YouTube voting right now, and it looks like I definitely see some votes coming in. I see. All right, and it looks like we have votes cast. Absolutely. So it looks like through here, we have a lot of votes cast for, it looks like Old Blood is trailing in the lead, with Obsidian Void shortly behind. Interesting. It looks like we don't have as many for Clawneck or Caperusita, just based on community voting. That's actually really interesting. So I'm going to
It
end the
also
poll.
depends when people came in too, like to listen to the stories.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And then, of course, like we always have to accept, right? Some people listen to half the story. Some people hopped in and out.
Yeah.
I just wanted to help use this as an indication of which of the stories were you guys thought leveraged all 3 genre elements.
Yeah, there's a vote in the chat over here. I'm not sure if that translated over, but yeah, no, I think it's I think the world building in all of these was so strong. It is really difficult to choose. But
So
based
I
on
think this
what you're
lets me.
saying,
I think this helps me narrow it down to a top two because even on the YouTube community, right? So we have Old Blood and then the Obsidian Void are the two community favorites. I think with Caperusita, the magic system, it's there, but it's very subtextual. Right? I don't
yeah,
really get to learn as much about what it is as do some of the other stories.
yeah.
Same with Klondike, right? The magic system is there with the demonic world and the supernatural, but it's still not as clear with the other stories.
It's more of
I
a
think
supernatural layering than actual magic.
so. I think if I was to narrow it down to the top two, I think it feels right based on this selection. Let me see here as I have my layers. So I think narrowing it down between Obsidian Void and the Old Blood feels like a good call based on these genre elements. Now, I ask myself here between these two stories, I'm like, which one is the strongest? So, and this is a hard one. I think I'm evenly divided on these two. Let's see.
I almost would like to. It's like I want to read them each again, just to
Mhm.
really pay attention a second time and go, okay,
Mhm.
how obvious is the creature? How obvious is the magic system? And how obvious is our twist? I think that was the third one. I forget what the third one
Mhm.
was. Sorry. Creature, mystery,
I mean, I ask myself, it's like with each of those stories. So, like, let's look at Obsidian Void for a second, and I ask myself, like, okay, what are each of the elements? The creature is clearly the host or the flock. That's a very clear creature,
yeah.
very clearly described. The mystery or the twist is that he sacrifices himself.
The priest is the first
That
sacrifice. Yeah.
that is the twist. Did we see that twist coming? You might have been able to. It was a good twist. You might have been able to see it coming. It was definitely a good twist, and it did fit the story well.
I
The
felt like
dark
the blood was. I saw that he was gonna be part of it, but I didn't think he was gonna go all in. That surprised me.
mm-hmm. And then that asked myself about, and then the dark magic system, right? So he clearly uses words. So it's basically a verbal magic system combined with sacrifice. So
Yeah.
words combined with sacrifice create the monstrosity, which clearly there's been a lot of victims.
And there's a mention of the void presence that he's been summoning as
Mhm.
well.
Yep. And then when I think about Old Blood, I ask myself, what are the three genre elements? Clearly, the creature is an inverted dragon. It's an inverted, decayed, corrupted dragon.
Super creepy dragon. It was great.
And the community knows me well. They're like, we're just going to put a dragon in it. And then the twist is that he is basically pulls Hector in to sacrifice Hector so he can grow. I mean, kind of the twist is that he basically sacrifices other human or elf dragons to gain their power.
He's kind of a cannibal, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
In a way, it's like he absorbs the ones that are like him.
Yes. I mean, and then I asked myself with a twist, Hector showed up to the estate of his own free will. If Hector never showed up to the estate, what would Lewis have done? And that's kind of question mark, right? So like Hector showed up because he was upset. It then makes me ask like, okay, maybe Lewis assumed somebody would always show up because like he's probably doing shisty things. And I was like, okay. So I think the twist does work. When I think about the dark magic system, that's a creepy dark magic system for sure. You use blood. When you use blood, you have to cast an internal thought, and then when you do it, you lose years from your life.
Oh, so manifestation gone wrong, or kind of with the price.
Yeah, and always is the price is you lose years.
Yeah.
I actually think that system is clever. You know what's interesting is I think all of them, I think both stories, the creature type is the same strength for me. I think the twist is a little I think the mystery twist is a little stronger with Obsidian Void, and then the dark magic system is a little stronger with Old Blood. When I think about it as a diehard fantasy fan, I think that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, with the Old Blood, the guy's already kind of a victim, isn't he, when he shows up, because he already doesn't know what's going on. So the twist is a little stronger with a priest who knows exactly what he's doing and then does it anyway. And you didn't the reader is completely in the dark. But and then as far as the magic system, I'm still in the dark about. Don't quite grasp the. But in fairness, I did have a dog barking emergency, so I may have missed some key sentences. So that whole the high, I would call it a higher magic because it's mental. You don't have to say magic words or read from a text or use sigils or anything. It's just it is the inner power that commands.
All right. I think so. After listening to everyone's thoughts, our discussions the past 5 hours, and listening to everything in general, I've made up my mind. I have absolutely made up my mind. But first, while we're waiting on suspense, this is a quick shout out. You should definitely subscribe to the WriteNow community because we do cool things like this all the time. Definitely you should subscribe. We're always doing live events, and we are always doing things to help you writers grow with the community. Whether it's just finishing your book, putting your stuff out there, or just growing as a writer and helping with other writers in the author community. And I mean, both of you guys, Dana, JL, you guys have both been along for the journey this past year. Dana, you started with us last year before last when we first started. You're from the beginning, which I loved. You guys have both kind of seen this community growing. How do you guys feel like WriteNow community kind of feels with where we're at?
Everyone's so encouraging and supportive, and I feel like now that you've got more people around, nothing has changed in that. There's just more people who are supportive and help, and it's a really warm space. It's a pleasant Discord, because that I go visit the Discord. It's a very pleasant Discord to be a part of, and then every time you do a stream, it's like, ah, my people. It's just wonderful, and there's just more of them now, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, and I've been popping in and out because of other commitments. So, but I've actually enjoyed watching the community grow. And I'm sitting here going, there's so much talent in here that it's like, I wish I had something open for people to submit to at the moment. I just finished doing an anthology. So.
Oh, wow. It's a lot of work, Yeah, I've done one as well. It's a lot of work. But well, two now, I guess, including Kaufman's. But yeah, it's tough, man. And I've been super busy with working on getting our house packed up to move, and it's been crazy. But I always pop into WriteNow. I may not say anything, but I am there reading.
And this is the thing. I don't always I live stream every day. I don't always expect writers to join me every day. I know the type of community I want to create is to know that I'm always doing a thing, and writers know whether they want to join us every once in a while for writers group, or whether they want to come join us for one of our quarterly or seasonal writing events, that we are always going to be working, because being a writer isn't an idea, it's a mindset. And part of the mindset is figuring out how to be consistent with your lifestyle, whether you work a 9-to-5 job, whether you're a student, whether you work 80 hours, or whether you're retired or you don't work, or whatever it is, right? It's figuring out consistency that works for your lifestyle.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just like me, I'm a sporadic writer.
Mm-hmm. And I think I think we go in and out of seasons of life. And I think that's part of the challenge, or the fun of it. But without further ado, so we have our 2 announcements. So I'm going to announce our next major thing coming up with the WriteNow community, and then I will announce the winner of the Freaky Friday, second annual Freaky Friday, our writing challenge. So with our upcoming writing event, I want to do this shout out for the WriteNowathon. I was like, let's see. I was like, I could probably screen share here. This would probably be better. There we go. So I wanted to do a shout out for the WriteNow-a-thon. This is our next major holiday writing event. This is the first writing festival of its kind. Now, for those of you who don't know, we've done 2 WriteNow-a-thons last year. We did one during the summer and one during the winter. But this year, we're going bigger. I wanted to create a writing festival. I wanted to create an event that celebrates writing. So what we're doing this time, it's going to be a nonstop 24 to 48 hour live stream where we can have writing guests, games, events, live music, and much, much more to celebrate the thing that we all love to do, which is writing. Whether you're a fantasy writer, romance, whether you write screenplays, whether you write graphic novels, or something in between. Writing is power. And it is our way to be able to share what comes in here with the world out there. There is no writing festival like this out there. So we're going to be celebrating it. It's going to be the end of December, date TBD, most likely the last weekend, but we'll have to figure out the schedule and the timing. But I wanted to announce this to the WriteNow community. We are going to be planning a nonstop live stream that will be incredible. We'll have a team and we will see just what is possible to really help us grow as writers. So yes, Calvin, it will absolutely be done on a weekend. It will absolutely be done on a weekend, most likely during one of the breaks to be able to let as many people join in as the fun as possible. There's going to be so much things that I want to plan for it. More details to come in November, but that's what we got queued up for the WriteNow community as our next major holiday writing event. Make sure to stick around and I will be announcing more details in the weeks to come. All right. And now the moment everyone's waiting for, the winner of the Story Mashup Challenge. Both of you, thank you for your input and your advice. I should throw up the covers. In a perfect world, I think I had the covers planned and prepped here.
What do we say? Kaufman is always prepared.
Okay, so I'm going to do it here. And
I'm good in blocking.
All right, bear with me just a second as I get the cool covers on screen. Granted, this is one thing I can't actually prepare for since we just made the determination. All right, and I think I am good. All right, and I know everyone is super excited about this. Let me get this set up, and that is not what I want. All right, bear with me while I get set up our the winner for the writing challenge. Okay, so
On the fly, live TV.
Okay, whew. All right, I got it up on the screen for the winner of the genre mashup writing challenge. I guess I'll throw up the drum roll.
You're killing me. Go.
The winner is I have officially decided to accept 2 winners for the genre mashup challenge.
Oh shit.
Nobody thought that was coming. And I think the belief is that each of those stories, I think, are equal in their capability that they contributed to the genre mashup challenge. I think they both have strengths that the other doesn't. And I'll be honest, up until this moment, this part of the competition, I only thought that there would be one story that would be a clear winner. But in my eyes, based on the discussions from the past 5 hours, based on everything that the chat shared, based on your voting chat, based on your comments the past 5 hours, based on my understanding and my 25 years of experience as a writer, this feels right. This feels right. I think Both of these authors, Engi and Whiteseer, are incredible authors, and I'm going to be offering up both of you that prize, which is going to be a free copy of this Freaky Friday anthology, which will be launching next month. It will be a free month for the YouTube channel membership for November. And then it will be a free coaching session where I'm going to help you with your writing journey. So let's help you figure out what's the next thing you're working on so we can help you stay consistent. The channel membership will also give you access to the WriteNow critique group. So you can come join us, share your work, and get even more feedback. I'll be sending out the email with more details, but that's what I got.
That's so sweet. It's as you were phrasing that, I understand the decision, and I feel like they were both such strong stories, and I feel that the way that you carried this out and recognizing the strengths of each was so nice. But also judging writing is hard because it is such an emotional thing. Writing and story conveyance. And where does
a lot of writers submit because a lot of writers submit their stories with hopes and emotions tied into it because it's like we're being vulnerable by sharing ourselves. I mean, Danny, you probably see that all the time with the anthologies, like the hundreds of people who submit for your anthologies.
Oh yeah. And everyone's going to have a different favorite because it's how do we personally relate? And you're never going to relate to every single person. You're never going to hit all those little sweet spots for every person, but the ones that you do, you trust me, every story we heard today is somebody's favorite. And that's important.
Yeah. And as an editor, for one of the anthologies that I have edited, it's already in print, I only had one author hit every single box.
Wow.
What I was looking for. That doesn't mean I didn't choose other stories. Of course I did. But I only had one hit all my boxes.
Interesting. Perception is such an interesting thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, the fact that 7 authors tried to attempt this challenge, which is difficult. I don't know if I'd be able to pull off the challenge well, in all honesty. The fact that 7 of you tried a difficult challenge, this was a very difficult challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Simply because of the word count.
Well, and make it scary, and make it interesting, and make it emotional, and make it, it's just like, it just piles up, plus the 3 main things. And it is a big ask.
So I'm very honored to have received such great submissions. And I think when I try to make decisions, and same with the critique stream and anything that I do, I always try to remove my own emotions as much as possible because my goal is to celebrate the craft of writing itself. Sometimes that writing is subjective. Sometimes writing can be very subjective. But I think getting as many different types of feedback as possible is the best way. So, and then I saw Megan asked a great question. Megan asked, Nell and CJ, I saw both of you guys dropped some super chats. Thank you for the donations. I really, really appreciate it. It goes a long way. All the funds I get through YouTube, I just put back into the subscriptions that go into doing the live streams, creating the videos, doing the photos, advertising so we can actually get the word out. It really means it makes a difference, my friends. Thank you so much. Thanks for the event. Good job to all the hosts. You make it fun for writers every year. Courtney Kaufman, you deserve everything for all you do for us. Finish Scarecrow and let us bless you because you bless us daily. Oh, that's really sweet.
Oh, your sound is doing funny things, Kaufman. There, you're back.
I'm going to start crying.
No.
And I mean, speaking of Scarecrow, for anyone who's been joining me along the journey, next Saturday is going to be the official book cover reveal for The Last Scarecrow. So that will be Saturday's stream. The cover's amazing. The artist that I hired did an incredible job and brought my vision to life. I will be also launching the Last Scarecrow website as well. So I'll be launching the website and the book cover along with hopefully I might have some more dates for you. I have to figure that part out strategically. But that'll be next Saturday's stream. And it'll be crazy.
Are you not launching something else this weekend?
What was that?
Are you launching something else this weekend, or is that another announcement for another day?
Oh my goodness, you're right. Oh, yeah, I like have so
Not that
much.
I wasn't totally
Lots of
absorbed in it all week with you.
the second. So for those of you who joined us, this Freaky Friday is the third writing competition that we have launched in this community. Freaky Friday was last year. If you want to pick up last year's anthology, it's linked down in the YouTube description. Our second volume, Faded Fantasy, which was our fantasy and romance stories, the anthology is ready. Helped in part with formatting from our wonderful JL here. Thank you for that. I could not have done that. Thank you so much for your help. The anthology will be ready to go live within the next day or two once we get the final approval from Amazon. The ebook is what we'll be launching right now, and the paperback will be coming to you in just a few weeks. Date TBD. Kaufman has to finalize a few things, but the paperback with some special editions will be up in a few weeks. So
We're pantsing. I think we've been like pantsing. A lot of this is pantsing. We kind of go with the flow on the live streams and like when we're gonna do stuff. It's pantsing, baby. This is how this works. Roll with it.
This is actually like how almost every panel goes that I'm at a convention too.
Ooh.
how so?
Let's put it this way. I ran 3 at Worldcon in August, and we just went with the flow.
Nice.
We would do the discussions. I'd pull out, I was moderator of 3, and I'd say, you got a question? Go ahead.
So I was like, you get an answer, and you get an answer. Let's see. And I know everyone is super excited. Thanks, Gordon. Kaufman time is like island time only cooler. I live on my own time. Okay, I know everyone wants to know, when will there be an announcement for the other contestants who won a place in the second Freaky Friday anthology that you just experienced from this live stream event? Great question, Megan. So those the 12 who are going to be selected will be announced in November in the weeks to come. We're kind of cascading these anthologies a little back to back, but all the stories have gone through editing. So this Freaky Friday anthology is going to be out much faster. My goal is to I was like, I guess we're launching two anthologies in November. We'll see how it goes, especially with our other writing events. So more to come, Megan. For those of you who want to stay updated and want to be like, hey, when will I know about the 12 winners? Make sure to join us on Mondays. Mondays is the Right Now update streams where I talk about all the things going on with the community. I'll be talking about the upcoming Right Now-a-thon as we finalize more details. I'll be talking about the Faded Fantasy Anthology and who is going to be selected for the second annual Freaky Friday Anthology. So 2 anthologies around the corner, a writing event around the corner, the last Scarecrow around the corner, and we got some fun things here in the community. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolutely incredible. Dana, thank you for hopping in at the end and joining us for our little round of celebrations as we kind of get to choose winners and talk and experience. It always feels absolutely right, since you've really been here with us since the beginning.
Well, thank you for having me pop in when I can. I appreciate that since my schedule's been all like wacky all the time.
Oh yeah, I totally get it.
You're
And
good
then
company, Dana. Thank you.
You're welcome.
JL, thanks for joining me on this 5-hour journey today.
Yeah, that was also a pantsing experience because I wasn't sure what was happening with my schedule basically from hour to hour. So I'm like, am I still here? Yep, okay, I can do it. Let's go. I'm so glad it worked out.
It's been such an incredible experience, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. Let's see. Before we sign out, Dana, if there's anything, where do you want to send our writers if they want to know more about what you're doing right now?
Okay, what I am doing right now, I have a Facebook page that's basically called Dana Bell's fan page, which if you want to go ahead and join that would be great. I post all my announcements both on my personal and my fan page as well. No, I don't have a website. My website's a complete disaster right now. And if you're looking for my books, most of them are on Amazon. And I primarily work with a small press called Wolf Singer Publications. And in case you guys are wondering what I was doing, I have spent the past 3 weeks editing stories for my next anthology, which is called Search for the Any Key. Boy, did I get some interesting ideas.
I'm definitely looking forward to reading it and seeing all our what the search for keys looks like.
It was very interesting. Some of the ones that people did.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wrote a dragon story.
Oh, I love it. Just my type of story.
And it was kind of all over the place. I mean, I got 90 submissions.
Oh my gosh.
It
That's
took
a
me.
lot to parse.
That would take months and months to go through so many submissions.
Well, I have a secret though.
What's that? I need to know your secret. I struggle with going through 20 submissions.
Okay, so this is learned because I've done over 10 anthologies.
Yeah, right. And this is what the third contest anthology that we're doing. Wait, what's the secret?
Okay, so my secret is, and I learned this in an anthology a while back,
Mm-hmm.
that if you do not catch my attention within the first 4 or 5, nope, it's not going anywhere.
Mm. So you're very clear. Like you'll put it down if it doesn't capture you within the first couple pages, essentially.
Yeah, within those first 4 or 5 paragraphs. If I don't want to keep reading, I stop reading. I put it in a different folder. I have several folders that I work on.
That totally makes sense. I think what was interesting, because I've tried a couple of different formats. Each of these competitions / anthologies, I've tried a different variation to kind of see what felt right. And I could totally see how that would probably save time for some of the stories that might need more developmental work and just aren't ready.
Yeah, it helps with that, but it's still, like I said, I had 90 submissions.
Yeah, and you have to have a good way to filter like that. That's a tough one. And you're doing all that by yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Isn't that how agents do it as well? Like if you haven't snagged them on the first page, they're like next, and
and that's very true, right? Because they get hundreds upon hundreds of submissions each week.
Yeah. So I had to learn how to shortcut it. And so with this one, it's like I've got 90. I got from the United States and also outside of the US.
Wow. And then do you have a list of conventions or requirements that to be in there, or is it just based on your genre?
Okay, so this one was any genre you wanted.
Oh.
It was kind of action adventure, but you could put it on another planet. You could put it on Earth. I didn't care where it was. And the guidelines were all on the Wolfsinger site because they're the publisher.
Gotcha.
So I've already have the story order figured out, which I did on Friday evening. Yay. But I got a couple of story titles that may change. I'm waiting for those to come back in. So once everything comes back in, and they're not due until the 15th of November, at that point, I get to sit down, put them all in order as the way I have them figured out that they're going to go in order. I always pick out an opening story and an ending story.
Mm-hmm.
My ending story actually changed after I read a different story. That happens. And so it's all put together. I've got everybody in a spot. I am going to have to go back and double check it. I'm waiting for those new titles to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Once the edits come in, what most people don't know is I don't look at them again after that.
Mm-hmm.
You send in your edits. I just sit down. Okay, you're done. Then I pull it up, put it in its spot where it's supposed to go.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, yeah, I think I do that same process. I think once I've edited it once it's gone through an edit, and I receive the, I think after that stage, then it'll go into the anthology.
Yeah. I've got one kind of little tricky thing when I'm doing that. When I send out the edits, I'm like, look, the edits are yours to accept or reject. It's your story.
Yeah, exactly. I do the same exact thing. I do an approve deny for the edits for the anthology. And I think that works because I think it lets the author take ownership for the edits, even though like I might think all the edits are best. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I do that too. It helps the author and makes them feel like, oh, it's still my story. It's not like I'm taking over their story or anything.
Mm-hmm.
We do that. I still have to write the intro, which I've been writing off and on in my head because the backstory for this anthology is hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be fun once it's all done. Once it's all done and put in, then I just send it off to the publisher, and then she does everything else. She's already done the contracts. She'll do anything else that needs to be done, like when it's coming out, all of that. So I don't get into the publishing end of it.
Well, thank you so much for sharing all that, Dana. This has been an absolutely incredible way. I think this has really been a great way to end off our competition. JL, you've been here with me the whole time. What are you working on? Where do you want to push people?
Oh my lord, I've got about four or five books in the works because I've lacked focus since I let it go because I was focusing on moving and stuff. But the where people can go to find what is out, I did just release a couple months ago, The Seed Bearer, which is a sci-fi spicy romance taking place on a foreign planet, and that you can find on Amazon and KU. But to get specifically directed, go to barnowlbooks.net. That is my website, and it has everything you want to know about me and my stories and how to get them and where to. All the direct links are there. And also to my Instagram and Facebook is all on that site.
Awesome. It's all linked down in the YouTube description down below. And I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow I don't know, I'll stream it sometime. Tomorrow, Kaufman's taking a day off. And me taking a day off means that I just stream at a TBD time when I feel like streaming because I refuse to break the chain yet. I've made the promise I'm not going to break the streaming chain, at least until I finish Scarecrow, because it helped me with my own motivation of staying consistent with writing, which at heart was why I started live streaming daily in the first place.
You set a good example, my friend.
Yeah, very good example.
Awesome. That's all that I got. I feel the longevity of being on stream for 5 hours. Yeah. So we're going to sign off, leave you there, and most importantly, if you like the stream, if you enjoyed the competition, don't forget to tap that like button on your way out. Help us show the algorithm that writing streams are cool. All right, my friends, if you missed out on yesterday's live stream, go check it out. Freaky Friday, Spooky Saturday, all the stories are available for replay. I'll catch you in the community. We'll see you around. Come join us in the Discord. Everything's down in the YouTube description. That's all that I got for you. I'm Kaufman. These guys are
I'm JLD.
And I'm Dana Bell.
And we'll catch you in a future live stream. Take care, friends. WriteNow presents.
They say stories never die. Some just won't stay buried. And on Freaky Friday, they return.